Yes, in this area. Audio is recording. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hope you're all doing well today. Welcome to Berkeley Covenant Church. And if this is your first time, special welcome. And if this is you've been here many times, welcome as well. We're starting a new class series today, and the focus is lies my culture told me about the Christian faith. And we'll be looking over a number of myths, things that are very culturally prevalent, things that I'm sure when I go through the list of things we'll be talking about, I'm sure many of you heard these things. They're just truths. You might have your suspicions. You might think, well, that has to be true. I've heard it so many times that I can't imagine it could be false. But through the next semester, through the spring, we're going to talk about why these are false and go through each one of them with a lot of detail to convince you that these are myths. These are not truths, but they affect us. They affect how we talk about our faith. They affect conversations we have. They affect our own faith life. You might have doubts about your faith because you've heard some of this stuff. And you might be thinking, well, if this is true, should I be a Christian? Right? If it's true that Christianity has done more harm than good, that Christian missionaries have done more harm than good, then why am I in this faith to begin with? So we'll look at some of these myths. Lots of lies. There's someone's PowerPoint there. Medicine before the scientific revolution. If you can read it. It says illustration depicting bloodletting. And on the one side it says church didn't allow dissection. Illness was punishment for sin. And medicine challenged the will of God. So that's a typical sort of lie you see in someone's PowerPoint that's posted online. Right? We'll see why each one of those is false. The idea that science and religion have always been at war. There's Jesus. Arm wrestling. Anyone know who that is? He's arm wrestling? Neil deGrasse Tyson. So you're familiar with the individual, at least some of you. What show does he host? Anyone know? Cosmos, a space-time odyssey. Right? And so he says lots of interesting things in that show, which is watched by millions. Like the church burned Giordano Bruno at the stake for his science. We'll talk about why that's false today. Right? That's not quite the case. That traditional Christians believe in the young earth. Now, that's the traditional view of Christians. Interestingly, in 1925, at the time of the Scopes monkey trial, if you've heard of it, we'll talk about that. No fundamentalists believed that the earth was young. No one challenged the fossil record. That might be surprising to you, but we'll talk about why that wasn't true and where that came from. That Christians once thought the earth was flat, or that anyone in medieval Europe once thought the earth was flat. We'll talk about that. What's that? Everyone. Yeah, right. That's the myth, but we'll see why that's actually not true. No one at the time of Columbus thought the world was flat. Every single person believed it was round. Even if they didn't have proof, it was an article of faith that the earth was a sphere. We'll talk about that next week, and we'll see if you're convinced. The church persecuted Copernicus, Galileo, and other scientists. Also false that the church forbade human dissection and actually encouraged human dissection. The Pope commanded human dissection and was the first one to do so. More lies. That Darwin was an atheist with an anti-Christian agenda. That 19th century Christians were opposed to evolution. That the Dark Ages were a thing, that they existed. There actually was never any period in Western European history that will be fairly described as the Dark Ages. Where does that come from? The Enlightenment. Right? Well, we're so enlightened. This pre-Enlightenment Christian period of history is this dark, disturbing time of brutality. Lots of lies about the Dark Ages. That's going to be a fun one. That Iron Maidens existed. If you know of Iron Maiden, there's a metal group called that. There's a comic there of the Iron Maiden. It says, "You must stop torturing yourself, Harold." Right? So he's in an Iron Maiden. Iron Maidens were created in the 1900s, projected back on the brutal Middle Ages. Then people gave us the Enlightenment, gave us the Iron Maiden as a way to think about the Middle Ages. And if you don't have proof, you create it. right? Same with chastity belts. All chastity belts in every museum you've ever seen were created in the Victorian age. Not a single chastity belt ever existed, nor a reference to one in the Middle Ages. So if you have cartoons like this, well, I think he's a bit OCD. You check my chastity belt and it's locked 6 times, right? Perhaps you've heard these things, perhaps not. Medieval witch hunts led by the church. Not the case. There were no witch hunts led by the church in the Middle Ages. We'll talk about witch hunts and what they amount to. The witch hunts were specifically directed at women or women scientists or wise women. Lots of myths there. We'll see where these come from. That there was once a peaceful, gods-worshipping global matriarchy that was supplanted by an oppressive Semitic god-worshipping patriarchy. Long sentence, but I couldn't get any shorter. There's a myth out there you see in books like The Age of the Great Goddess. Dan Brown's Da Vinci Code goes into this quite a bit. And we'll talk about how this myth is all over the place, where it comes from, why it's false, and how it led to German anti-Semitism in World War II, interestingly enough. And so these myths do have consequences. Some of them mean destroying the people who invented the patriarchy, the Jews. Right? So Hitler was interested in this theory. We'll talk about it when we get there. In the class on Was Hitler a Christian? That's another myth sometimes you hear. The church and women is a topic we'll be looking at. Whether or not the church was oppressive to women as a typical sort of thing or not, we'll look into that. Was there a golden age of Islamic science while Christians were stuck in the ignorance of the Dark Ages? We will look at that as well. We'll start looking at that one today, in fact. And Buddhism. Sometimes you might have seen this quote by Einstein. If there was any religion that would cope with modern scientific needs, it would be Buddhism. Some versions of the quote say, if there's a religion that's the most scientific, it is Buddhism. Einstein never said such a thing. There's no source for this quote. He never said it. Right? We never even had him talking about Buddhism. Right, so we'll see where this myth comes from. And we'll look at other ones too. Hitler was a Christian, mentioned that one. That Christianity is a Western religion. Christianity started in the East. Jerusalem's in the East. Most Christians before the year 1000 were east of Jerusalem. There were Christian rulers who converted to Christianity in Japan before England. Right? That might give you some perspective on the spread of Christianity. That the Christian church was responsible for African slavery. We're going to talk about the slave trade, slavery, the movement against slavery in the Middle Ages, who was responsible, why the Middle Ages got rid of slavery, how it was reintroduced. That Christian missionary activity did more harm than good to indigenous peoples and cultures. This is a complex one, but I think it's worth talking about because I hear this a lot. And we'll see some of the good things missionaries did around the world, right? Like getting rid of Chinese foot binding of women. We can thank Christian missionaries for that movement, for making it happen. Right, things like that. We can talk about the Big Bang. Some people think the Big Bang theory is an atheist theory opposed to God. It was actually a theory that was proposed by a physicist and a Catholic priest. And the response to him actually was also proposed by an Eastern Orthodox devout Christian. 2 different people had this theory, interpreted Einstein's data in this way. But what ended up happening was they said, well, this sounds like theology. So the Big Bang was not accepted for many, many years because it was too theological. Right? So now we say, oh, Big Bang, that's atheistic. Well, not quite. Pretty much everything you've heard about the Inquisition is false. I think I could say that with not much hyperbole at all. We'll talk a lot about the Inquisition. It was a very orderly, actually boring group that actually hung people from mobs for attempting to burn witches. Right? Interestingly, the Inquisition was responsible more often than not for protecting people accused of witchcraft. Right? And we'll see who the accusers are. We'll see that. That'll be a nice little surprise. So we can start with a general picture of our reality. And I like to use Dan Brown because he manages to incorporate almost every single one of those myths, every single one of those lies in his books. You could just read Dan Brown and you get all of them one place or another. And why does he sell so many novels? Well, because everyone loves a conspiracy. That's what Dan Brown tells us. Conspiracy theories sell lots of books. And he picks them up and he makes them run with his books. And a lot of these conspiracy theories come from the 19th century, Victorians, sometimes the French, sometimes Germans. But there's conspiracies that were introduced in the 19th century that were explicitly anti-Christian. Is the pen not working? Okay. I have another one if you need it. But conspiracy theories that are explicitly anti-Christian, introduced to attack Christianity in the Victorian age, and these have so many inroads in our culture that everyone in this room has been influenced by these conspiracy theories. So much that if you suggest that these are not conspiracy theories, you yourself will be accused of being a conspiracy theorist. Right? That's how deep these things are. If you try to question them, people say, oh, you're introducing some sort of conspiracy theory about history, when in fact these things started as conspiracy theories. And today we're going to talk about this one. Does anyone not get the humor of this cartoon? We see these people in the back say, hit it with your Bible and science is the candle. Does that seem unfamiliar to anyone, that idea that people with Bibles have to snuff out the light of science, right? Whether they're sinister, whether they're comical, science and religion, specifically the Christian religion, have been seen as not getting along so well. Dan Brown has his main character say things like this. This is a Harvard professor telling us these things, so, duly respect his authority and his academic integrity, because he's from Harvard. Of course, he's a fictional character. But Dan Brown says, since the beginning of history, a deep rift has existed between science and religion. Religion has always persecuted science. Unbiased science could not possibly be performed by a person who possessed faith in God. Right? And so Dan Brown continues. He says, early scientists were branded alive on the chest with the symbol of a cross. Outspoken scientists like Copernicus were murdered by the church for revealing scientific truths. Do we have any evidence Copernicus was murdered by the church? Not unless the church was, in control of old age and somehow murdered him by letting him live out his natural years. Never persecuted. In fact, when we look at Copernicus, we'll see several high-ranking church officials were the ones who encouraged him to publish his data. He didn't want to publish his data. But we have letters that exist. Not just Dan Brown. Dan Brown's fiction. This guy, David Mills, was the #1 atheist selling author in the world, best-selling atheist. This book was the bestseller before Richard Dawkins published his God Delusion book. This says it's the thinking person's answer to Christian fundamentalism. And in the corner, if you can see it, Richard Dawkins calls it an admirable work. Right? So if you know Richard Dawkins, he gives a stamp of approval. David Mills says things like this: the Christian church fought bitterly throughout its history and is still fighting today to impede scientific progress. The church is about stopping science. Galileo, remember, was nearly put to death by the church for constructing his telescope and discovering the moons of Jupiter. Nearly put to death. Where does it get that? We'll see in a minute. But you know what actually happened when Galileo discovered the moons of Jupiter? The Jesuits threw a banquet for him and gave him a medal. Right? Well, that doesn't sound like nearly put to death. Right? For centuries, moreover, the church forbade human dissection, calling it a desecration of the temple of the Holy Ghost. There's the audio version. Medical research was thereby stalled for almost 1,000 years. It is no coincidence, therefore, that Christianity's long period of sustained growth and influence occurred during what historians refer to as the Dark Ages. Historically, the church fought venomously against each new scientific advance. And we'll see why this is wrong. This is not the case with human dissection. And it's not the case with medicine. And he says those who propose scientific explanations were often tortured to death by religious authorities. Often tortured to death. So we think there's a lot of these. And we can say, okay, well, And we'll ask in a second, how many were tortured to death? What's the status of this thesis, this conflict thesis? Professional historians of science who look at the relationship between science and religion. There's a couple books, if you want to look into them. John Hopkins guy and Madison, Wisconsin, team of scholars say this warfare thesis is historically bankrupt. There's nothing to it. Lawrence Principe at Johns Hopkins University says this formulation rests on very shaky and sometimes completely fabricated foundations and was contrived largely for quite specific political, professional, and racist purposes. We'll see some of the racist purposes in a moment. All serious modern historians of science have unanimously dismissed the warfare model as adequate historical description. Right? So as a historian of science, he's saying there's not one historian of science who says there ever was this war between science and religion. Not one, right? So to publish that as a scholar in an Oxford short introduction to the scientific revolution, you think that's something pretty non-controversial. And among historians of science, it is. There is no controversy about this among professional historians. There was never a war between science and religion. But perhaps some of you have heard that there was, right? Thus, the myth. So I'm going to ask some questions after looking at this. A couple more quotes, right, in case you don't believe those guys. Colin Russell in the above book says Draper, and I think Russell's a Cambridge or was a Cambridge historian. Draper takes such liberty with history, perpetuating legends as fact that he is rightly avoided today in serious historical study. The same is true of White. We're going to talk about Draper and White, who introduced these ideas, and we'll see who he's talking about in a moment. Despite a developing consensus among scholars that science and Christianity have not been at war, the notion of conflict has refused to die. Right? So it's still out there. People still say this. The show Cosmos still says this. But we say, okay, well, David Mills says people were often tortured to death. What record do we have of people actually being tortured to death for their science? And brace yourself, because the number is quite sobering. This is how many people we have record for that were actually tortured to death for their scientific views. Right? This case is made in the Genesis of Science. Cambridge historian, I believe, James Hannam. Good book if you want to read about the history of science and faith and the Christian faith. But we say, well, what about the show Cosmos? Here's the depiction of Bruno being burned at the stake with the sinister Pope smirking as he's watching him burn. And he's burned for his belief in heliocentrism. That's what Cosmos tells us, right? But was this the case? Was it true that Bruno's belief in heliocentrism, the idea that the Earth goes around the sun rather than the sun going around the Earth, right, and all the planets going around the Earth, is this what got Bruno killed? It's actually not. Bruno is not original in this. He's actually quoting, when he's teaching on this, he's quoting from a Roman Catholic cardinal, Nicholas of Cusa, who himself was the inventor of concave spectacles. Right? Cusa was a scientist. He's in the 1400s. Bruno was quoting Cusa, and Cusa's book was the most popular book of the day, called On Learned Ignorance. So no one would have thought Bruno was original when he's teaching about heliocentrism. Cusa also talks about the possibility of life on other planets. So Bruno wasn't original with that. We say, okay, well, that didn't kill him, but what did kill him? Well, one thing he did do that was original was he rejected the Pope's decree of 1512 upon the discovery of the New World, discovery in quotes, 1492 by Columbus. We have these people, and the question was, are they human beings or not? Are these indigenous Americans human beings? Pope Julius II said, yes, they're also descended from Adam and Eve. They're human beings, just like we are. Bruno said, no, they're not. They're animals. Right? Bruno called sub-Saharan Africans animals, and this may be why he was executed, at least one of the reasons. He had lots of heresies. He didn't believe in the Trinity, but in terms of science, he tried to argue this scientifically. So if there's any science that Bruno was burned at the stake for, it had to do with his belief that people in the New World weren't descended from Adam and Eve, right? So the idea here that Bruno was killed for his science, Bruno was also trying to overthrow governments. Treason today is still a capital offense in some places. So we haven't changed much. You can say, well, whether it's the church killing them for treason or the state, I still don't think capital punishment is the best thing to go with. But that's an ethical argument. It's not killing someone for science, right? So it's not that Bruno wasn't killed, wasn't executed. It's just he wasn't executed for science. If he was executed for any science, it had to do with an extremely racist view that he was unique in holding. And I'm not going to support Bruno's racism in the name of science, right? So these are complex issues. None of them are simple, but we know where they began. So where does this idea begin? Well, Victorians who wanted to secularize education and science wanted to find a way to do this, so you could call it a propaganda campaign. Here's a cartoon from the Victorian age, late 1900s. We can see a church official, right, Episcopalian, Catholic, looking pretty, would you trust that guy in that cartoon? He doesn't look very friendly to me. And what's he doing to these poor little children? He's just dumping religious stuff into their heads, right? So you have things like this. Indoctrination. These folks wanted to minimize the influence of Christianity on culture, on science, and on education. And they wanted to secularize these things, to have them agnostic rather than Christian. And Christianity had a lot of influence. Some people were specifically upset with the influx of Catholic immigrants from Western Europe and from other places because of different things going on. Famines, the Irish potato famine, led to a lot of Irish people coming to the U.S. And some of these folks really didn't like Irish people. They didn't like Eastern Europeans. They didn't like Italians. Right? These are all Catholics. And some people are more anti-Catholic. Some people are anti-Christianity. And we'll look at these folks and the reasons. The two primary culprits are these individuals. John William Draper, who wrote a book that sold like hotcakes. I don't know. That's an interesting expression. Do hotcakes really sell that well? But anyway, Draper's book sold like crazy. And White's book, Andrew Dixon White, also sold like crazy. We'll talk about these books, what they said, and why we're stuck with the things that they said. This, historians of science call the Draper and White thesis, the idea that science and religion have always been at war, that religion can only harm science, that when you put science and religion together, you have the oppression of science by religion. Oppression is a huge theme for all these folks, right? Christianity oppresses everyone. It's just oppressive. And it oppresses science. It oppresses, you name, fill in the blank. And Christianity will be oppressing them in these different Victorian, economic oppression. That's something that comes from Karl Marx, right? He's also at this period. Lots of flack against Christianity at this point. Draper's book says the history of science and Christianity is filled with a story of ferocious theologians chasing down scientists with flaming torches to burn them. Essentially, his book is a tirade against Roman Catholicism. What are his reasons? Well, he didn't like immigrants. Draper himself was an American chemist who was the first president, I think, or one of the early presidents of the American Chemical Society, and didn't like immigrants. Himself was rather agnostic. Didn't like Vatican I, the First Vatican Council, but his favorite sister became a nun, which he thought was a betrayal to the family. He wanted nieces and nephews and such. And so there's personal reasons too. Andrew Dixon White was the founding president of Cornell University, and his motivations were, one, he was competing for money from Congress to found Cornell. He wanted, it was a land-grant university. That was the first New York university that did not have a religious affiliation. So he's founding a secular school when every other school is religious, and he's telling Congress to give him money, so he needs to make an argument. So his argument is, well, whenever Christianity and science get together, we see from history that Christianity has crushed science over and over and over again. So he wrote a book to prove this, and it's a book where you start looking at his quotations and citations.
And you're thinking, did he read Investigating the Natural World? But he's taking his quotes out of context, right? So he's fabricating data, he's twisting data, and he's just making up stories out of nothing. At least no one knows where he got them from. So he makes up things, or he'll find some odd person who has some crazy view, and he'll make them the center of the Christian tradition, right? And that's what he does in his book. Well, what happened was, Draper's book was part of a scientific series that was extremely popular. Yeoman's, it was a Yeoman series on science, and he did the history of science. And they were the chief American purveyor of science, right? So Yeoman's was the main source that popularized science. Draper's book sold more than any of them, right? In the first 50 years, there were over 50 printings. They could not keep up with the demand. 21 editions in 15 years in the UK, and numerous translations. All kinds of translations. Translated into Russian. Dostoevsky actually talks about Draper's book and finds it regrettable. We find that this book just hit everywhere. Was used in the Ottoman Turkish Empire to justify their policy. Right? You have early legal documents citing Draper, and we'll see why in a moment, for the justification of the Ottoman state. And what they did in the Armenian genocide, Draper is part of that. Politics, right? So we have some crazy stuff going on in this period. And Draper, first of all, claimed that the Christian West descended into Dark Ages, while the Islamic East was a center thriving with science, human rights, and technological progress. And so Draper introduces this very stridently pro-Islamic history of science into the Western world. Actually into the Eastern world as well. This didn't exist in Islamic thought before Draper introduced it. Draper's portrayal of the history of science was eagerly adopted, translated, promoted by the ideological founders of the Ottoman Turkish state. And he talks about how Islam was very pro-evolution, that they actually believed in natural selection, that they were heliocentrists long before anyone in Western Europe was, that they were doing human dissection, lots of interesting things that we have no historical data for, that Draper was claiming about Islam, right? And so we don't know where he got the stuff. It just looks like he's inventing it for lack of, not knowing better. Draper was even called the new apostle of Islam. So you see cartoons like this about Draper with, with a scimitar that says, by science's light and Islam bright, and something like that. I will tell thee so, is what Draper's saying to the Pope, right? And so it's Draper against the Pope in the name of Islam. So he was seen as very pro-Islamic. Dostoevsky laments the impact of Draper's view. If you know Dostoevsky, the author of The Brothers Karamazov, and many other books of the time, he laments that Christianity was the source, that Draper's view sees Christianity as the source of ignorance, and that science had been brought to the Christian world by the Muslims. Right? So Dostoevsky is saying this is unfortunate. Right? And maybe you've heard this view that the Christian West was in the Dark Ages, and that all of our science came from Islamic sources. Right? This is a complex view. We'll talk about more when we talk about the Dark Ages. But the way it hits us is through largely myth from Draper. Right? It's not. And the reality is more complex. There was a lot of science going on. We'll see next week in the West. A lot of interesting stuff. And in the East, when we do have Islamic science, there's a lot of Christians involved too. Actually, Christians are the ones doing the translations of Aristotle and other sources, and Muslim rulers are paying them to do this in the 800s and 700s, 700s, 800s. But Christians are doing the translating. So it's complex. So to call it an Islamic Golden Age, well, they were paying, literally, the weight in gold for translations of Aristotle. But these were Syriac Eastern Christians doing the translations. And it's a lot more complex. This myth, as it is false. But these things are passed on. Things like the flat earth, that people believe the earth was flat, was invented by Draper and White. The only citation is Washington Irving's Historical Life of Columbus, where the sailors are afraid to fall off the edge of the earth. Columbus doesn't even say everyone thought the world was flat. Right? He just said the sailors thought the world was flat. But Draper and White go one step further and say, ignorant Christians all thought the world was flat. We'll see why that's just false. That's a very simple one, because no one believed it. Fabricated tales that the church banned medicine, banned human dissection, murdered Vesalius, which is just pure nonsense. Murdered Bruno for his science. We saw that one. Tortured Galileo and Copernicus. We'll see what Galileo was never tortured. We'll talk about Galileo quite a bit. And Copernicus wasn't either. Invented the myth that the church officially accepted James Ussher's date of creation as 4004 BC. So this is a case where Draper and White find one Christian who had a view that no one heard of and made him the center of the Christian faith. And said this is what the Christian church has always taught as their official doctrinal date of creation. Complete nonsense. There's not one church who ever accepted Ussher's date of creation as 4004 BCE before the 1960s. Right. Actually, interesting, in the 1960s, we'll see there's an interesting shift because people accept this myth as part of their reality. And Islam and Buddhism have been typically pro-science. This is something they introduced. They loved Islam, they loved Buddhism. They thought Christianity was ignorant. But there's two myths going on, that Christianity was anti-science and that Islam and Buddhism have been typically pro-science. So that's the beginning of the Buddhism and Islam myth. On the other side of the Atlantic Ocean is Thomas Henry Huxley, who's promoting this stuff in England. And he coined the term agnosticism, made Darwin sold Darwin's theory of evolution as a justification of atheism. Darwin himself was not an atheist. Darwin's a very complex story, which we'll talk about. But to the end of his days, he said, do not call me an atheist. I'm not an atheist. Right? Complex story of faith. But Darwin's theory of common ancestry was actually trying to prove the Bible right. That everyone comes from Adam and Eve. He was the only one at the time who believed that scientifically. Interesting story. Quite the opposite of probably what you heard about what Darwin was up to. But Huxley was the one who made Darwin an agnostic, an atheist. Right? Because he was an agnostic who liked Darwin's theory. So he told a guy named George Mivart one day, you can't be both a true son of the church and a loyal soldier of science. Notice the warfare imagery. Who's George Mivart? Well, he's a biologist, a Roman Catholic biologist who believes in evolution. And he's saying, hey, Mivart, you can't have your evolution and your faith too. And Huxley, he makes this his mantra, right? Trying to get Christians to not be evolutionists, saying that evolution is inherently anti-Christian. We will look in depth at that question and see it's a more complex reality. Promotes secularization of science and society. Starts a club to do it, which he calls the X Club. They took no minutes. They didn't know. They didn't want people to know what they're talking about, right? The only rule of the X Club was that there were no rules, right? So there's some members of the X Club below. Influential agnostics whose goal was to put agnosticism in society, to change science, get religion out of science. A lot of scientists at the time were clergy, and there's their mission, to rid natural science of women, amateurs, and especially Christian clergy, and to place non-Christian secular science into the center of cultural life in Victorian England. Now that might surprise you, that statement. Wait, there's so many Christians in science? Well, most geologists were pastors at the time. Even the ones who had chairs in Cambridge were extremely devout. Lots of the naturalists, lots of the physicists. Science was a Christian enterprise before this point. Pretty almost exclusively, you could say. Look at the history. Women in science. What's up with that? Right? The Pope founded a scientific society specifically for women. Benedict XIV, who was born in the 1600s, founded a scientific society specifically for women and appointed professors. There was a professor of anatomy at the University of Bologna that the Pope appointed. Right? And this is in the 1700s. So I said, well, wait, I never heard these stories. I never heard this. I never heard this side of the history of science. Well, that's because we are captured by these myths, right? They would give lay sermons, propaganda pieces, secular Sunday schools, trying to get agnostics into key positions all over the world, especially England, in science. Reform the Royal Society was another one of their goals. Publications. You can see publications like this. This is a magazine that was part of the X Club's aim to overthrow science. Puck magazine here. We have Reason Against Unreason. Some of the text is the luminous men of science. And you can see their names: Darwin, Huxley, Tyndall, Spencer, Newton, Boyle, Copernicus, Galileo, and others against supernaturalism, fanaticism, bigotry, and the Bible. That's what the words are below. And you can think of this list of names, right? How many have heard of Darwin, Charles Darwin, famous scientist, okay? Huxley, I just told you about. He started the X Club. How about Tyndall? Anyone know Tyndall? Okay, a couple people. Spencer, Herbert Spencer, a couple people. Newton, okay. Copernicus, Galileo, okay. So if you see what they're doing here in the PR strategy, the X Club members are Huxley, Tyndall, and Spencer. They put them among folks like Newton, Galileo, Copernicus, who are all Christians, right? And but they don't call them Christians. So positive guilt by association. Hey, I want to be a famous person of science too. Therefore, it's all these people against religious bigotry. Right? So they make themselves famous scientists through these sort of publications. People associate them with them. Not that they weren't well known in their own right. Herbert Spencer was the most popular philosopher of the day, and he was very well known. Coined the term survival of the fittest. Darwin was not the one who coined that term. But Peter Harrison, historian of science, Cambridge historian of science, says by the late 19th century, the X Club and members gained much prominence within the scientific community, carrying much influence over scientific thought. And Harrison says the enduring legacy of this group has been the perpetuation of the myth of a perennial warfare between science and religion. That's their legacy. They did their job well. The idea that science and religion have always been at war stuck. So between Draper and White and the X Club, we are stuck with this myth. Right? Undoing the myth is a lot more tedious than introducing it. And we will spend several classes talking about, well, how did the church encourage human dissection? What really happened with Galileo? What really happened with Copernicus? What really happened in these cases that Draper and I are talking about with the flat Earth? We're talking about the flat Earth next week. So if you don't believe that's true, make sure you come next week so you can see some of the data. And we'll talk about that explicitly next week. But this is an introduction to this whole spring class, things we'll be talking about. And but we can talk for a bit. And I always like us to split into groups of 6 people or 5 people, something around there. And wherever you see a group needs an extra person, you could join that one. But a couple questions to talk about. Today, there's no professional historian of science who would argue for this idea that science and religion have always been at war, yet the lie persists in popular culture, largely owing to the influence of Draper, White, and Huxley's invention of propagation. So the first question is, why do you think our culture, TV shows like Cosmos, Bill Nye, the science guy, Mr. Bill Nye had there, because he's not a PhD scientist. His science background is not that impressive, but he does lots of experiments on TV. So we could say, okay, well, why is he perpetuating this myth? He's not a historian of science. Why is he talking about it? Right? Why do we listen to him? Why do our kids watch his show and listen to this stuff? Or the Cosmos? Why do you think they still perpetuate this lie? What approach would you suggest as an effective way to counter these, right? Counter these lies when you have conversations and someone says, oh yeah, everyone always thought that the earth was flat. Right? Christians were so stupid. How would you counter that? Right? And maybe at this point you might be thinking, I don't know how to counter. I don't know the truth. Right? If that's your feeling, your response, well then then that's the point of this class, right? And so we will know the truth. So we can have these conversations and put to rest some of these lies in your own spheres of influence. So let's spend Yeah, let's do about 10 minutes, perhaps, talking in small groups, get in groups of 5 or 6, talk about these questions, and then we'll meet and gather together again and see what we came up with.
Welcome to the Berkeley Covenant Church. Glad you're with us today. Today, we are continuing our class, which is called Lies My Culture Told Me About the Christian Faith. And today we're going to talk about the Dark Ages and the lie of the Dark Ages and what the problem with that lie is, namely that there were no Dark Ages. So that's the essence of the lie. I'm going to tell you why there were no Dark Ages, where this idea of the Dark Ages came from, and what were the motivations behind the people who introduced this myth? And give you some examples of why the myth is wrong. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but we could do a whole course series on this. But if folks are interested, maybe we will. The Dark Ages, you can get an essence of the Dark Ages from the comic at the center of this image here. You have fear and ignorance, and in the corner, laying down, seems to be relaxing. Doesn't seem to be stressed. The woman in the corner. This is free and open society, if you can read that. And she says, "Oh, it's you two again." And we have some knights and skeletons with chainmail, armor, holding swords and guns, interestingly. And fear and ignorance, says the Dark Ages, they have a cross on their cape. So there's an association with the church. And this is pretty typical when you think about Dark Ages. The juxtaposition between fear and ignorance, knowledge and enlightenment. Right, notice the light and darkness imagery. And you find this all over the place. We can return to David Mill's book, which gets a promotion by Richard Dawkins. Carl Sagan's son, Dorian Sagan, wrote the foreword. Was the top-selling atheist book for the thinking atheist before Richard Dawkins' God Delusion. And Mill says the Christian church fought bitterly throughout its history and is still fighting today to impede scientific progress. It is no coincidence, therefore, that Christianity's longest period of sustained growth and influence occurred during what historians refer to as the Dark Ages. Right, so the association here is the church and the Dark Ages. Right? The time when the church was most influential, we call the Dark Ages, because they're fighting against scientific progress, impeding scientific progress, impeding knowledge. And where's the citation for this? Well, who needs a citation for this? We all know it. So no citation needed. And it continues. We find this all over the place. I'm only going to give you a couple examples just because I'm sure everyone here is familiar with how broadly this myth has been spread. Daniel Borston's popular book on history of science and other things. It says Christianity conquered the Roman Empire and most of Europe. Then we observe a Europe-wide phenomenon of scholarly amnesia. Everything that was known was just forgotten, which afflicted the continent from 300 AD to at least 1300. The leaders of Orthodox Christendom built a grand barrier against the progress of knowledge. So this seems to even be intentional, right? Some sort of intentional ignorance that the church is responsible for. It's the church's fault. And he calls this the great interruption in knowledge and progress. Carl Sagan calls it the medieval gap. Sagan says from 8500 to 1500, you have a gap in knowledge. And he talks about this in his version of the show Cosmos. And the contemporary person behind Cosmos, Neil deGrasse Tyson, continues this Dark Age myth, representing science, as you see in this image. And he's talking to a rapper by the name of B.O.B. And B.O.B. says that the Earth is flat. Right? This rapper argues the Earth is flat. And Tyson says, well, dude, to be clear, being 5 centuries regressed in your reasoning doesn't mean you can't still like your music. So he's not judging it. He's a nice guy, very affable fellow. And isn't going to judge it for his music. Some other commenter says 5 centuries. I believe the knowledge of Earth shape goes back a bit further than that. Right? And then Tyson says, yes, ancient Greece, inferred from the Earth's shadow during lunar eclipses, but it was lost during the Dark Ages. Right? So recent tweet, knowledge was lost. Christians suppressed it. And we say, okay, well, where does this come from?
where does the idea of the Dark Ages come from? A couple sources. The first one, interestingly, is Protestants, Protestant reformers. Started telling lies against Catholics for propaganda purposes. Right? That the Catholics were brutal, the Catholics were ignorant, the Protestants, most of whom were humanists, right? Calvin especially was a humanist scholar who was recovering ancient classical knowledge, and the Catholics lost it. The Catholics lost the knowledge of the Greeks, the knowledge of the ancient world, but this was mainly anti-Catholic. When it got to the Enlightenment, it became anti-Christian. So all Christians, these are secular folks in the Enlightenment who are making this argument, all Christians are responsible for this age of ignorance. The Protestants weren't much better versus the Renaissance. But things are really dark until the age of the Enlightenment, which is when Voltaire lived, when Rousseau lived, when others lived. So Voltaire will talk about the Dark Ages, which is the age of the church, when barbarism, superstition, and ignorance covered the face of the world. An early French encyclopedist talks about scientific progress going in reverse during the Dark Ages. There's so much progress, then we go in reverse, and folks like Sagan would say that we would have been on the moon in 1500 if it wasn't for the church, right? And this idea of the Dark Ages is all over the place. But is there any truth to it? Right? Is there any truth to it? It became popular in the 19th century. Promoted in the Enlightenment, invented in the Reformation, popular in the 19th century. French historians saw themselves as the pinnacle of progress, of human progress, and their civilization is seen as the height. Right? These are French, the Victorians, the English also saw themselves as the height of civilization. Right? The sun never sets on the British Empire in Victorian England, and they had a more glorious idea of Protestantism. Catholics are still the enemy in the English view of the Dark Ages. But the idea here is that through civilization, modern civilization, you have this great pinnacle and enlightenment, and these promoters needed a narrative to show that humankind was moving forward, and the story they produced was intended to show the church in a bad light. However, says Hannum, the popular impression that the early Middle Ages represented a hiatus in progress is the opposite of the truth. And so his book there, The Genesis of Science, How the Middle Ages Gave Birth to Modern Science, is a good book if you're looking for a book to read on this. It's a very readable text too, which is nice, and won runner-up, I think, for the Royal Society History of Science Award a number of years ago. Another good book on this is Rodney Stark, who's a Baylor professor. His book, Bearing False Witness, covers a lot of things we'll actually be talking about. So it's a nice little resource if you're looking for citations and some more information. It talks about especially anti-Catholic history and debunks a lot of interesting myths that are anti-Catholic specifically. Stark himself is not a Catholic, interestingly enough, but he's just trying to set the record straight with some of the stuff. So Stark says, the notion that Europe fell into the Dark Ages was a hoax perpetrated by very anti-religious intellectuals such as Voltaire and Edward Gibbon, who wrote the Decline of the Roman Empire, famous text blaming Christians for the fall of Rome. Gibbon, who were determined to claim that theirs was the era of enlightenment. And again, Hannum says recent research has shown that the Middle Ages was a period of enormous advances in science, technology, and culture. The people of medieval Europe, says Hannum, invented spectacles, right? So eyeglasses, the mechanical clock, the windmill, the blast furnace, and they did this all by themselves. These were the first times these things show up. Lenses and cameras, almost all kinds of machinery, and the Industrial Revolution itself all owe their origins to the forgotten inventors of the Middle Ages. Christian monasteries, interestingly, were the key centers of innovation for a lot of these things. So a lot of things we'll be talking about were actually Christian innovations done at monasteries. And another author here, Regine Pernoud, says the Middle Ages, those 1,000 years of Western history between 500 and 1500, witnessed the abolition of slavery, the liberation of women, checks and balances on absolutism, artistic achievements of medieval cathedrals, inventions of the book, the musical scale, and the mechanical clock. So these are several historians saying some of the good things about the Middle Ages, and some of the areas of progress in technology, social progress, right? We'll talk about the liberation of slaves and how that occurred, and we'll do a whole other class focusing on the issue of slavery. But we can start with progress in technology. So we can go back to ancient Rome and say, well, you know, what was their use of things like mills? They did have some water mills, but most of their labor was done by slaves. It was a slave-based society. And so ancient Rome didn't really use mechanical means to do manual labor, but Europeans both developed and innovated and invented lots of ways to harness the power of nature to do their work. And this is, if you think about it, this is kind of what we're trying to get back to. More windmills, more solar power, more water power, right? Even some medieval, they had functional tidal mills, so they used the ocean for power, right? And so using nature to do your work. And by 1086, there's a book called the Doomsday Book, which is taking it sounds very ominous, but it's actually not. It's just taking an account on, you know, how many people there are, what are the assets in certain areas in England, I believe. And it counted 5,624 water power mills already operating in England, which is about one for every 50 families. So lots of water mills going on. Much more than were in ancient Rome. And more technologically advanced. And then there was the invention of windmills sometime before the 12th century. But by the 12th century, there were lawsuits for people taking each other's wind. Right? And so you have accounts of all these lawsuits being filed because someone's windmill is in the way of someone else's windmill. And you can see, you know, these are medieval windmills here in these pictures. And you see, no, there's not a lot of space in between them. Right, so there's a lot of use of wind power, water power. We have an agricultural revolution that occurs because there's a shift to a three-field system where one of the fields is left fallow, is left not with food in it, and that's a way to rejuvenate the fields. Results in greater food production, renewal of the land, so it's sustainable agriculture. Right, these are pro-organic people we're talking about. Pro-sustainability. Invention of the heavy plow. You can plow the land deeper, get rid of weeds in a better way. This allowed for better use of the land. Invention of the horse collar, as opposed to using oxen, created more efficiency. And selective plant breeding, creating of new breeds, more resilient breeds of crops. And the invention of hay. Right, drying grass so you can feed it to animals during the winter was key. So all these things were key for an agricultural revolution, and these were things that were spearheaded by monastics. You know that these developments were first in monasteries, and then they radiated out throughout non-monastics, and all of Europe was doing this. What this led to, interestingly, was a very healthy diet. So another myth is that medieval people were unhealthy, that their food was unhealthy, that they didn't eat any vegetables, that they just ate, some sort of brown gruel and lots of beer. Right, that's sort of what something I think about the Middle Ages. But Christopher Roman, who's a historian of diet, and if you want a whole book on food in medieval times, there's one there. That's a good one. Christopher Roman said there was a premium placed on fresh ingredients in medieval eating, just as today. The myth of the medieval diet not including fresh fruits and vegetables is false. Ronnie Stark says most medieval Europeans ate better than any common people in history, and consequently they grew larger and stronger than people elsewhere. And we know this from the archaeology, that folks were actually quite healthy at this time. Of course, there's the Black Plague, which plagues will they will kill people. Right, so that's the nature of a plague. But we know that up to this point, folks were healthy, like typically with food and diet and other things. Military innovations, invention of the heavy cavalry, which was possible because of two inventions. One was the stirrups, which stirrups allowed you to remain in your seat when you hit someone. Right, you could brace yourself, but also a saddle which had a higher back and would hug the legs. And so these medieval knights could stay in their saddles And thus they could charge with a lance and not get knocked off their horses, which is something that other people weren't able to do. And so when they came up against Muslim invaders in the Battle of Tours in 732, medieval knights trounced them. They destroyed them because of these innovations, right? It's largely because of these innovations, because Muslim invaders didn't have stirrups. They didn't have higher back saddles, and they had swords. And so it has to do with close range. You knock people off their horse before they even have a chance to swing at you with their swords, right? So military innovations, some other innovations that are interesting that relate to military, but also to navigation, to trade, to exploration, is the invention of what Rodney Stark calls the true sailing ship. The reason he calls it the true sailing ship is because you didn't need oars. So once you have 3 sails, you can use the wind to fully push the boat and figure out how to do that with 3 sails and without any supplementary oars needed. And so boats can go further, boats can go faster, and when you get bigger boats, and then there was the invention of the navigation compass, which is an independent invention. The Chinese also had a compass. What's interesting is the Chinese compasses were used primarily for feng shui, so within a liturgical, religious context, where's the right place, to put, this, these different objects and things like that. Europeans were the first to use compasses for navigation, and separate invention of a compass. There's a medieval compass in the middle there. In the 1200s, we also have ships with cannons, and so that makes them pretty formidable. The first certain reference to gunpowder, as we know it today, is in 1248 by Roger Bacon, who's a Franciscan friar. We know that gunpowder existed before then, at least cannons before then. Again, China also used gunpowder, but didn't apply it to military technology till after they saw Europeans do it. And so we say, okay, well, this has a lot of implications for military success, a lot of implications in a lot of different ways for navigation. By the 1100s, you also have another really interesting invention that we still use today, and that's the chimney. Right? So we haven't really modified the chimney very much since the 1100s. And if you think about the chimney, what it allows you to do is not have a hole in the middle of your roof and a house full of smoke. Right? So healthier air, healthier homes, warmer homes. Right? So the chimney is a crazy invention in terms of health, in terms of heating efficiency, in terms of lots of things. But the chimney was invented in the 1100s, and inventions spread, the idea spread, and lots of innovation, lots of technology. We can talk about technology a lot. This is just the tip of the iceberg, some of the more important things. But then there's the literary side, and this goes back to the 4th century AD. What's interesting is when you have the rise of Christian monasticism, even in the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, what happens is copying goes up. So in Benedictine's rule, we talked about St. Benedict in the previous class, and his influence on Christian monasticism. In his rule, he says, his rule is, part of his rule is that you have to do manual labor. That's part of your Christian monastic vocation. Manual labor is good for the soul, and it helps you stay grounded, and there's even a worshipful part of manual labor. And part of that manual labor is vegetables, working in the garden, cleaning, things like that, but also copying. Copying manuscripts was a key part of all Benedictine monasteries, and it was actually the labor that no one wanted to do because it was the most tedious, and you're in this room, and you're there with these manuscripts, and it's very boring, and but it's good for the soul. Sometimes it's good for the soul to be bored. Instead of everyone working the garden, lots of these monks worked on copying manuscripts. So what you actually have, because of monasticism, is a boom in copying of ancient texts. And what they copied is interesting. They copied a lot of Greek and Latin mythical texts and literary classics. Right? These were the main texts, in fact, copied until about the 6th century. They also copied the Bible, Christian, the early Christian theologians, things like that, of course. They copied this, but what's interesting is they were so focused on classical texts, and when in the 6th century you start to have more Christian texts, they started to replace them, but still continue to copy them, right? They're copying New Text and Old Text. But then in the 700s, under Charlemagne, you have, again, a renaissance in copying classical texts. So you have different periods. A lot of these texts copied during the time of Charlemagne were saved texts virtually from going out of existence. So we don't have them from any Arabic sources or Byzantine sources, but we have them from these early Latin copies, many of these texts. And so they saved them from oblivion. You can ask theologically, why are they copying pagan mythology as monks? There's an interesting question there in terms of values. Non-Christian literary classics that they focused on. But monks continue to copy. In the 500s and 700s, right, lots of texts. You need to read these texts. And so there's this focus on learning. Education is also focused on monasteries. The learned were most often in Europe, trained at monasteries and convents too, right? You can't leave nuns out of this picture because they're a key factor in Christian education. And so students would go to convents, monasteries, and learn. Incorporated into their teaching was secular Roman education, many elements from grammar to elementary mathematical sciences. And this is from this book here, from the Cambridge History of Science. And this is volume 2, Medieval Science. In 700, Charlemagne, European king, was promoting literacy for both boys and girls. Again, I want to emphasize that because this wasn't just boys who were being taught to read and write. More systematically throughout his empire and stimulating the development of monastic and cathedral schools. And we have the rise of universities from these cathedral schools, right? So you have monastic schools, which are teaching Greek mathematical astronomy, even cosmology, interesting on the curriculum. They didn't teach everyone that all the planets run around the Earth. Right? That wasn't. They taught that view as well as other views about how the solar system might be set up. And one of them is by a guy named Marcianus Capella, which argued that Mercury and Venus revolved around the sun, right? But the sun went around the Earth, so you have some different types of cosmologies. No one knew of Copernicus yet. Right? That was in the mix. But what's interesting is they weren't dedicated even to one cosmology. So this is very early on. From 1000 onward, cathedral and other urban schools became more prominent than the monastic schools, the rural monastic schools. And by the 1200s, the scientific enterprise was offered a permanent home in the European university. You have the rise of universities and the growth of universities. It's a self-governing body. Like the university was like a small town that had an independent charter. And the church allowed a lot of freedom in universities and self-government in universities. So there's more intellectual freedom in these universities than any place else in the world at this time. So you think about how science arises in this context. James Hannam, in his book on the genesis of science, says universities where academic freedom was guarded from royal interference, right? Kings could not mess with universities. Were first founded in the 12th century. These institutions have always provided scientific research with a safe home. Even Christian theology turned out to be uniquely suited to encouraging. And we say, okay, well, this is the birth of science, right? Is one of the most significant things that happens in the Middle Ages. Hannam says, most significantly, the Middle Ages laid the foundation for the greatest achievement of Western civilization, modern science. Hannam's a fan of science, so you can decide whether or not you think that's the greatest achievement of the West or not. But regardless, the Middle Ages laid the foundation to start this early discussion. Before the edifice of modern science could be built, it required the strong foundations that were laid for it in the Middle Ages. The cornerstone was a widespread acceptance of reason as a valid tool for discovering the truth about our world. So the focus on reason, which goes straight back to New Testament theology, Jesus as the Logos, as the rational, harmonious ordering principle, right? The wisdom of God becoming flesh. And so reason is a good thing. We should use logic to understand the world. And in this context, you also have the growth of literacy among women specifically. So one of the sub-themes of this class, but I'll give a class a few weeks from now where it's going to be the sole theme, talking about women and the church specifically. So we can say, well, what about women in the Middle Ages? There's lots of myths about women being oppressed, being suppressed, not being taught. And so we can say, okay, well, is there any truth to those sorts of myths? William Harris, writing in a book on ancient literacy, shows that Roman literacy is overestimated. First of all, lots of these mythologies think Rome was extremely literate, but he says those estimates are not accurate, and he makes that argument in this book. But he says for those who were literate, when you're talking about men and women, that upper-class Roman women were given the same education as their brothers. So he shows this systematically, that there's no difference in education for upper class, remember the upper class, we're not talking about lower class women and men, right? But upper class, given the same education, lots of evidence for that. There were women celebrating antiquity as disciples of philosophers. You had women's philosophers, women mathematicians in the ancient world. And Jerome, when you get to Christianity, you have schools for women, right? You have circles of disciples. Jerome, who translated the Bible and the Vulgate, had a circle of learned ladies, the Christian product of that classical tradition. So Christians continue this classical tradition of having very educated women, and this became the model for women's education in the Middle Ages. So what's interesting is the Christians pass on this model of women's education into the Middle Ages, and this leads to widespread literacy of women. So in this book, Misconceptions about the Middle Ages, one of the chapters is on the myth that women were not as literate as men in the Middle Ages, and Helen Conrad O'Brien says, it is often assumed that the laity of the European Middle Ages was overwhelmingly illiterate, and that women, whether lay or religious, were more likely to be illiterate than men, right? And she says, the assumption of higher levels of illiteracy among women is not, however, borne out by the evidence. There's no evidence for this. In fact, she continues, and she says, if you look at the evidence, turning to the composition of the translation of text, ones that we know women translated, manuscript production by women, ownership of manuscripts by women, and anecdotal evidence from written sources, a picture emerges that does not conform to the popular view. Women were not overwhelmingly illiterate compared to men, and she says that many times in places lay women were more likely, right? So she says, in fact, women were more likely to be literate, and literate to a higher standard than their fathers, husbands, and brothers. So this is not just the myth is wrong, it's actually turning the myth on its head, right? Saying when you look at the evidence, actually women in a lot of places were more literate than men, right? So you say, okay, well, you can read her chapter, you can read her book, you can read her evidence, if you're not convinced. And, but what are we ending up with when we look at the Middle Ages? It's not the Dark Ages as we think about it, right? It's very different. One thing I might argue is the most significant accomplishment of the Middle Ages, or even more significant than the rise of science, is the abolition of slavery, right? And so slavery was a worldwide, global institution. You find slavery everywhere. You find it in ancient China, you find it in ancient Mesopotamia, you find it in pre-Columbian indigenous America, right? Aztecs, Mayan, Incas all had slaves, right? You had slaves in indigenous African communities, well before colonialism. You have slaves all over the place. Ancient Rome was filled with slaves. These are, on the bottom are Aztec slaves, I believe. On the top are Roman slaves. So this is a German. The almost naked guy is a German barbarian, right? What the Romans called the barbarians, with a huge amphora of wine, pouring wine into an Italian's wine bowl, right? And so this is a picture of a slave in the Roman Empire, and slavery was all over Rome. So what happens to slavery in the Middle Ages? Well, again, Rodney Stark says all classical societies were slave societies. In fact, all known societies above the very primitive level have been slave societies. Even many of the Northwest Indian tribes had slaves long before Columbus's voyage. Amid this universal slavery, only one civilization ever rejected human bondage, Christendom, and it did it twice. Right? And so Stark, that's something that Stark talks about in several of his books. Another scholar, if you don't believe Stark, says the very first time slavery was eliminated anywhere in the world was not during the Renaissance or the Enlightenment, it was during the Dark Ages, using that phrase in quotes, right? It's ironic. Maybe they weren't so dark, or maybe they just didn't know what they're doing. They were so ignorant, right? I'm being sarcastic, right? Well, no, they knew what they're doing. I'll show you that in a second. And it was accomplished by clever church leaders who extended the sacraments to all slaves soon, and to all slaves. Soon the clergy began to argue that no true Christian or Jew should be enslaved, right? So this was part of a constant, consistent argument that was made from the early church on. We find that Christian priests were urging slave owners in the Roman Empire already to free their slaves, and that this would help to ensure their salvation. That's an infinitely commendable act. In 700s, when Charlemagne converted to Christianity, he started an anti-slavery campaign. Before that, you have Christian monarchs who converted to Christianity. That one of them, by the name of Clovis, married a slave to make a point, right? So now the slave, I think Bathilda was her name, is now the queen, and she became a saint, and she fought against slavery because it was still, there was indigenous Scandinavian slavery, right? Slavery in Denmark, slavery all over Europe, pre-Christian. And so not just Roman slavery, but Scandinavian slavery was opposed. And when these folks converted, they fought against slavery. Two main saints that fought against slavery, St. Wulfstan and St. Anselm, you might know Anselm for his idea of the atonement, successfully campaigned to remove the last vestiges of slavery in Europe. And so you have a very intentional campaign against slavery in Europe. By 1000, there's no slavery left in Europe because Europe is converted to the Christian faith pretty much by that point. There's still some folks who aren't converted who held on. But yes, Bruce.
Yeah. Just sort of looking at economic history, I would say that technically slavery didn't exist in England, but feudalism, like the role of the serf, to the lord, it wasn't technically slavery, but
it wasn't slavery at all.
It was pretty close.
But they had rights. They had documented rights.
Yeah, they did have rights, but they
rights over their body, rights over their person.
Yeah.
Just not the right to move.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was kind of this sort of, in between, I would say.
It was, it wasn't slavery, right? You could not split up a serf's family.
True.
You couldn't sell them to another lord. You had to protect them as a Christian lord. You had to provide for them, right? The point of the castle is their protection. So I would argue, this is Stark, right? He says feudalism is not slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not slavery. It's a different thing, but it's not what we have here.
It's not capitalism, but it's not slavery.
Right.
We could say which is better.
Yeah.
That's an argument we could
But the lives of the indigenous peasantry in England was really low. Life expectancy was about 25.
Yeah.
Late 20s. So, it wasn't slavery, but it wasn't really a thriving.
No, there's poverty, there's poverty. Yeah. And you look at different places, and you're always going to find poverty. It's not to say that the Middle Ages was this glorious time when everyone was happy. That's not the picture we want to paint.
Yeah.
It's just when you have, at least you have freedom over your own body and your family, right? In a way that Roman slaves, right?
Yeah.
You don't own your body, right? Like, hey, you're a cute guy, a cute girl. Hey, you can be a sex symbol for an upper class Roman family, right? Not going to happen in the Middle Ages, right? So it's a huge difference. It's not perfect, I don't know if we'd argue today's perfect, our system, but it's a step. It's a step to more freedom that you can say, okay, well, what's the greatest amount of freedom? I think we're still trying to figure that out. But it's a necessary step, and it happens in the Dark Ages. So slavery, and then we can think about one big myth that we still see today, and some of you know this. I know that many of you probably heard this even in this context. But if you haven't, one of the greatest myths that sticks with us today is the Dark Ages was lost. The idea the Earth was a sphere. And Tyson says this. Others say this. You see this in plays like Christopher Columbus. The earth is not flat, Father, it's round. The priest says, don't say that. Why not? It's the truth. And the priest says it's blasphemy. Don't say that's blasphemy. To say that the earth is a sphere is blasphemy. You try to figure out that, you can't quite understand how that's blasphemy. But nevertheless, the Catholic priest is saying it. We hear stories about Columbus' crew afraid to sail off the edge of the earth as they're traveling in the Atlantic. And, Infinity commercial from not too long ago starts with, if no one ever challenged the status quo, the world would still be flat. We see this everywhere, all over the place. 3 references so far to flat Earth, and we will cover the myth in the class, and you'll all be surprised. 2 references last week to the Dark Ages. One student said, Europe was still in the Dark Ages while the Chinese had typewriters, right? This was over the question of whether humans came from one family. Surely the Chinese would have figured this out because they were so much more advanced. Why did the Christians believe that all humans came from one family? Well, it's based on Scripture, right? And so this was some of the discussion we were having. Lots of Dark Ages reference, lots of flat Earth references, and you can forgive a car commercial. You could forgive someone's play, but can you forgive an elementary school 5th grade textbook for saying things like this? The European sailor of 1,000 years ago believed that a ship could sail out to sea just so far before it fell off the edge of the sea. And we could go into college, and this is from 2004. Right? This isn't even the 1990s or 1980s. This is quite recent. Geography basics. With the collapse of the Roman Empire in the 5th century CE, Europe descended into what is commonly known as the Dark Ages. During this time, which lasted until the 15th century, geographic knowledge of the ancient world was either lost or challenged as being counter to Christian teachings. Right? So here we have a college text that's saying the church is going against classical geographic teachings. Part of that, he says, is the flat earth. For example, early Greeks had theorized that the earth was a sphere, but this was rejected during the Middle Ages. Scholars of the Middle Ages believed that the world was said to be a flat disk, with the holy city of Jerusalem at its center. The knowledge and ideas of the ancient world might have been lost if they had not been preserved by Muslim scholars and was sheltered in libraries and universities. Muslim libraries and universities, right? So here we have the myth. Church anti-spherical earth. Muslims pro-spherical earth. Right? Thank goodness someone saved knowledge outside the ignorant European Middle Ages, known as the Dark Ages. Is there any truth to this? Absolutely none. Professional historians who actually look at this period say there's not any record of anyone, not one single person anywhere, that believed that the world was flat in the Middle Ages. In fact, everyone that we know of, everyone we have a written record of, and even beyond a written record, we could say in a second, believed the earth was a sphere. This knowledge is from the ancient Greeks, and there were 2 different estimates of how wide the circumference of the earth was. One was 23,000 miles, and the other one was 16,500 miles. Columbus thought the world was smaller than it was. The upper estimate, the 23,000 miles, is closer to the actual estimate. So Columbus was actually wrong. If there's anything Columbus proved, is that he was wrong about the earth being so small. The experts of the church argued, right, these are church geographers who argued that the upper figure was the correct figure. And so you can say, well, what did Columbus prove? It wasn't that the world was round, but that the church geographers were correct. Right? It's not as interesting a story, perhaps, as the one we're told. But there's a globe from 1491. It's a very ironic year. Right? In 1492, Columbus proved the world was a sphere, but we already had globes in 1491. Right? No Americans on the globe, which makes it fascinating. But we can look at some other evidence. We can look at early church fathers. These are fun because these are the doctors of the church. And they all believed the world was a sphere. You can read their writings. Thomas Aquinas, Clement, Origen, Ambrose, Augustine St. Augustine, right, argues for the earth as a sphere. Doctor of the Church. Jeffrey Burton Russell, in this book, Inventing the Flat Earth, says no educated person in the history of Western civilization from the 3rd century BC onward believed the world was flat. Right? So this is well before the Middle Ages. All educated people, says Edward Grant, were well aware the earth was a sphere. Monastic schools gave arguments for the sphericity of the earth. So anyone who had any association with a monastery in the Middle Ages knew the world was a sphere. Anyone who went to church in the Middle Ages knew the world was a sphere, right? So maybe there's some unchurched farmer out in the country who'd never heard of Christianity and thought the world was flat, and we have no evidence for any writing from them, but that's the only type of person who would not believe the world was a sphere. In fact, says historian of science David Lindbergh, it was such a fundamental aspect of Christian doctrine that the world was a sphere at this time, that even if there was empirical evidence to show the world was flat, no Christian would have believed it. So again, this turns it completely on its head. He said this is so essential, such a central feature of Christian dogma that the world was a sphere. Even if Columbus found the edge of the earth, no one would have believed him that the world was flat. Right? And we say, okay, well, so there is no idea in the Middle Ages that the earth was flat. Where does it come from? The two folks we talked about last week, Draper and White, invented this idea in their books. Gets into this Encyclopedia Britannica for pretty much 100 years. Right? So if you ever read this Encyclopedia Britannica, they continue this at least till 1985. Maybe beyond that, I know at least as far as 1985. But we can say categorically that a flat earth was at no time ever an element of Christian doctrine, and that no one was ever pressurized or persecuted for believing it or pressured into believing it. But even today, we find books like this, Umberto Eco's Serfdom. From the back cover, it says, Eco's book shows how believers in the flat earth helped Columbus accidentally discover America. What's ironic about that is the book itself tries to debunk the myth. Right, so here's a case where the editor didn't read the book or get the point. So the back blurb says, believers in the flat earth helped Columbus accidentally discover America. Eco's point, a big point he wants to make in the book, is that this was a myth, that there was no one in the flat earth. Right, so even in a text that tries to undo the myth, the editor still wants to perpetuate the myth. That's how strong it is. So when you think about the Dark Ages, we can think about some of the examples, and I want us to think about how do we apply this to our lives, right? There's a lot of information here. The point of the information is to help us think about our practical context. First of all, think about if you've ever heard this myth of the Dark Ages to belittle or make fun of the Christian faith, right? I heard 2 references this week in my classroom by non-Christians. Actually, one of them was by someone who used to be a Christian, and the other one by a non-Christian. So 2 references this week in my classroom. It's not even what we were talking about. But maybe you've heard something recently, or you remember something. Think about how this acts as a stumbling block to the Christian faith. Think about how this sort of idea out there, that the main period of Christian influence was the Dark Ages. How does this act as a stumbling block to faith? Right? Think about that for a bit, whether inside or outside the church. And do you think Christians have a duty to set the record straight? So think about why or why not for this last question. You think you have some sort of obligation when we hear some sort of comment to tell the truth? Say, well, no, the Dark Ages never existed. Christianity wasn't like that in the Middle Ages. We'll talk about more of this. We'll have all time where next week we'll talk about the Inquisition. Welcome to Berkeley Covenant Church. Welcome to a course called Lies My Culture Told Me about the Christian faith. And today we're talking about the Inquisition, which is a fun topic. And then we're going to talk about Galileo and the Inquisition. And we'll learn that pretty much everything you've ever heard about the Inquisition is most likely false, unless you read some recent historical scholarship on the Inquisition by folks who've studied Inquisition records. Then you've probably heard a lot of myth, and so I'm going to address the myth and talk a bit about the truth. I want to start with picking up from last week. Some of the stuff we talked about last week was the Dark Ages. And I'm always curious when we talk about something, so I typically do research. When there's a comment or question, I think I honestly don't know the answer. So I got a hold of a book on life expectancy throughout history. And if you want to see their method and results, there's the book. The author's name is H.Q. Lancaster. But goes through life expectancy, and what I found was interesting. Life expectancy in the Roman era, this is life expectancy after birth. So it's including infant mortality, 20 years. So if you're born, your average life expectancy is 20 years, but if you make it after 10, you live to 47 years, thereabouts. So that's the Roman Empire. Medieval England goes up, interestingly, significantly. 1100 life expectancy is 30. After 10, it's 64. Stays the same through 1300. Goes down because of the bubonic plague. So we have 45 years after 10. But then it goes up to 69 years after 10. And all this is on Wikipedia, interestingly enough, from the same source. But then when you get to the French Enlightenment, they didn't say the life expectancy after 10 in the Wikipedia article. So that's why I had to get a hold of the original resource and say, that's odd. They don't tell me. They only say after birth, 27.5. But interestingly, it goes way down after the Middle Ages and you get to the Enlightenment. So, think about life expectancy. This might be surprising that life expectancy in the end of the Dark Ages was, if you made it to 10, there's a good chance you'll make it to 71. And then when you get into the Enlightenment, it goes down. Right? So we can talk about reasons. This author talks about why. But these facts in themselves tell us something interesting about the Dark Ages and myths about the Dark Ages. And that's what we talked about last time. The class is recorded, and we're going to get it up online. If you missed it, it'll be there. We talked a little bit about life expectancy. But today we're talking about the Inquisition and Galileo in particular. So we hear lots of things about the Inquisition. Many terrible tales of the Inquisition, which we're going to talk about some terrible tales of the Inquisition, and then move on to the question, are any of these tales true? So we can start with David Mills. He's one of our favorites in this class, because he wrote the best-selling atheistic book for the thinking atheist before Richard Dawkins' God Delusion, and a book called Atheist Universe. And it's the thinking person's answer to Christian fundamentalism. Has a foreword by Richard Dawkins called An Admirable Work. Foreword by Dorian Sagan, Carl Sagan's son. Admirable work by Richard Dawkins. And he says, Christianity is certainly responsible for the atrocities of the Inquisition. The context is it's debatable whether or not we can blame atheists for things like Stalin's purge or the people that Mao Zedong overlooked the murder of. But he says that's debatable, whether atheism had anything to do with that. But we can certainly blame Christians for the atrocities of the Inquisition. For 1,500 years, the Christian church systematically operated torture chambers throughout Europe. Torture was the rule, not the exception. Each year, I'm assuming that's each year, in 1,500 years, the Christian church in Europe tortured to death tens of thousands of people. So let's conservative estimate, if it's tens of thousands, let's say 20,000 people, 1,500 years, that gives us 30 million people that the Christian church tortured to death over this period. Right, big number. Right, certainly worse than Stalin. So we say, okay, well, that's the Inquisition. This bloody history of Christianity, he says, would lead any objective person, the objective atheist, to conclude that the Christian religion has been a moral abomination to mankind. The Inquisition, the witch burnings, the torture of infidels were all carried out in the name of the Christian God. So this is a pretty heavy accusation. And he's not alone. We could go to Carl Sagan, the former host of the show Cosmos, well-known atheist, well-known physicist. who says the Inquisition was condemning people to death until the end of the 18th century, even into the 1700s. And inquisitorial torture was not abolished in the Catholic Church until 1816. There were strong erotic and misogynistic elements, as might be expected, in a sexually repressed, male-dominated society from which the inquisitors were drawn. And he says they were celibate males, after all. What do you expect? No one knows how many were killed altogether, perhaps hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions. And from this sort of idea, you get movies of the Inquisition. This is one called The Pit and the Pendulum, with a bunch of somewhat perverted guys torturing women throughout the movie. And it's pretty expected for the Inquisition. We could turn to a different genre. We could turn to gender studies. And this book by Elizabeth Gould Davis is required reading in gender studies syllabi in New York University, UC Davis, and Wesleyan University. And some of you know why I chose those particular universities, because we have youth at some of them, former youth, and many of us have gone to other ones, not at Calvin College, Steve. So, or Scott. So, yay, Calvin. I went to Calvin, so shout out to Calvin. But Elizabeth Gould Davis says, among other things, when in the Middle Ages the church became too threatened by the power of women and women's healing skills, in other words, witches, it forcefully sought to end their existence, meaning the existence of women. The Inquisition burned 9 million women to death. The Inquisition that burned 9 million women to death was the church's final solution to powerful women. Notice the Nazi reference in there. Right? So lots of leveling of the church here. We find secular historians, atheistic historians saying things like this: we must rank the Inquisition as among the darkest blots on the record of mankind, revealing a ferocity unknown in any beast. But not only secular folks talk about the Inquisition, we also find popular Christian radio shows with millions of viewers or millions of listeners, like Noise of Thunder Radio, which says there's several million people that listen to it. It says things like 68 million were murdered by the Catholic Church and Inquisition, mostly women. Large numbers, 30 million, 68 million, Sagan says millions. 68 million, what would that look like? If you look at the population of Europe, the top graph is the total population of Europe. We have 72 million people at the height, the entire population of Europe in 1340. That means the Inquisition killed more people than the Black Plague, right? More people than pretty much almost the entire population of Europe at its peak in the Middle Ages, right? That's a lot of people that you're torturing to death. Right. But is there any truth to this? We can ask, what's the truth? Are any of these tales true? Where do these people get these numbers? Where do these people get these stories? The essence of the answer is they're all false. All these things are complete rubbish, and the numbers are from nowhere. The stories have a specific location we'll talk about. But what is the truth, we might say? Rodney Stark, writing as a Baylor professor, university professor, in a lot of interesting areas. He's a sociologist of religion and historian of religion. And in his book, Bearing False Witness, he says, astonishing as it may seem, the new historians, these are recent modern historians of the Inquisition, have revealed that in contrast with the secular courts all across Europe, the Spanish Inquisition was a consistent force for justice, restraint, due process, and enlightenment. Now that sounds odd. We're talking about the Inquisition after all, aren't we? Well, where does the myth come from? Stark says the standard account of the Inquisition is mostly a pack of lies, invented and spread by English and Dutch propagandists in the 16th century during their wars with Spain, so Protestants is beginning, and repeated ever after by the malicious or misled historians eager to sustain an image of Spain as a nation of fanatical bigots. James Hannum says the popular image of dank inquisitorial dungeons equipped with a variety of imaginative means of torment is a later myth popularized after the Reformation by the Protestant writers and elaborated by 19th century Victorians. greatly embellished, and they even created evidence, which we'll talk about. And you've probably seen some of this evidence in museums. If you've ever seen a torture museum, you'll see what I'm talking about in a minute. But so with Protestants, we have etchings like this, the Pope, right? This is the Pope, according to the Protestants. Not a very friendly-looking person. I like the shoes, though. Nasty, right? We have etchings of inquisitorial dungeons. We have publications. In the 19th century, we'll return to John William Draper, who was our key person introducing the myth that science and religion have always been at war. Draper and White we talked about in the first class. He says science has never subjected anyone to mental torment, physical torture, least of all death, for the purpose of upholding or promoting her ideas. She presents herself unstained by cruelties and crimes, but in the Vatican we have only to recall the Inquisition. Right? So everyone knows the Inquisition. The hands that are now raised in appeals to the most merciful are crimson. They have been steeped in blood. Other 19th century writers, perhaps you've heard of Edgar Allan Poe. Right? So he was a promoter of this idea of the Inquisition. If you've ever read or seen movies of his book, The Pit and the Pendulum, you get the full depravity of monkish tortures and how nasty the Inquisition is. And others, secular historian John Dowling, writing at this time, very popular work. You can read it. It says, the history of Romanism from the earliest corruptions of Christianity to the present. Right, a nice, even-handed, unbiased book from the title, I'm sure. Right? Of all the inventions of popish cruelty, the Holy Inquisition is the masterpiece. It was impossible for even Satan himself to conceive of a more horrible contrivance of torture and blood. So the Church, the Catholic Church, helped us Satan with its cruelty and horribleness. So you find etchings like this, nasty torture cells of the Inquisition, people being, on wheels, put someone on a wheel and torture them, burn their feet. And we have things like this that start to appear all over the place. And perhaps you've seen some of these. The Iron Maiden, this is in a museum, and I think Munich, I think is this where this one is. And the description in the museum says, Iron Maiden, torture device used during the Catholic Church's genocide of witches. Right, so it's interesting how this is sold. Or the pear of anguish. Has anyone ever heard of a pear of anguish? Okay, interesting. I'll have to ask you the context later. The pear of anguish, an extremely painful device used to punish women accused of inducing a miscarriage and used to punish homosexuals. That's the description on that one. And there you see some pears of anguish. You find in Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum an Inquisition torture mask with holes in the ears to boil oil through the ear funnels. Right? That's got to be uncomfortable. Ripley's Believe It or Not. Do you believe it? Well, you really shouldn't. Because none of these ever existed in the Middle Ages. There's no mentions of them. There's nothing like this in the Middle Ages. Nothing like this used in the Inquisition. Inquisition rule said if torture was used, it can't do any permanent damage. It can't shed any blood. Right? So you say, okay, well, unless they're extremely hypocritical, they kept very, very, very detailed records of all their cases, which historians are laboring to go through, and we're going to talk about historians who looked at those records, and they were private records, they weren't public records, so there's really no reason for them to not tell the truth in them. So they seem to be unbiased records, but what's interesting is these sorts of things start to pop up in the Victorian age, the 1800s. Someone has a pair of anguish, and everyone needs a pair of anguish, so people start creating them, right? Someone has an Iron Maiden, and everyone needs an Iron Maiden. The same thing with the chastity belt, 1900s, same context, right? Chastity belts never existed in the Middle Ages, pairs of anguish never did. Masks to torture people, torture masks never existed. You see them all over the place. None of these are from the Middle Ages. These are from the Victorian age. Why? Interesting question. There are some really depraved minds, some really depraved secular minds behind these torture devices, right? And these are really depraved non-Christians who are coming up with these things, projecting it back in the past. You can read whole books on this. There's a whole book on the pear of anguish by a guy named Chris Bishop. right? Spent his scholarly career trying to find the truth behind these things, where they came from. He's written a bunch on this, but interesting stuff. So you can say, what about torture and the Inquisition? Historians who've looked at this, Helen Rawlings says torture was rarely used. One, because inquisitors themselves were skeptical that whether or not it worked. Does torture convict people of their sins? Does it reconcile them to the church? Inquisitors said no. The point of the Inquisition was to bring reconciliation, to bring repentance for your sins so you can be reconciled to the church. That was their goal. And they think torture was the best way to do this. So it was rarely used. Thomas Madden estimates that inquisitors resorted to torture in less than 2% of the cases that came before them. And we say, okay, well, torture is still torture. What are we talking about here? The most common means of torture in the Inquisition is the pillory, right? You put people in the pillory for a couple hours in a public square. This encourages them to repent and be reconciled to their neighbors and to the church. Intended to humiliate and expose the wrongdoer. One case we can read about is a case of English bakers who committed fraud. There was sort of a ring of fraudulent bakers who were putting sawdust in their bread. They're found out, people were being nourished, the Inquisition gets involved, says this is wrong. They're insisting that they were fine, right? They end up in the pillory for several hours with their fake bread burning underneath their noses. So everyone looks at them and says, yeah, that's what you get for defrauding the poor, essentially, in this case. You can judge the nature of this torture, whether it's just or not, but these are pretty typical cases. Women were given a stool to sit on. There's a women's pillory. Whether you see that as sexist or not, right? Why can't women stand on their own feet? Why do they need a stool? Right? Inquisition sexist for giving women stools. I don't know. That might be your position. I don't want to get into that. But the point is, statements like this: each year the Christian church tortured tens of thousands of people to death in the Inquisition. Technically, the Inquisition never killed anyone. They weren't allowed to execute anyone. They could recommend execution with people that were very unrepentant sinners, typically after multiple times when people refuse to repent, refuse to be reconciled. This is, 4 strikes. There are some cases, but other cases, we'll see when they decide to execute people or recommend people for execution. If someone incites a mob to kill a bunch of other people, well, the Inquisition thought that was appropriate for execution. So they'd recommend to the secular state execution. Lots of interesting stuff here, but we can say how many recommendations for execution. 2 historians who have started looking at this, looking through about 50,000 very detailed records of different cases over several hundred years that the Inquisition files from all 21 branches of the Inquisition during its peak activities. Tabulated and analyzed caseloads of this documentation, and the numbers, when they look at them, they looked at the fully recorded period, 44,674 cases. They analyzed the full records, right? Catholic Church says, yeah, sure, take a look at the records. They're just sitting in these boxes. No one ever looks at them, right? Some historians interested. It's tedious work doing history, translating the original languages. You have to be prepared to do the work, and you have to spend a lot of time doing it. But then you publish interesting books, and they found of all these cases, only 826 people were executed, which amounts to 1.8% of those brought to trial. This means only about 10 deaths per year, 10 recommendations for execution per year for the period they looked at. And so we could say, okay, well, we could have some perspective. The English government in 1 century, in the modern age, this is after the Middle Ages, executed 750 people via hanging, mostly for minor thefts. This isn't treason or things like that. People were hanged, drawn, and quarters. So 750 people for mainly minor things was the secular government. The U.S. in our 250 years, that's 100 years less than the Inquisition, has managed to execute 15,760 people, right? Many of those, questionable after the fact. So we can say, okay, well, we're certainly not an exemplar, but let's turn to the Enlightenment, so that since they're the ones who gave us the Dark Ages after all, how many people did the Enlightenment execute? Well, let's just look at 3 years of the Enlightenment. The reign of terror, 20,000 to 40,000 people, including prominent scientists. Ironically, the church never killed any prominent scientists, but the Enlightenment did. Right? The founding father of chemistry killed by the Enlightenment. Right? Lavoisier, decapitated. So, we can say, okay, well, if we're talking about terrible institutions, 826, well, there's a lot of complexity in those 826, and I don't want to glorify the Inquisition either. I want to debunk this myth and not go in the other direction and say that the Inquisition was a perfect institution. I wouldn't make that claim, but it's interesting. We'll look at some cases in a moment. Hannum, with his British irony, says the free-thinking Jacobins of the French Revolution, inspired by the ideals of the Enlightenment, managed to kill many more people in 3 years of terror than the Inquisition had managed in the same number of centuries. Right? The irony of these stories is often these myths are quite different than we'd expect. So we can say, okay, well, what was the true Inquisition? Historical research shows us a very different image than a sadistic Catholic tribunal. This historian here, who is a modern historian of the Inquisition, says, instead we discover an image of one of the fairest and most level-headed tribunals in Europe. In fact, Inquisition trials were fairer and more lenient than their secular counterparts, not only in Spain, but also across Europe. We have records of people blaspheming or doing other religious crimes so they can be transferred from secular prisons to Inquisition jails, right? Because the Inquisition had a reputation of being nice, humane, tolerant, and lenient, so people would blaspheme God, so they could go to the Inquisition away from secular jails. Stark says, it is widely agreed that prisons operated by the Inquisition were far more the most comfortable and humane in Europe, and that's the scholarly consensus from what we know. Henry Cayman's data derived from the Inquisition archives show us a tribunal that was fair, level-headed, restrained, reluctant to resort to execution, and even more reluctant to resort to torture. In most places, the Inquisition would not even consider cases where women were accused of witchcraft. Right? So women in particular got a special grace from the Inquisition. People accused of witchcraft were generally not considered, and in fact, people who incited mob violence in Inquisition were recommended for execution. So we have records of people being hanged for starting mob violence against witches. Often these are neighbors who are jealous, or neighbors who have an issue with someone, and something breaks out. Inquisitors investigate. They say this is completely bogus. You need to be punished for this, and so on. Because there's a theological component, the Inquisition will get involved. Right? They did not like going into the question of witches. There's my image. Right, so things like this, there never was a torture wheel in the Inquisition. That's another completely made-up Victorian torture device. Actually, the torture devices, pretty much every torture device you ever see about the Inquisition, especially if it's something more than there was one type of torture called the cloth that was used in serious cases, and that was a cloth over the mouth. It was this type of water torture, right? And that had been invented well before the Inquisition. They didn't invent any new tortures, actually. Some things that the Romans used, like the cloth and the rack. Those are the two big things that were used. Medieval secular authorities would use those a lot more than the Inquisition. Very rare for the Inquisition to go beyond the pillory. But the point here is it was the Inquisition, Stark says, that prevented the murderous witchcraft craze, which flourished in most of Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries, from spreading to Spain and Italy. Instead of burning witches, the Inquisitors sent a few people to be hanged because they had burned witches. Right? So the myth is quite the opposite. Not only did the Spanish Inquisition spill very little blood, but it was mainly a major force in support of moderation and justice. So that's the Inquisition. And Stark continues, the Inquisitors were far more concerned with repentance than punishment, and therefore the auto de fe, the act of faith, consisted of a public appearance by persons convicted of various sins who offered public confessions of their guilt and were thereby reconciled to the church. Frequently, the only penalty given was some sort of penance, fasting, and what we would call community service. In extreme cases, something like the pillory, when you defrauded someone, but it's not really that interesting. What's interesting is the records of the Inquisition are not that exciting, right? It's pretty level-headed stuff, and a lot of detail, and we'll not be going into more detail than that, but we can talk about one famous case of the Inquisition, which is Galileo versus the Inquisition. As we hear of it, Galileo is often seen as the smoking gun, the evidence behind the conflict between science and religion. And the popular story is that he was persecuted by the church for holding scientific views, that he was, sometimes you read he was tortured by the Inquisition, sometimes you read he was even tortured to death by the Inquisition, and sometimes you read he was thrown in a dungeon for the rest of his life, depending on which account you're reading, whether they come from the Victorian age. In the Victorian age, you find more accounts. Today, people who talk about Galileo, there's more of a standard account of Galileo that atheists will talk about. Like A.D. White talks about being tortured and humiliated for his science, and this is passed on to David Mills again, who says he was tortured nearly to death for discovering the moons of Jupiter, and that's very specific, right? So we'll talk about what happens when he discovers the moons of Jupiter, and you can judge for yourself whether it's torture. But, so what happened in the Galileo case? Well, he wasn't tortured. He wasn't burned at the stake. He wasn't persecuted. He wasn't thrown in a dungeon, never spent a single day in prison. Wasn't excommunicated even. And I'd say this wasn't even a case of science versus religion. Right, to add insult to injury, perhaps David Mills. You don't even have science versus religion. And we'll see why in a moment. So what really happened? Well, I want to start a few hundred years before Galileo and talk about some folks who are arguing about whether the earth moves. John Buridan, who's a master at the University of Paris, is arguing for the possible motion of the earth. He's saying, does the earth move or not? We have different cosmologies. You have the cosmology from the 400s of Marcianus Capella, which monastic schools we mentioned in the previous class taught from the 600s at least on. So you have different cosmologies, different questions. Does the earth move? We can't prove it. How can you possibly prove that the earth moves? You can't even prove that a ship is moving if you're out in open sea, he says. Because if you have two boats, you wake up, you see a boat moving towards you. Are you standing still, or is that boat standing still? There's no wind. There's no current. How can you tell? Okay, shoot an arrow up there. There's an experiment. What does that do? Well, they know from Basil of Caesarea in the 300s, who also gave us the Trinity, that there's something called the conservation of angular momentum. When you shoot something, it's inertia. Right? Basil knew about inertia. He was one of the first people to define it. John Philoponus, another early Christian scientist, talked about inertia. This gets passed on to Buridan and other folks who talk about Philoponus, and they say, we know inertia is real. Aristotle is wrong about inertia. You shoot up an arrow, it's not going to tell you whether the boat's moving. You can't tell. We don't know if the earth is moving. Discussion continues. Nicola Rismi, bishop, also says could be moving, maybe not. How can we tell? Can't demonstrate it physically. Cusa actually thinks it does move. Publishes that in the most popular book of his age. And no one has an issue with it. Right? No one's upset. No reason to think these folks are unorthodox because they're talking about the moon and the earth. No religious controversy. Extraordinarily boring. No Inquisition. The Inquisition could care less. They're trying to stop people from mob violence, right? They don't care. The question here is, well, how does this become a controversy? What makes it a controversy? Who makes it a controversy? Maybe the culprit is Copernicus. David Mills talks about Copernicus being persecuted and tortured. So do others. Dan Brown says he was executed by the church, right? So, okay, something must happen with Copernicus. He published a book, said the Earth is not the center of the solar system. Okay, prove it. Why is the sun the center? And he says, okay, well, the calculations are better. Gives us an interesting thing. Still has a spherical understanding of orbits, not elliptical orbits, which Kepler gives us. Still thinks there's crystalline spheres out there, right? Not throwing out Aristotle completely, but he gives us a new cosmology. Doesn't want to publish it because there's a lot of scientific criticism of of these views. Who encourages him to finally publish? We find lots of religious officials, including popes, asking him to publish. Leo X was really interested in Copernican astronomy, invited him to help reform the solar calendar. Copernicus says, "No thanks, Leo. Thanks for the offer, but I'm too busy. We don't even know enough about the solar year to reform the calendar, so thanks, but no thanks." Clement VII invites him to the Vatican to lecture on his theory, and Copernicus says, "I'm too busy, Pope. Lots of work to do. I'm going to send my assistant, Johann Widmanstadt," and Widmanstadt lectures on Copernican theory in the Vatican Gardens. We read the first-hand accounts. The Pope is delighted at this. Wait, the Pope didn't kill him? Right? When he does publish, he dedicates to Paul III, who enjoyed the work, and nothing happens. Again, it's very boring. But you might say, well, these are popes. You can't trust a pope. But we have letters like this. Cardinal Nicholas von Schoenberg, "With the utmost earnestness, I entreat you, most learned sir." Is this like a groupie or something? Right? Listen to this language. "I entreat you, unless I inconvenience you." This is the cardinal, right? Writing to an astronomer to communicate this discovery of yours to scholars. Lots of encouragements. We have several letters like this, people encouraging Copernicus to publish, and they're all Catholic religious officials, right? Copernicus, says historians of science, David Lindbergh, round numbers, if he had any genuine fear of publication, it was not the clergy that was worrying him. The clergy were very supportive. It was fellow scientists who had different views of the cosmos than Copernicus. Right, so here you have an interesting instance of the church encouraging scientific publication, which after the fact we know to be correct, or at least somewhat correct. Not spherical orbits, but we can forgive Copernicus of that. And Copernicus knew there were scientific objections. So this is the same thing that happens today. You have a wonderful paper on quantum physics you want to publish, and your church community is very supportive. "Jonathan, publish that paper, Jonathan. Berkeley Covenant wants you to," right? We need more data. We need more data. I don't know, my church, thank you, church. And you're not the peer-reviewed community that is going to skewer me if the data is not there, right? Not very different. We have competing theories. I'll talk about a different theory for the universe, for the cosmos in a moment. In the meantime, though, we also have this guy, Martin Luther, causing an interesting discussion on who has the right to interpret Scripture. This is part of the issue. Galileo wants to interpret the Bible, and the Catholics get very sensitive about who interprets Scripture at this time because of the Protestant Reformation. The Council of Trent says Scripture, we have specialized people to interpret Scripture. Astronomers do astronomy. Scripture people do Scripture. Galileo, you're an astronomer, please do your astronomy, don't talk about the Bible. We also have Tycho Brahe's system, which is the exact equivalent in terms of the mathematics to Copernicus' system. And Tycho Brahe's system, which emerges before Galileo, has the Earth at the center of the solar system, but the sun goes around the Earth, and everything else goes around the sun. And it's equivalent to Copernicus' theory, which says that the sun is at the center, right? So how do you judge between Tycho Brahe and Copernicus? Well, the only way you can judge is if you can prove the Earth is moving. And by the time of Galileo, right, he begins his investigations after Brahe's system takes the world by storm. By 1600, this is before Galileo himself is a Copernican. Galileo doesn't start as a Copernican. He doesn't start promoting it till after this point. But at 1600, Johannes Kepler writes and says there's practically no one today who would doubt what is common to the Copernican and the Tychonic hypotheses, namely that the sun is the center of the motion of 5 planets. So there's no one who accepts Aristotle's system or Ptolemy's system, which were the ancient systems. So it's really a debate between Ptolemy and Copernicus at this point. It's between Copernicus and Tycho Brahe, and they're mathematically, physically equivalent, right? So how do you decide who wins? When you have two theories that perfectly explain the data in the same way, who wins the argument? Well, you need to show that the Earth is moving. So Galileo becomes a Copernican. He wants to show this. Part of the reason he becomes a Copernican is because he discovers Jupiter's moons and the phases of Venus, which shows that definitely Ptolemy's wrong, but no one's arguing over this. Most people are already there. But he thinks Copernicus, he likes Copernicus' theory more than Brahe's theory. And when he discovers the moons of Jupiter, is he tortured nearly to death? The answer is no. Actually, what happens is he receives a hero's welcome, and the Jesuits allow him openly for his wonderful discoveries. They throw a feast in his honor. The Jesuits, fellow Jesuits, astronomers, they're also, many of them are also Copernicans. Some of them believe in Brahe's system. And no persecution. They give a feast in his honor. He gets a medal. And some Dominicans start to cross paths with Galileo over his interpreting scripture and saying certain things. And so he insults someone publicly, a Dominican friar by the name of Lorini. Lorini files a complaint with the Inquisition. The Inquisition ignores it, tells Lorini to go home, get over himself. They never even tell Galileo the complaint was filed against him. So Galileo doesn't even know this. And what happens then is Galileo starts to argue that the Copernican theory is scientifically fact and proven, and other scientists start to complain. And the powers that be, Bellarmine, who's also a scientist, interested in interesting philosophical questions of science, starts to see tension between people because Galileo is saying that the Earth moves is a fact. People who support Tycho Brahe's theory are saying Galileo's overstepping the bounds of evidence. He doesn't have evidence to show us it's a fact. And he's saying he's proven this, but he hasn't proven this. All he's shown us is that Venus has phases and Jupiter has moons, but that's completely consistent with Tycho Brahe's system. So Bellarmine is trying to calm people down, says, okay, Galileo, do not say the Earth's motion is a scientific fact until you have proof that everyone accepts. And Galileo says, okay, I'll find proof. And he says, and then at this point, the theologians need to reinterpret Scripture, leave it to the theologians. Don't talk about Scripture. Give us the facts, then let the theologians interpret Scripture, and don't tell these other astronomers they're wrong until you have facts to support your case. Galileo says, good, okay, great. So he goes off and is trying to find a sound proof for the Earth's movement. And meanwhile, this man, Matteo Barberini, becomes Pope Urban VIII. And this is one of Galileo's wildest dreams come true. The reason why is because Barberini had been an active supporter of Galileo from the beginning, from 1611. This guy loved Galileo. He himself thought Copernican theory was a viable hypothesis, so he's very sympathetic to Copernicus' theory. And so here you have someone who's almost a Copernican, thinks it's a viable hypothesis. He supports Galileo, and he even wrote a poem in Galileo's honor, right? So he's a big fan, right? You may say the president of the Galileo fan club, in fact. He's so supportive of Galileo. So Galileo says, okay, now is my moment. Now I'm going to seize the opportunity. My biggest fan is now the Pope. So he goes to Rome to talk to the Pope, and he feels he can do no wrong, and in some ways, it's not a bad estimate in this situation, because Urban receives him very warmly, throws feasts in his honor, gives him gifts, showers him with praise, public reception. Galileo's a celebrity even more than he was. So Galileo says, okay, I think I have a proof to prove that the Earth moves, and it's an argument from the tides. Right? And the argument is this. If you think about the Earth rotating and revolving, so it's rotating on its axis, it's revolving around the sun, and we have these crazy things called ocean tides. So the water comes up and the water goes down. What causes them? Well, we know water. If you have water in a big container and I run across the room, it sloshes to one side. If I run across the room again, it sloshes to another side. Movement causes water to slosh. The ocean is just a big container of water, and it's the movement of the Earth that causes the tides of the ocean. Thus, I've just proven the Earth moves. No! What do you mean? You're saying that's not a good argument? You think there could be other possible causes? Says the Pope. There's this really cool Protestant guy named Johannes Kepler who's writing that there's some sort of force that's like a magnet. So he's taking magnetic theory and saying there's some sort of like inverse proportional force or something like that that's exerted from the planets, and the moon has this force, and maybe it's like this force from the moon, says Kepler, that's causing the tides. So the Pope knows this. Says Galileo, there could be other causes. So you can write about Copernicanism and your theory of the Earth's motion, but please acknowledge, Kepler, please acknowledge that there's other causes out there that are possible. This is the Pope's friendly advice to Galileo, and he says, when you write this, don't say it's a hypothesis proven beyond all reasonable doubt, because there are other causes that are possible. He says, make sure you get that somewhere in your book. This is the Pope's request. He says, on this condition, you can write, but you have to say this. You're going to get in a lot of trouble if you don't, and it's not going to be intellectually honest. Right? So this is the Pope. What does Galileo do? He writes his dialogue, a dialogue of the two cheap world systems, which is the Pope's title. The Pope recommended that title because he thought it'd sell better. Galileo wanted to call On the Tides, and the Pope said, that's getting too much attention on your argument that I'm not convinced of. Why not just talk about the two cheap world systems to show that Ptolemy's old business, Copernicus, is better. That way you don't offend the Tychonic people. You're not starting an immediate argument. So the Pope is giving him friendly advice. And but Galileo, his intelligence is insulted. He's right, and he knows it. So what does he do? He says it's proven. It's a fact. Heliocentrism, proven fact. The Earth is moving, and his argument from the tides is correct. Where does he put the words of the Pope? In Simplicio. His mouth, simpleton, the laughing stock of the dialogue, the guy who's always passing gas and tripping over himself and saying stupid things. On the last page, on the last paragraph of the book, Simplicio has this wonderful insight, which the other two respond with, that is a truly marvelous and angelic doctrine. You can hear the sarcasm in that. Right? So last page of the book gets into scripture interpretation. What are you doing, Galileo? Getting lots of people angry. And doesn't mention that he had a previous legally binding agreement with the cardinal that said he wouldn't write about this stuff until he had facts that could be proven and accepted in the rest of the scientific community. Right. So what you forgot to mention when you talked to the Pope, that he had signed a legal certificate to this intent. So what happens? Pope gets a hold of his book, makes it through the Inquisition censors, by the way. The Inquisition has no problem with this book. They don't know of this conversation with the Pope. They don't see it as a personal insult to the Pope. They don't see any issue in the Inquisition. Rubber stamps it, off it goes, in the printing presses, it's published, everyone buys a copy, Pope gets a copy. These are my words in the idiot's mouth. Right? Pope isn't happy, he's hurt. He thinks his friend betrayed him. Right? Well, you could say his friend did betray him. The Pope won't protect him anymore. Okay, scientific rivals of Galileo, do your worst to him. And they want Galileo to be punished. So, complaints against the Inquisition. His enemies actually craft a document that said he wouldn't even talk about Copernicanism, but it's not signed. It's not signed by Bellarmine, it's not signed by Galileo. So scientific rivals create a false document, but Galileo has his own copy that is signed, shows it, and they say, okay, but you do have a signed document that says you're not going to teach heliocentrism as true, so you still broke that, says the Inquisition. Galileo says, I didn't even realize I was arguing. I mean, this is the records, right? I didn't even realize that's what I was doing in my dialogue, arguing Copernicanism is true. Now that I read it again, it looks like I did make sense. And what do? They buy it. They say, okay, all right. Don't let it happen again. The Inquisition lets it go. Okay? This is what happens in Galileo's interactions with the Inquisition. right? They don't care. There's okay, going to happen again. Galileo goes off his merry way. The Pope says, no. He's not getting off that easy. He humiliated me. I want to humiliate him a little bit, right? A little bit of vengeance, personal vengeance. Not the Pope's best moment, right? I'm not trying to defend the Pope for being petty. He's hurt. He wants revenge. Formal apology. Galileo has to get down on his knees, be humiliated a little bit. He humiliated me. I need to show I'm the Pope. I'm in power. People have just declared that the Pope is dead. They're trying to elect a new Pope, right? The Turks are at the door. He's losing control of the church and looking like an idiot in the press. So this is a tough moment. This is the worst year the Pope has ever had, and this is on top of it, right? So a little bit of sympathy for the Pope. Wants a formal apology. So that's what happens. Galileo apologizes. He's found guilty of breaking his legal agreement, and they're trying to think of an appropriate punishment for him, and we'll get to that in a moment. Galileo said he couldn't make it to Rome because he had such severe arthritis he couldn't leave his house. So he's not able to leave his house. That's what he told them. So as punishment, they said, okay, well, you're not able to leave your house, and stay at home. Publish at home. Right? That's what the sentence ends up being from Galileo's own declaration that he can't leave his house. But it looks good to the outside world. Galileo's confined to his villa and estates and only allowed to travel in the immediate vicinity to visit his donors. And he could publish still, but he's confined to his estates, right? Because he can't leave physically. But the world doesn't know that. So the Pope looks tough. Very interesting looking at the letters between Galileo and the Pope and others, and what hits the public press. Right? There's a spin going on here. The scientific issue in Galileo's day, there was not conclusive proof to be found for Copernicanism. The idea that the Earth moved was still an open question. Galileo's argument from the tides was wrong. Kepler was actually right. So it's interesting, as a historical fact, Galileo was wrong with his main evidence. Right? That's not something you hear a lot about Galileo. The fact that he was wrong, and the Pope was actually scientifically correct. Now, how's that for an irony, right? Other systems were out there at the time. Martianus Capella had a very ancient idea that allowed other planets to go around the sun. Tycho Brahe had a more modern idea of allowing the planets to go around the sun, with still the Earth being the center of the solar system. In 1632, this is a whole book making this case. When Galileo was brought for trial, an objective observer would not have been able to decide which was right, and that's exactly what happened. It was a scientifically open question. The church, the leaders said, keep it open. It's not settled. Galileo wanted to say it was settled. We could say, okay, well, what was going on here? We have different scientific arguments going on. We have Dominican scientists versus Jesuit scientists. Jesuits were the ones who verified Galileo's discoveries. They would say, yes, we have our own telescopes. We also found them. Actually, this led to priority disputes. So some Jesuits said they discovered things first, like the phases of Venus, and Galileo said, no, I discovered it first. And we had some bitter disputes there. But Dominicans were also scientists, and he insulted a lot of influential Dominicans. So there's personal stuff. There's also arguments over priority of discovery, like there are today. Right? I personally know a number of folks, I won't mention them. I know a guy at Cal who was sued by another scientist that I've worked with in conferences. I worked with both of them in various capacities and books and other things, but they don't talk to each other because one sued the other for stealing her work, but he was vindicated, right, in the court of law, and it's a very bitter relationship. And but the court said independent discovery. Right? So it still happens today, happened in the time of Galileo. So we can say, where was the real conflict? There was a conflict. But was it between science and religion? The answer is no. This is between science and science. You have scientists versus scientists. You have different standards of evidence and proof. The Pope wants more proof. Right? Galileo thinks he has enough proof. You have opposing personalities and rivalries. You have hurt feelings. And you have biblical interpretation overarching all this. Who should interpret the Bible? Who gets to interpret Scripture? Galileo was entering into the realm of scriptural interpretation,
but that's the realm of theologians, so that was also an issue. But what you don't have is something like Christianity versus science, or the church versus science. Right? Galileo was in the church. The church is paying for his scientific work. He was actually took holy orders. So Galileo was a monastic astronomer, right, who fully believed the Bible. So Galileo was a devout Roman Catholic. So you can say, okay, he had his personal issues, like the Pope had his personal issues, but he believed the Bible, at least if we accept what his writings say. In terms of historical evidence, we can't question that. So what was he tried for? He was tried for breaking a legally binding agreement, not to teach a hypothesis as a fact, not on trial for science, not on trial for any discoveries or anything like that. And even then, several of the cardinals knew this was really kind of silly, and that it was a show trial for the Pope's own pride, and they refused to sign the document. They wouldn't sign the conviction that sent him to his villa. His villa still stands today, and it's grounds, so you can see his villa. Looks like an interesting place to visit. But never incarcerated, never spent a day in prison. Was allowed to leave for Siena, later Florence, where he was confined to his spacious villa and estate, which he said he wasn't able to leave because his arthritis was so severe. Continued to publish his most important works after that fact. Right, so he published a whole new physics after that, and the church had no issues with him continuing to publish. Received dignitaries like John Milton and others. So we can say, okay, well that's Galileo and the Inquisition. So I will spend a few minutes thinking about some questions. First of all, we can think about torture, and torture in terms of the pillory, humiliation, this idea. The Inquisition's idea was that if you make people publicly accountable for their sins, and you humiliate them, and make them do community service, it's a good way to get consistently immoral people to change their ways and come back to the straight and narrow. Do you think that's a good approach to repentance? Maybe about why or why not? Maybe think about other things in that context. Galileo. Do you think the Pope was justified in asking Galileo for more scientific evidence before accepting his argument from the tides as a proven fact? Maybe if you can get beyond the fact that we do know Galileo was wrong now, but think about at the time, do you think the Pope was justified in asking for more evidence? And then lastly, in the scientific dispute during the Galileo affair, which side do you think relied more on faith and which side more on evidence? Was Galileo more on the side of faith or on the side of evidence? Right? Because we think about this war between science and religion, and we typically talk about, well, faith versus evidence, but who was really on what side in the case of Galileo? Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. Welcome to Berkeley Covenant Church. Welcome to Lies My Culture Told Me About the Christian Faith. This is a class where we're going through a number of myths about the Christian faith that will typically come up in conversations with folks. Typically when I teach in a given week in my USF classes, before we actually talk about some of these myths, my students will reference them, and things like the Dark Ages, things like the Inquisition, things like the church pursuing witch hunts, which we haven't talked about yet, but we did talk about the Inquisition and the Dark Ages, and looking at the roots, where these ideas come from. Are these myths? If so, why are they myths? And trying to get to the bottom of things through the very secret, esoteric world of historical scholarship, which I'm trying to initiate you into. Peer-reviewed stuff, not someone's blog. So that's what we're trying to do in this class. You will see the sources. If you want more sources, I will give you more sources. There's nothing secret at all about this knowledge, except for the fact that it's not publicized via History Channel or Discovery Channel documentaries, or documentaries on the Crusades by the Monty Python cast, which pertains to the historical. We'll talk about Terry Jones' Crusades today, and or movies like Kingdom of Heaven. So today we're talking about the Crusades, and we're going to talk about human dissection, a little bit of science, a little bit of history, and we can talk about how we usually get these ideas, how they come down to us through books. If you are an atheist, then the best-selling atheist book before Richard Dawkins, God Delusion, was this one here, Atheist Universe, which is David Mills, and if you could read the comic there, it's World History with the Pope, and he says, atheism has led to the greatest forms of cruelty and violations of justice, and you see a crusader with a Darwin fish, right? In the name of Darwin, we will spread rational inquiry by the sword, right? So this is a mock sort of comic, of course. Let's see. That's a little bit more clear. Right. Denounce creation theory and you'll die quickly in the Inquisition. We saw that the torture wheel is a complete fabrication. Never existed in the Inquisition. Inquisition actually, all the tortures that you've ever seen in a museum never happened in the Inquisition. We talked about that last week. These were made in the 19th century. Slavery in the name of atheism. So the point of this comic strip is that atheism has never done anything wrong. If you want to blame things like Maoist China on atheism, then he says, it says that's debatable, but historically, it's indisputable that more people have been slaughtered in the name of the Christian religion than for any reason connected to atheism. If atheism is hypothetically responsible for political repression in China, then Christianity is certainly responsible for the atrocities of the Inquisition, the Crusades, and witch burnings. And so the Crusades typically make that list. We talked about the Inquisition. That's recorded. If you want to see that class, it'll be on the Berkeley Covenant YouTube channel. We'll talk about witch burnings. We already talked a little bit about witch burnings. We'll talk about them more. And today we're going to talk about the Crusades. So what were the Crusades like? Perhaps you saw a movie a while ago, over 10 years ago now, hard to believe. The Kingdom of Heaven, where they keep screaming, God wills it, as they're slashing people. And the idea, description of the movie, is taken from an historian who describes what he sees as the main points. And the Crusades were unprovoked campaigns of intolerance preached by deranged churchmen and fought by religious zealots against a sophisticated and peaceful Muslim world. The blind violence of the Crusades gave birth to jihad as the Muslims fought to defend themselves and their world. That's a pretty typical view of the Crusades. And how many have ever heard something like that in relation to the Crusades? How many have never heard that idea of the Crusades? Okay. So, a couple of folks who were raised in this church. So they're not familiar with the myth, and that might be their context of Berkeley Covenant Church. But everyone who's an adult has heard of this myth, right? Or heard of this idea. We haven't called it a myth yet. Or perhaps you've seen Terry Jones from the Monty Python cast. Documentary on the Crusades, Terry Jones. Crusaders were barbarous warlords, brutes, and zealots who, without any provocation, attacked the highly sophisticated, religiously tolerant, scientifically advanced, and peaceful Islamic world. That's how he describes what he's talking about. The whole series begins with this question: what made the Crusaders into monsters? And the point is to show that these are monsters. These are barbarous monsters who just want to slaughter people. And Christian devotionals have sentences like this: the millions tortured and killed by the Crusaders cry out for justice. Right? A sort of penitential statement. We need to apologize. We need to make amends for what we as Christians have done by torturing millions to death. And we find this in popular songs. Gungor, this is a verse from his song, Let Bad Religion Die. Again, you see the themes of millions. A million lives for Jesus Christ. They spread the world with genocide. The Crusades were meant to save, but who's this God who hates and hates? Let bad religion die, let bad religion die, and relief to innocent blood. And Gungor's on the liturgists. Negative blood for liturgists. If you want really bad misinformation, awful history, awful philosophy of science, then I highly recommend a liturgist, because hearing it, that's what I get from it. Maybe I can talk about that more later in terms of myths, but you see the Crusade myth there. So is any of this true? What is true? Is this view of the Crusades true? Ronnie Stark, writing a book on the Crusades, talks about this. I'd say the top historian the top living historian of the Crusades, Jonathan Riley Smith, who's a Cambridge professor that specializes in the Crusades, has probably written over 100, at least 50 books and thousands of publications on the Crusades, says that this view, Riley Smith is the one who's talking about the kingdom of heaven in this book, and he's saying, movies like the kingdom of heaven, who portray the Crusades like this, the quote I just gave you on the previous slide, say the Crusades were like this. Is any of this true? He says, nothing could be further from the truth. Now that's an ambitious statement from a Cambridge historian. How does he back it up? Well, we'll see in a moment. But first we can ask, well, where does this view come from? And Ronnie Stark, who's a Baylor professor, who's done a lot of research on sociology, religion, history of religion. In this book, God's Battalion, says, well, where does it come from? You might not be surprised if you've been in this class before. Originates in the Enlightenment, who also coined the term, who also gave us the Dark Ages, also gave us the Inquisition, also gave us all these stories about the church being so evil, and elaborated in the 19th century. Right? So where do these ideas of the Crusades come from, including many stories about the Crusades? Well, the Enlightenment is where these really begin, and then the 19th century goes wild with stories about the Crusades. So, start with this one. Where's the notion that the Crusaders were Western imperialists who used religion as an excuse to seek land and loot? Well, we find this with an Enlightenment secular historian by the name of Edward Gibbon. Maybe you know Gibbon's name from the decline and fall, the rise and fall of the Roman Empire. And Gibbon talks about Crusaders as in pursuit of mines, of treasures, of gold, diamonds, palaces, marble, jasper, and odoriferous groves of cinnamon and frankincense. Right? The Crusaders were in it for loot. Others, John William Draper, we already met him as the one who gave us the idea that science and religion have always been at war, talks about the Crusades bringing vast sums of money to Rome, increasing papal power. He's also very introduces this idea of Islam as extremely peaceful, sophisticated, as the West very backward and crude and cruel and sadistic. And Voltaire gives us lots of ideas about the Crusades. He says it's an epidemic of fury which lasted for 200 years and which was always marked by every cruelty, every perfidy, every debauchery, and every folly which human nature is capable. And the funnest thing about Voltaire is he gives us a fun myth called the Children's Crusade. How many here have ever heard of the Children's Crusade? Toddlers going off to the Holy Land to be killed or enslaved. Right? Well, didn't happen. There's a historical kernel of what may have happened as a youth movement that petered out, never left Europe. But that kernel becomes an elaborate version of children going off with papal support, because if the innocence of children show up in the Holy Land, then Jerusalem will be Christians once again. Voltaire gives us the complete version of this myth. History is not there, right? So we can say, okay, well, what about other ideas? What about the idea of sophisticated Islam? That was a peaceful, tolerant, very pro-scientific civilization. This also develops at this time. We can look for historical kernels. Those are more complex. But the elaboration of this comes from primarily Sir Walter Scott. This book, again, Jonathan Riley Smith, Cambridge historian, says Sir Walter Scott is the one who gives us the grand promotion of this myth in his book, The Talisman. It says the Talisman had a profound influence on European and Middle Eastern opinion of the Crusades. Crusaders were portrayed as boorish, brutal, and childish, while Muslims, particularly Saladin, were tolerant and enlightened gentlemen, like gentlemen of the 19th century. Right? So the Muslims are 19th century gentlemen, so much that I think Kaiser Wilhelm, when he visited the Middle East, put a golden wreath on Saladin's tomb as a fellow man of culture and science. And this is a very powerful idea. Comes into the histories of Stephen Runciman, who Riley Smith says when he published his histories of the Crusades, they were actually in the 50s. They were actually outdated even before they were published, and his research, even at the time, wasn't adequate. But he wrote well, extremely entertaining, goes straight into a lot of our popular accounts of Crusades, but Riley Smith says it's awful history. Right? So very popular. This is the most popular history of the Crusades out there in the 50s. Awful history. So, what was the history? Well, first of all, these claims, says Stark, have been utterly refuted by contemporary historians of science. There's actually consensus on these issues we're going to talk about today. And what's interesting is these are not even debated issues in the Crusades among historians, but Crusades historians find themselves unable to counter myths out there. And we'll talk about some of them. The truth is that, Stark says, the Crusades were precipitated by Islamic provocations, by centuries of bloody attempts to colonize the West, and by sudden new attacks on Christian pilgrims and places. Had nothing to do with converting Muslims. That wasn't the point. Had nothing to do with surplus sons or even second sons. This was not something where guys were looking for something to do, so they'd go off in crusades. No evidence to back that view up. Not colonialism, no interest in colonialism. Lands were conquered, reconquered, taken from Byzantines like Nicaea, which was taken a few years before the First Crusade, given back to the indigenous Christians. That's what they did, not interested in staying there. Crusaders, as soon as they accomplished their vow, would go home. Right? And not about colonialism, not about financial gain. In fact, people bankrupted themselves to go on crusades. Makes no sense whatsoever from a financial or economic standpoint. And we find immense personal costs. So that question is, well, why would people do this? Why would a 50-year-old noble decide to go on a crusade and bankrupt himself to do so, or first sons go out and give up their inheritance to go on these crusades, knowing that they would probably die, never return, or that they wouldn't return with any resources? That's the question we want to answer. Thomas Madden, another well-known contemporary historian of Crusades, one of the top historians, says it is generally thought that Christians attacked Muslims without provocation to seize their lands and forcibly convert them. The Crusaders were Europe's lacklands and ne'er-do-wells who marched against the infidels out of blind zealotry and a desire for booty and land. Every word of this is wrong. Historians of the Crusades have long known it is wrong, but they find it extraordinarily difficult to be heard across a chasm of entrenched preconceptions. Right? So I'm trying to give you a number of historians of Crusades who are all the top of their field. So you see, I'm not relying on one source, trying to give you a sense of the consensus for the same issues. And we can turn to another fun book. If you want to read a nice book that talks about 7 myths of the Crusades, talks about this idea of an unprovoked attack against Western Christians on a peaceful Muslim world. That's one of the myths. I think that's the first myth that they talk about. They also talk about the Children's Crusade as a myth. But this book, the author says, the most pervasive of all is the grand myth that the Crusades were an assault on a peaceful, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and tolerant Eastern world by fanatical barbarians from the West. This myth is entirely false. So what's the truth, we might say? Well, the truth, if you can see these maps, they're not very large. I apologize for that. But if you see the top map, you'll see that these orange and yellow lands are Eastern Christians, right? The yellow lands are mainly the Eastern Christian Empire. Justinian expanded it a bit in the 500s, I believe. And then you have, these are Latin Christians up here, and this is at the rise of Islam, so at the beginning of Islam. All these lands are Christian. 632 AD starts the period of Islamic expansion, and it expands for many, many years, many centuries. And first starting with the Arabian Peninsula, Persia, there's a lot of Christians in Persia, but Zoroastrians as well. But when you think about 632 AD, Egypt, Palestine, Syria, Turkey, North Africa, Spain, France, Italy, islands of Sicily, Sardinia. I don't see Federica here, but Sardinia was Christian, and Corsica were all Christian. But by 902, these have all been invaded and taken over by Muslim invaders. Right? And so if you think about the historical context, here you have a situation where all these have the majority religion, well over 95% of the people in these places are Christian. And they're taken over. They're ruled by Christians. And so we can think about, okay, what's the historical context of what's going on in the Eastern Church? What's the conquering look like, right? Do these people convert instantly? Well, that's actually a myth, the idea that they convert instantly. There's no evidence to support that. Actually, the best evidence looking at personal names, grave sites, and trying to get demographic data on how quickly people converted shows that most of these places didn't convert for well over 300 years after they were conquered even. 300 years, sorry. No, 300 years is when some of them reached the 50% mark. Right? And so most of them remain unconverted. Right? By 1000, by the time of the First Crusade, none of these areas are 50% Muslim. Not one is 50% Muslim by the First Crusade. So you think, okay, you have a majority indigenous Christian population of Eastern Christians, and they're being taken over. They're being ruled by Muslims who live in separate garrison cities to have control over these populations. Why are they separate? Well, because their generals say, if you intermix with the Christians in the cities, you're going to be sympathetic Christians, and you're going to start converting to Christianity. So we're going to keep the Muslims separate in garrison cities. Take away the arms from the Christian populations, right? Let them know their lower status. They can stay Christians, can't read Scripture in public. No reading of Scripture allowed at all, even in the church setting, right? That's one of the things that's going on. Higher taxes, lower status, enslavement, pretty much at will. Eunuchs, when they take over Spain, the Arabic word for a Spanish person, a Spanish Christian, is synonymous with eunuch. I think it's, I remember, Sakaloliva, I think is the word. Right? So that's what they do with the men and boys. Women, taken as wives and concubines. Massive numbers of people, right, taken from Spain. They had eunuch centers on the border because you weren't allowed to do that in Holy Land, in Islamic lands. So they do it in Spain on the border, and then they export them. If they survive, most didn't survive that, right? Most bled to death and died. But the ones who did were used as servants, as a docile, non-threatening type of servant, right? Countless. Couldn't even find numbers for how many this was done to, but definitely in the tens of thousands of people, right? And so this is not a sort of occupation that is friendly. Clothing to show lower status, right? Because there's children in the room. I'm not going to tell any horror stories of things I've read. But here's a book if you want to read. Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters. African Christians were also part of this, right? And so you have lots of slavery, lots of eunuch making, all kinds of stuff going on. Not religiously tolerant. You can still be a Christian if you had high enough status, but you couldn't read your scriptures out loud. You couldn't build new churches, and you had to pay the taxes for the right. So only rich people could remain Christians, essentially, unless you paid your taxes for your neighbors, which some Christians did. It's interesting finding accounts of upper-class Christians who would pay the taxes for their neighbors and continue to be Christians, right? So you have ministering, right? Ministering to your neighbors of Christians in this time. Rodney Stark sums it up this way: claims about Muslim tolerance in contrast to Christian brutality against Jews and heretics, that Islam showed remarkable tolerance for conquered people, treated them with respect, and allowed them to pursue their faith without interference, began with Voltaire, Gibbon, and other 18th century writers who used it to cast the Catholic Church in the worst possible light. So think about the myth we talked about last week with the Inquisition, and this is the other side of that myth. Well, the Catholic Church attacked people who were tolerant and who were enlightened and who were scientific. Think about Voltaire and his context and others. Stark efforts to portray Muslims as enlightened supporters of multiculturalism are at best ignorant. And he says the truth under Muslim rule is quite different. From very early times, Muslim authorities went to great lengths to humiliate and punish dhimmis, which are Jews and Christians who refuse to convert to Islam. It was official policy that dhimmis should feel inferior and know their place. And this starts with Muhammad himself, right? The first recorded massacre in Islam is ordered by Muhammad. This is in Medina, of Jewish boys and men, actually, and one woman, accounts say and one woman, was beheaded. And accounts from Islamic authors range from 800 to 900 people. So these are internal accounts. Right? These are not Western accounts talking about this massacre. These are internal Islamic accounts. After digging their own graves, 705, we have accounts, internal accounts of Muslim conquerors burning to death all of the Armenian nobles. These are Christians in Armenia who were resisting. So they're put in churches, and the churches were burned. Mass killings of Jews in Morocco, more than 6,000. And 1032, 1033, at least as many murdered during 2 outbursts in Granada. Tens of thousands of Christian civilians murdered in Cyprus. Brutal stories I'm not going to relate again, because I don't want anyone to have nightmares. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. So this idea that there wasn't violence in this conquering is a complete myth. Right? This is not something that you did not want to be taken over by these forces as a Christian or as a Jew. And conversion wasn't even encouraged, right? Because you were more valuable as a slave or as a concubine or a eunuch than as another Muslim, right? And so if you're going to hold on to your faith, which most did, it's fascinating how many of these Christians held their faith in this context. And that's a testimony to these Christians and how solid their faith was. But it takes over 300 years to even get to a 50% mark in places like North Africa, right? And you think, this is the home of Augustine. This is the home of Tertullian. This is the home of Cyprian. This is the home of these early church fathers and mothers, and the faith held on for centuries. The Crusades were a response, thus. The Eastern Christians asked for help from the West. That's how the Crusades came about. Eastern Christians says, please help us. The Byzantine Emperor, Alexis, maybe the first, wrote the Pope, said, is there anything you can do? We're being taken over left and right. People are being raped, butchered in the streets. Can you help us? Is there any chance you can send soldiers to help us to defend our lands, to defend our people? And this was the First Crusade. The original goal, as it was enunciated in the Pope's call, as well as numerous Crusader charters. So we have lots of evidence of what people thought they were doing, right? Whether or not all these accounts are true to the detail, right? There's some pretty gruesome accounts. Using internal evidence from Islamic sources, we can substantiate that as they agree with Western sources. Things got pretty brutal. One side is saying this is awful, the other side it's a bragging sort of thing. But we see that this was response to Muslim aggression against indigenous Christians in the East, and to restore the lands taken by Muslims to their original Christian inhabitants. Right? So we think about, Stark says the Crusades thus were allies, helping out indigenous Christians, but he says they're also fundamentally defensive, because this wasn't just in the East. Islam had moved up in Spain. Islam was in Eastern Europe. Islam had taken large chunks of Italy. Was on the in the mainland of Italy at the time, right? And there was no thought that it was going to stop expanding. So they're also defensive, a response to centuries of Islamic aggression against Christians, destruction and threat to holy places in Jerusalem, murder, torture, enslavement, rape, robbery, and general harassment of Christian pilgrims. And Thomas Madden says, the Crusades slowed the advance of the Muslim empires, namely the Ottoman Empire, into Europe, just long enough to allow Europeans to effectively defend themselves. There is no doubt that had there been no Crusades, that all Western Europe would have been conquered by Muslims in the same fashion as Southeastern Europe was. So historians of Crusades say there is no doubt if the Crusades never happened, the rest of Europe would have been Muslim. Right? Crusades are interesting in a lot of dimensions, right? But you look at the causes. One cause is helping indigenous Eastern Christians. Another cause is there is aggression going on
And so these are defensive wars and wars for the sake of helping allies, Christian allies. All the Crusades, so historians of the Crusades, like Thomas Madden and Jonathan Riley Smith, look at it in terms of, was it a just war? Right? A lot of people argue World War II was a just war because of aggression, and you can look at the criteria. Was it defensive? Were there low civilian casualties? Things like that. And going through this analysis, they say all the Crusades that actually count as Crusades, they wouldn't count the Fourth Crusade as an actual crusade. So that's their definition, as something that that the church was supporting, and we can go into that maybe a bit more. But all the Crusades met the criteria of just wars that came about in reaction to attacks against Christians. The First Crusade was called in 1095 in response to the recent Turkish conquests of Asia Minor, as well as much earlier Arab conquests of the Christian Holy Land. The second was in response to the Muslim conquest of Edessa in 1044. If you remember the church history class we taught, Edessa was the first Christian, one of the first Christian nations. And so this is a place that had been Christian for 1,000 years before it was conquered. You can think about Nicaea, had recently been conquered. That was given back to the Eastern Christians in the First Crusade. And the Third Crusade as well was part of this. The Fourth Crusade was an interesting, complex mess that I'm not going to talk about. Maybe in the discussion we can talk about what happened in the Fourth Crusade. But in each case, the faithful went to war to defend Christians, punish attackers, right terrible wrongs. Crusading was seen as an act of love from the inside. You ask, well, why do these people do this? They saw themselves as loving their neighbors. When you read people saying, I'm going on this crusade to defend, I'm going as a pilgrim to defend my Christian brothers and sisters. Right? That's what you see them think of, that's what they think they're doing. Right? Whether we could say, okay, well, does love ever involve force? That's a question I want to talk about when we at the end, when we talk about this stuff. Is it ever okay to use force and violent force to defend someone? Right? That's a big question, but this gets into the question. Pushing back Muslim aggression, restoring Eastern Christianity, crusaders who have great peril to themselves. The most common metaphor the crusaders saw themselves as imitating was the Good Samaritan, interestingly enough. Right? So they see their Byzantine brothers and sisters, their Eastern Christian brothers and sisters, laying on the side of the road, beaten and bruised and taken advantage of, and they see themselves as coming to their aid, to restore order, to restore lives, right? Seen as a pilgrimage and a self-sacrificial act, and it was extremely self-sacrificial. Like I said before, these people bankrupted themselves to go on these crusades. They sold everything. Not one crusader we know of got rich or even broke even, right, of those few who returned. And so you think, okay, well, either they're remarkably stupid, right, but you don't see people thinking they're going to get any wealth. And they didn't keep the lands that they took. They gave them back to Eastern Christians as best as they could. Places like Nicaea and other. We'll talk about the Kingdom of Jerusalem is interesting because they're contending factions and lots of people wanted to control Jerusalem. So they set up a neutral state which kept the peace, essentially. So Jerusalem is an interesting exception, but it has its reasons. The cost of crusade was staggering. Without financial assistance, only the wealthy could afford to embark on a crusade. Many noble families impoverished themselves by crusading. We know from their wills and charters they were deeply aware of their own sinfulness and anxious over the state of their souls. A crusade provided a way for them to serve God and do penance for their sins. It allowed them to use their weapons as a means of salvation rather than damnation. So a crusade was a way, if you're thinking about you're living this life and maybe you've taken other lives or you have these deep sins, crusading was seen as a way to atone, right, to do penance in a Catholic context, right, as a pilgrimage. And a lot of crusaders thought they were going essentially to defend pilgrims on their way to the Holy Land and do what was necessary to defend them, right? And things get complicated as crusades progress, and there's a lot of complexity that we don't have time to go into, maybe a little bit. But this is the idea. The modern historian, says Thomas Madden, can only marvel at the First Crusade. I know of no other instance in human history in which so many soldiers marched thousands of miles from their homes and endured numerous hardships deep in enemy territory for no good strategic or economic reasons. The reasons had much more to do with the next world than with this one. So the self-perspective of crusaders going there was sacrifice, right? Religious reasons to defend those who they were called to defend. What's interesting, too, and this is something that's often left out of accounts, but I found fascinating, reading about the active participation of women in every aspect of the Crusades. Right? How many crusaders were women is remarkable. And camp followers, nurses, so they would follow the men, they would aid them in various capacities, right? But also we have women on the front lines, and this is a fun source. An Arabic source writes, among the Franks, these are the Europeans, there were indeed women who rode into battle, dressed in men's clothes, he says, with men's helmets and smaller versions of men's armor, who rode out into the thick of the fray and acted like brave men. Right, so here you have women in the battle. They feel it's also their calling to go and fight for their sisters and brothers. Right? And what's interesting is reading from Islamic sources about these women who went to fight. Women who stayed behind inherited the estates of the noblemen who died. And what's interesting is we have a papal guarantee of women's rights with estate inheritance regardless of country. Right? So what the Crusades actually, one effect of the Crusades was to lead to this whole generations of women with lots of property, right? Which also becomes interesting in the Middle Ages. So lots of things going on here. We know from overwhelming evidence, right? So we can talk about the Kingdom of Jerusalem, and this is a neutral kingdom that's trying to keep the peace between warring factions of Christians and others, and Jews and others in the midst. But Seven Myths of the Crusades says we know from overwhelming evidence that once the Crusade states were established, native communities residing within them continued their customs, including their religious and normally retained local leaders. Indeed, a Muslim from Al-Andalus who passed through the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem. So this is a Muslim from Islamic Spain who's going through the Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem, remarks how Muslim peasants were better treated by their European Frankish lords than by their Muslim masters in Spain. Right? So what's interesting is we get a sense of tolerance in these Crusader kingdoms that are trying to keep the peace where factions are fighting. Right? Again, this is one of the seven myths, that these Crusader kingdoms were intolerant, that they were brutal, that they were about colonialism, and that was not the case. Right? There's only so much we can do in one class, and I want to move on to human dissection quickly. Why human dissection in the Crusades? Well, because it's happening about the same time, and that should give you some perspective, right? The start of exploring human anatomy and physiology in Western Europe is at the same time in the Crusades. And so you can say, well, that's interesting. Science is moving along in the West. Europeans are dissecting human bodies. Again, part of the science versus religion myth. And we see it, again, my favorite person to pick on is David Mills, because he's the best-selling atheist author, and put yourself out there and you publish a book, and I get to pick on you, right? So Mills says, the church angrily denounced the introduction of medicine. Supposedly, these scientific tools interfered with nature, and therefore were against God's will. Today, science is prevailing, but throughout most of recorded history, religion strangled scientific inquiry, and often tortured and executed those who advocated the scientific method. It continues to go on that if religious people get control of the government, we'll be believing in a flat earth again in a couple generations, right? So he goes on into that. We talked about the flat earth, but it's good comedy, you could say. Not good history, but I almost used this in an ethics class. We were talking about medical ethics, and I said, okay, what do they say about religion and ethics? And I came across this quote, which is from this journal, from Paul Babb, Bioethics for Clinicians, Catholic Bioethics, the Canadian Medical Association Journal. But this textbook says, for many centuries, Christians forbade the giving of medicine, deeming it the equivalent to the practice of sorcery. The practice of surgery, the study of anatomy, and dissection of corpses for medical research were all at one time firmly forbidden, and it continues. Later, the practice of inoculation and vaccination faced fierce theological opposition. Indeed, in 1829, Pope Leo VII declared that whoever decided to be vaccinated was no longer a child of God. Smallpox was a judgment from God. Vaccination was a challenge to heaven. That's quite a condemnation. Mills, as well. For centuries, moreover, the Church forbade dissection of human cadaver, calling it a desecration of the temple of the Holy Ghost. Medical research was thereby stalled for almost 1,000 years. Any evidence? What's the evidence? Besides John William Draper and Dixon White, who made this stuff up in the 19th century. What's the evidence? Well, we can look at some specific cases. What about smallpox hitting Rome? What did the popes do? Here's Pius XII. We have on record that he endorsed vaccination, interestingly enough. It's a very early endorsement of vaccination. And he started a vaccination center that received 800 newborns each year. Well, it doesn't seem like he's fiercely opposing this. Well, but he's not mentioned. It was the Pope after him that's mentioned. What about 1824? When Leo comes along, did it change? No. Right? So this account that says in 1824, Leo VII stopped all vaccination. Fiercely opposed it theologically. There's no instance of that. We have a report from that year that says almost all newborn children are vaccinated, so that we now know there's no fear of the smallpox. Right? Nothing on record. Leo XII, 1829. No declaration. So this declaration that's referenced in this textbook doesn't exist. We find it in Draper and White, but it's a fiction. It's something that just make up, right? So no declaration. What about dissection? We can look at Wikipedia, and Wikipedia will tell us that the church was against dissection, and we see that Boniface VIII tried to terminate the practice of dissection by talking about not dismembering Crusader slave bodies and boiling them for the bones, which is an interesting thing to talk about, but not to go into details. Proclamations as the Church abhors blood, Ecclesia abhorret sanguine, were seen as a ban on the dissection of living persons or cadavers, and progress in anatomical knowledge by human dissection did not thrive. They quote Sanjeev Kumar Ghosh as a source, so we can go there. There's that article highlighting this part, which you see there. Following widespread introduction of Christianity in Europe in the Middle Ages, the development of rational thought and investigation was paralyzed by church authorities. So that's not nice of them. During this period, human dissection was considered to be blasphemous, and so was prohibited for hundreds of years. The European world valued the sanctity of the church more than the scientific quest. This is from a pretty high-profile journal, Anatomy and Cell Biology. And you wonder, okay, well, where's this guy getting his information from? There you see his citation, Mavrodi, and it's about, Mondino, Galuzzi, a luminous figure in the darkness of the Middle Ages, Croatian Medical Journal. This is not a journal that even Cal has, so I had to really go interesting places to get this journal. But there it is, Croatian Medical Journal. There's the article. There's the blurb that he's citing on the page. Since in the early Middle Ages, between the 9th and the 11th century, the development of rational thought and investigation was paralyzed by church authorities. Anatomical dissection was made illegal. What about the rest of it? It says more than that. What about the blasphemy part? That's not in here. Where's this guy getting his information? He doesn't tell us. They don't tell us. We have no idea where this information is coming from. The Croatian Medical Journal. We can guess because it comes similar to a different story, or a story that we've already heard, namely that of Andrew Dixon White, who in the Victorian age talks about the church forbidding medicine and interdicting dissection as sacrilege. Talks about the Council of Le Mans, the church occurs the shedding of blood. Hey, that's what the Wikipedia article talks about. That's interesting. Prohibited human dissection. Many other councils did the same. So I'm guessing there must have been multiple councils which were against human dissection. And Boniface VIII, who's mentioned in Wikipedia, was universally construed as forbidding all dissection. Where does White get this information? Well, that's the interesting part. He makes it up. He makes it up as best as we can tell, because there's not a shred of evidence that any of this stuff happened in any historical record. Right? And he makes up lots of stuff. So what's the truth? Let's go to a Harvard historian, a feminist Harvard historian, right? No fan of the church, so I don't think she's trying to do apologetics here. But she does love the history of human dissection, especially as it concerns women in human dissection. And she says, well, what about the prohibition of this idea, this Council of Le Mans in 1248, the church adheres to shedding of blood, White describes as being for the Council of Le Mans. Well, this is what she calls a literary ghost. That's from an inept 18th century French historian who makes it up. So White is using an Enlightenment. He's using a source of some of the Enlightenment that, as best as we can tell, makes this document up. Most medieval church authorities, she says, not only tolerated but encouraged the opening and dismemberment of human corpses to religious ends. Right? And so the church actually encouraged human dissection. James Hannam, a Cambridge historian, says, well, what about Innocent III? He gets a lot of flack from White and others. Pope Innocent III, though, who is at the time of the Crusades, is actually someone who orders autopsies, forensic examination in the context of crime. So Innocent III is on record ordering the forensic examination of a murder victim. These autopsies broke the taboo against cutting up human bodies, and shortly afterwards, the medical faculty of Bologna was carrying out dissections as part of doctors' training. So who makes it okay to dissect human bodies? The Pope. The Pope is the one who opens the door to that. Breaks the taboo. Local cultures, local customs says, oh no, you shouldn't cut up a human body. Right? These go back to the ancient Romans. They thought it was bad luck, bad omen to cut up human bodies. Right? That's why Romans only use animals, never humans. But Innocent III, by encouraging a shift in vision, sponsored a process with far-reaching consequences for the evolution of anatomy and other biological sciences. So here you have a pope leading the way into the modern study of anatomy and biology using human cadavers. They didn't do vivisection, right? That was wrong. Anyone want to argue that it's okay? A vivisection, a live human, right? So there's no controversy there. That's good. I'm glad to see that. But human bodies were used to examine anatomy. Does the myth continue on? Catherine Park, there is no religious prohibition whatsoever. The church never prohibited dissection, actually encouraged it. But every time she says, I read something in the New York Times that Leonardo da Vinci had to hide the fact he was doing dissection. And every time I listen to a tour guide in Italy tell these stories, it just kills me. I don't know how to get rid of this myth. This is a frustrated Harvard professor who spent a good portion of her life trying to undo this myth. And these are like the Crusades historians. They don't know how. It's interesting reading the frustration of these academics trying to get rid of these myths of their area of expertise. Right? These Crusaders, 3 of them, show up in the History Channel documentary, and they're completely misquoted. They're actually edited. Sentences are constructed to make them agree with the documentary's perspective. So here you have professional historians saying the opposite of what they publish because someone edits them, right, to be in a documentary. And so they're not even respected as historians. They think, oh, finally, I get a chance to set the record straight. And they end up doing the opposite. So we have these myths. Tried to give you a sense of the reality. Things are always very complex, so there's lots of questions I'm sure remaining. Hopefully we can talk about some of them in the context of a larger group discussion. But I want us to step back a bit and think about this in small groups. What I want you to do is when you get into groups, make sure everyone is heard from. Go around at least once. Think about these questions before anyone says more than their response. Right? Say your response. Try to keep it to a few sentences. Hear from everyone. We want to make sure everyone's heard. And we go around, and I want to wade us into some of this thinking. So think about this. Try to think about it out of context. If you have a person who lives in an area for 500 to 1,000 years, owns that land, practices the religion on that land, do you think they have a right to continue to own that land and practice their religion on the land? And we can talk about this in terms of the U.S. and indigenous Americans. As we're talking about the Crusades, you know why this applies here. But do you think there's a right? Do you have some sort of right from longevity? Right? This is an interesting question. Right? So we can think about, okay, well, what gives you a moral right to practice your religion and live on the land? Do you think living there for 1,000 years gives you a right? Why or why not? World War II. Do you think the Nazis had a right to occupy France since they legitimately conquered it with superior force? Do you think the Nazis had a right to France? Why or why not? Was it wrong for the U.S. to go to war against the Nazis to help liberate France? Right? These are analogies that I think help us think about some of the questions behind the Crusades. Because we have areas that were very recently attacked, and then a Western ally coming to the aid within a few years. So this situation is actually rather parallel to World War II, more than I would have expected many years ago. But we can think about, if you think the U.S. was wrong, think about why. Right? If you are an absolute pacifist, then think about that. If not, right, I'm hoping this will lead to a good discussion on when is it appropriate to use force and when is it not. Thus, the last question, do you think Christians can and should use force to help defend neighbors in distress who are being violently attacked? I'm assuming this will lead to some interesting discussions in our groups. Try to be respectful. Try to be peaceful. Don't use force to win your argument, even if you're not. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Glad you can all make it here today, so bright and early. Well, like it's early, not necessarily bright. We made it safely through the fog, and we have a good crew. Hopefully we'll have a good discussion. I'm sure we will. And everyone seems pretty awake. So whether that's nervous energy or something else, or you're just morning people. Today we're talking about geology, talking about what some folks talk about the traditional day of creation. Did Christians ever see 4004 BC as the traditional date of creation? That's what we'll be talking about today. Where does the idea of deep time come from? Deep time is the idea that the earth is extremely ancient in terms of millions or billions of years old, and was seen as something that was an affront to Christian doctrine, to traditional Christian doctrine. So we see this myth a lot. I'm going to call it a myth. I'm going to talk about why it's a myth and where it came from, and I'm going to think about why so many Christians still believe it today. But we can look at books like this, Bill Nye's Undeniable, and talks about the Bible, right? The Bible asserts that Earth is only 6,000 or 10,000 years old, so straight from Scripture. Creationism offers a static view of the world. This is a view of the world which isn't changing. For many centuries, people in Europe and elsewhere had taken as gospel, or perhaps more accurately from gospel, that the world had always been pretty much the way it looked right then. So this idea of a static Earth that doesn't change, something that doesn't allow for progressive history, change through time, is linked straight to the Christian scriptures, according to Bill Nye. Christian view of Earth, 10,000 years old and static. Bill Nye also says, James Hutton, who's the hero in this picture of reality, James Hutton, had an idea called uniformitarianism. And it was quite a departure from what Hutton's contemporaries believed. Now, Hutton is a
deist slash agnostic slash atheist who has this uniformitarian idea, and he's using Hutton as a counterpoint to Christians at the time. And he says, well, it was a departure from what Christians believed at the time, and creationists today still do believe. By the late 1830s, people were actively speculating on the philosophical and scientific consequences of a very, very old Earth. That might mean that there is no one to it, no God, in charge right now. So the idea of an ancient Earth that James Hutton gave us, and a changing Earth, got rid of the idea of God. All right, that's a nice way to state the idea we're going to talk about today. Does Bill Nye, is there any accuracy to what Bill Nye is saying? Is there any historical basis for this? Right? And if not, then what's the truth? That's what we're going to look at. We can turn to our favorite person to pick on, the Atheist Universe, David Mills. His book is chock full of fun examples of myths. I like using it because it was the top-selling atheist book before Richard Dawkins' God Delusion. Dawkins gives it his thumbs up and says it's an admirable work. But Mills says Christians calculate that the heavens and earth were created by God in the year 4004 BC. Earth, therefore, is only 6,000 years old by biblical chronology. Today, some creationists are abandoning their long-held belief in a 6,000-year-old Earth. Why this abrupt reversal of opinion today? Why are some Christians today abandoning their traditional beliefs? Were startling new chapters suddenly discovered in the book of Genesis? Is that the reason? Did Moses appear in a miraculous vision, revising his previous chronology and teaching the geological history of ancient Earth? No. The change of heart of Christians, some Christians, is due to the fact that modern scientific research has shown the Genesis chronology to be nothing short of ridiculous. Another statement of how history happened. Is it true? Is it true? Is it true that geology has proven Christians wrong, and that's why Christians have changed their views about geology and now accept that there's an idea of Earth history and an Earth that goes back quite a bit, billions of years? Today I'm going to talk about why it's actually the exact opposite of what they're saying. And how everything, this is a fun one because it's completely turned on its head historically by what actually happened, which Bill Nye and David Mills seem to have no clue what the history of science actually shows us happened. So it's kind of fun to turn myths on their head completely without any complexity whatsoever. It's a very simple story, actually. So there's no debate, no arguments, no issues with what actually happened in the history of science. But the reason we're talking about it is because it's a widespread myth that is out there in various circles. You might have heard these, maybe not, depending where the circles you run. But we can say, where does this idea come from? At this point, it shouldn't surprise you that this is from Draper and White, the same folks, the Victorians, who wanted to invent the war of science versus religion. And Michael Roberts in this book here on the history of geology as it relates to religion and myth. And Roberts is an English historian of geology. He says the idea of Ussher's date of 4004 BC, the idea that this was the official date of creation, was the theme of Chapter 6 in Andrew White's A History of the Warfare of Science and Theology, a notion which has informed or misinformed many historical perspectives on geology and Genesis. Right, so White gives us his idea, finds some random person from history, brings them to prominence in his best-selling book, and says, this is the traditional Christian date. This has always been. Whereas at the time, there was not one church who had this as official date. And if you look back in history, as Roberts points out, this was never the official date of any church throughout history, which we'll talk about. But why? Why not, right? The answer to this question, was this the traditional Christian view of Earth history, the traditional Christian date of creation? The answer is no, but why not? Well, we can start at the beginning, and we can think about Genesis 1. Genesis 1 gives us 6 yoms, where God is doing creative activity. Yom is a Hebrew word, which, throughout most of the history of interpretation, is not viewed as a 24-hour day. The first person, if you can say that, I'm going to say it, the first person to not view Yom as a 24-hour day is the author of Genesis. That's because in the 2nd chapter of Genesis, we find the same word, Yom, referring to the previous whole week of Yoms. The previous set of Yoms, those 7 Yoms, are referred to as 1 Yom in Genesis 2. So if you're assuming that the author of Genesis 2 was the same person as the author of Genesis 1, then the first person to interpret that word as a larger, longer period than a 24-hour day is the same author of the text. So internally, you do not have a 24-hour day consistently used through both Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. So that falls apart very quickly. People knew this. I like using Jews around the time of Jesus and before Jesus who discuss this. You might know Philo and Josephus. Those are well-known Jewish writers. They both talk about these yoms as periods of time, not 24-hour days. I don't even like saying literal 24-hour days, because literally yom in Hebrew does not mean day. You can talk about as a time period. And 4 days in Genesis 1 through 19 equals 1 single day in Genesis 2:4, right? Or 6 days, rather. It should say 6 days in Genesis. All the days in the first in Genesis 1 are 1 day in Genesis 2:4. We could go to the early church. Irenaeus was a disciple of a disciple. Polycarp was a disciple of John, and Irenaeus was a disciple of Polycarp. He's a fun person to talk about because he was key in shaping the New Testament canon, and he's arguing with the Gnostics over the question of how to interpret Genesis. So the Gnostics are saying that God, the Creator God, is a liar because God says, when Adam and Eve will eat the fruit from the tree, in that day they will surely die. And the Gnostics say, well, they didn't die in 24 hours. Therefore, God is lying to them. Therefore, you can't trust the Creator God of Judaism. You need to trust the Gnostic, Sophia spirit, the enlightener, right? Not this creator of material reality, which the Gnostics saw as bad. Irenaeus' response is, well, that's not what Scripture means by a day. If you look at Psalm 94, and if you look at 2 Peter 3:8, we see that with God, a day is like 1,000 years, or a day is 1,000 years, or about 1,000 years. And so it's a much larger period of time, is Irenaeus' point. And when Adam dies, he's clearly within 1,000 years. Right? He doesn't reach the 1,000-year mark, so Adam died in 1 day. So Irenaeus is using this pretty common interpretation of the Genesis days to say that if you take the text literally, according to how Scripture sees this term yom, it's a much longer period, and then the Gnostics aren't reading Scripture literally in the way that Scripture would read itself. We go to others. Justin Martyr's another early Christian, makes the same point. For Adam was told that on the day he ate of the tree he would die. We know that he did not complete 1,000 years. We have perceived, moreover, that the expression, the day of the Lord, is as 1,000 years, is connected with this subject. And Cyprian of Carthage talks about the 7 days of the divine creation containing 7,000 years. So we're beyond the 4004 BC, even in this very early period of the church, not seeing these as literal days. 1,000 years is a long time to these folks, right? If you think about 1,000 years, well, that's before there's even civilization as far as they're thinking. And so to talk about 7,000 years before them, that's a very long time. They don't have any knowledge of geology. They don't have any good reason to think Earth should be older. No good data. But they're willing to see these days, as long periods of time. Some people would say, well, they could be longer than 1,000 years because it's like 1,000 years. The point is, these days are not normal days. They're long periods of time. And many others repeat this, seeing the literal meaning of Genesis, the days in Genesis, as long periods of time, not sun-divided days, but God-divided days. Augustine talks about, we can't understand what these days were. They were appropriate to how God divides them. Who knows how long it takes to create things that God created in these days? Right? We don't know how much time things took, so we shouldn't focus on how much time. We know that God did it in a sequence. We know that it was a progression. And we know that each stage set the scenario for the next stage in these days, in these yoms, in these periods. In these phases, some contemporary Hebrew scholars like to translate these as phases. So phase 1, phase 2, because each phase prepares the way for the next phase. So we can say, okay, well, as a result, interestingly, through most of history, this idea of 6 24-hour days was not at all the consensus view, not even the majority view of interpreters of Genesis 1. And some thought later on, they thought, well, maybe things were created in Genesis 1. God created everything, and then things were formless and void. And that's a view called the gap theory, that something happened, but there's this big period of time. But these different views of Genesis were the majority long before there was any geology to talk about. Right? And so you have this in commentaries like John Wesley's Genesis commentary, holds what's called the day-age view. We find this in popular compositions by Handel and Haydn with pieces of music. They're holding this view. And we can say, okay, well, the Christian interpretations of Genesis, therefore, act as a barrier to geological discovery. That's the claim. The claim is the way Christians interpret Genesis did not allow them to see that Earth had a history, and that Earth was very ancient, and that there was some sort of geology, some geological history of the Earth. And so that's the claim. Michael Roberts, again, says, well, for English-speaking Christians, by 1700, the age of the Earth, everyone believed it was well over 6,000 years old. So that idea of a traditional day of creation being 6,000 years ago, no one believed that in 1700. By 1800, all Christians thought it was in millions of years old, right? And so we say, okay, well, 1800, Christians thought it was millions of years old. But what's interesting is those who did not think it was millions of years old were not Christians, actually. So we can talk about them in a minute. But where does this idea begin? Where does this idea of an ancient Earth based on science begin? And it starts with a guy named Nicholas Steno, who's known as the father of stratigraphy. He was a Catholic bishop, scientist, and a local saint. Right? So the idea that science and religion can't get along together, Steno himself breaks that mold, which is not, we'll see, is pretty typically the case with early scientists. Interpreted the days of Genesis as long ages, made a connection. He was the first to make a connection between what are called fossils in layers of dirt, and he argued that these things were real animals, and he noticed that they show up in some places rather than others. So what's interesting is he had this belief in a historical Earth. He believed that Earth had a beginning, that it went through phases, and that you'd find different animals in these different phases, because this is what the book of Genesis tells him. And thus, he went out looking for this. He found it in the record, and so his Bible gave him the intellectual freedom to go and work out the Earth history. Steno gives us several laws of stratigraphy, which he used to think about how these soils relate to each other. The first is called the law of superposition. That's the top layers are younger than the bottom layers. So you can think if that makes sense to you. Is that logical? That if you dig down in the dirt, stuff lower down is going to be older. Stuff on the top is going to be younger. Right? And so this is his first assumption. Okay, the deeper layers are older. He believed that these were all laid down originally horizontal. and that the earth moved and would sometimes, when mountains would go up, they would bend these layers, and that they're continuous. If you have fossils and one layer that looks another layer, and you have a big gap because there's a river in it, well, he would say that somehow the river was what cut these two in half, and they're continuous on either side of the river, right? And he put these together, and he came up with a very old earth at the end of this, but he had no issue with an old earth. Eventually, his work would lay the groundwork for what we know as the general idea of stratigraphy, right? The geologic column, as it's called. And Steno argued that Earth had a history, and he thought that geology proved that there was a beginning to different groups of animals, right? So birds were not always here. Fish were not always here. Mammals were not always here. Humans did not always exist. They had a distinct beginning, and he argued this via the fossil record, and he came to layers that had nothing in them. He says, well, this shows that all life had a beginning. In fact, he thought Earth had a beginning because his Bible told him it had a beginning. The geological record by Steno was interpreted as a strong vindication of Christian doctrine. And what's interesting is this is a time when not everyone believed this. We'll talk about the people who didn't believe this and why they didn't believe this. But Steno, who's starting this work, emphasized agreement between nature and Scripture because the oldest sequence in the geological strata he studied lacked fossils. He thought there must have been deposited before the creation of animals. And had this been different, you can imagine if things had been random and jumbled up, and there were humans in the bottom layer, and every layer had animals and the same animal fossils, how would Steno interpret this? He probably would have seen this as not what he'd expect from his reading of Genesis, right? And there was another view out there that was some people had started to hold, and this was the idea that the earth was eternal, without a beginning, without end. This goes back to Aristotle and some other ancient philosophers. This was actually the global norm among non-Christians at the time. And if Steno had found that, well, then that would have supported the Aristotelian view and went against Scripture. So after Steno, the big debate in science became, does Earth have a true history? Does it have a beginning? Or is it eternal and static without a beginning? And the questions here had to do with animals changing progressively through time, or Earth being infinitely old, no beginning, no ending, and there's no progression. There's no linear progression of life. All life has pretty much been exactly as it always has. And on the one side of this were folks who thought Earth was eternal. On the other side, folks who thought it had a beginning and a history. During this period, there was no conclusive evidence to demonstrate one side or the next. So theology, or the lack of theology, played a key role in this debate. Martin Rudwick calls this a clash of theologies. Between deism and atheism on the one side, those were the Aristotelians. People who thought the earth was eternal were atheists and deists, and the Christians who thought earth had a beginning and a history on the other side. So this is one of the first arguments between atheists and Christians over the question of earth history. And this was not a case of religion versus science. All these people were scientists. It's not Christian theologians over here and atheist scientists over here. It's Christian scientists versus atheist and deist scientists. And one worldview against another. Again, the one view is historical geology, and the other is geologic eternalism. And eternalism was a pretty common view outside of Christian circles. Buddhists, Hindus talk about beginningless time. Mesoamerican religions talk about there being no beginning to the earth. Near Eastern cultures always thought earth was eternal, typically a goddess that has always been here. No creation of the earth, right? This is a radically different view than the Christian view. But it's pretty common in the ancient world. It's pretty common in the non-Christian world. Among philosophers, Aristotle argued for this, that Earth was eternal, without beginning, without end. And Rudwick talks about this as the global cultural norm, with the Hebrews being the one exception to this rule. So what about James Hutton? Is Bill Nye right about Hutton discovering the ancient Earth and Earth history over and against Christians? Was Hutton right about the age of the Earth? Well, Hutton was an eternalist. Hutton said there's no progressive history, there's no beginning, there's no end, it's all uniform, right? That it's cyclical. And Hutton didn't believe Earth had a beginning. He didn't believe that one phase would be different than another phase, but maybe locally, but not in the long run. Everything repeated itself. Planet Earth is eternal, no beginning, no end. Its processes and basic features are essentially the same forever. Soil erodes, it gets deposited forever. Mountains go up, mountains get eroded forever. Right? Different mountains you will see. Yes, these mountains weren't always here, but the processes continue forever cyclically. And the present's the key to the past. He's an Aristotelian arguing for essentially what's known as the eternal present. The present processes and features are the way they always have been. Right? And this view was quite widespread at the time. Earth had no beginning according to this view. People who said it did have a beginning were doing theology. This is mere religious speculation that can't be observed. And the idea of a geologic beginning with progressive history, history that doesn't repeat itself, was seen as something that was clearly contradicted by what you can observe. So you think about you're observing the Earth. How can you tell whether it had a beginning? Like these Christians are arguing. They argued it didn't. And they assumed also the uncreated eternity of various human races, or some sort of rational creatures. Humans did not go back to one family in this view, right? Races were eternal. There's no history of origins. Animals were eternal. There had never been a time when Earth was without humans in this view, and there was no radically non-human world before humans. So you think about, now we all think about the age of the dinosaurs, a time before humans. This was unthinkable at this time. An age without humans, according to the eternalists, right? And the eternalists, by denying any periods in the deep past have been distinctive in their organisms or anything else, Hutton's eternalism denied that Earth in its life had any true history, right? So there's no true history in this view. But this was actually the most popular view at the time of Darwin among atheistic and non-Christian geologists. This was the popular view. Darwin himself was not an atheistic geologist. He was actually a Christian being mentored by another Christian geologist who we'll talk about in a moment. And that was key for what he was doing. And, you'll see how this comes together in a moment. So deists and atheist scientists argued for an uncreated eternity of the Earth. For atheists, this was seen as essential because it got rid of God. If you don't have a beginning, you don't need God. Right? So Earth has always been here. What's the need for God? In opposition to eternalism, Christian geologists argued that Earth had a history and had a beginning, and this was a progressive or linear history, that different periods of time changed. The idea that the world had a unique starting point, and this is hard for us to realize, I think, in where we are today, but this idea was a striking anomaly. When we think about the history of the world, what people typically believed in terms of Earth having a beginning or not, this idea that you get from Hebrews and Christians, right, Judaism and Christianity, is a striking anomaly. And historical geologists assumed humanity, the Earth, and the universe had a true history with an irreversible arrow-like direction to it. And you find this with Steno. He's the first one to make this argument. But then we find this later. After Steno, we have folks like William Smith, who's called the father of English geology. And he's a devout Christian who extended the age of the Earth, who argued for this progressive view of Earth history. was encouraged. His best friends were English pastors, English reverends, who encouraged him with his stuff and helped him with his work. And so here you have these Christian geologists expanding the time scale much more than thousands of years. And this continues. Adam Sedgwick, who was a devout Christian, a reverend, and also discoverer of the Devonian and Cambrian geological periods. He was a professor at Cambridge, and also the scientific mentor of Charles Darwin, right? So Sedgwick argued from his research. He looked at glaciers, he looked at deposition, and he said, Earth is at least 3 million years old, right? He didn't see any scientific reason to push it beyond 3 million years. But he's a devout Christian who's reading, he thinks he's reading his Bible literally, and he has no issue with what is called deep time. Darwin says this of Sedgwick because he finds this 3 million number phenomenal. He says, what a capital hand is Sedgwick for drawing such large checks upon the bank of time. Right? And he's like, 3 million years, here you go. Right, so I'll give you that. And so Darwin is saying, this is so much time. But these are Christians, they have no issues with this. They're arguing against Earth being eternal. Think about the difference. Which is closer? The 3 point, think about the age of the Earth, right? Right. If you think about, or the age of the universe, let's say 13.8 billion years, the age of the universe. Which is closer to the age of the universe, right? 3 million years or infinity. Right? That's what we're dealing with. We're saying, okay, 3 million years, well, that's not 4.6 billion years. Well, which is closer? Infinity or 3 million years, right? So people keep pushing it, though. People keep pushing this time, and they're all Christians, because the science is moving them in that direction, and they have no scriptural reason to not go there. John Phillips, who was a nephew of Smith, devout Christian, professor of geology at Oxford, studied sedimentation rates and came up with the figure of 96 million years old. So it gets pushed, right, because of sedimentation rates. The science is pushing it. The Christians are the ones doing the science who are pushing it. But it still has a history. It's still progressive. It's not eternal. They're arguing against the eternalists like Hutton. Dana, who was another pioneering geologist and Christian, studied mountain building, volcanic activity, the origin and structure of the continents and oceans around the world. Also thought it was about 100 million years old. So we're pushing this figure up. And then William Buckland is the first to give a full count of a dinosaur. Another clergyman who's an Oxford geologist, paleontologist. And he talks about the Earth as millions and millions. Right? So maybe even into the billions. And so we're into the billions with Buckland, potentially. And he said there's evidence, clear evidence, that there's a period before life existed. And primary rocks with no trace of fossils. This was enough to indicate an origin within time and hence to refute the hypothesis of an eternal succession of causes. All these folks are trying to refute eternalism of Hutton and Lyell and others. Right? These are the Christians trying to prove that Earth had a beginning because this is what they believe by faith before they're looking into the science. But they find their science is supporting their faith assumptions. Buckland thought we had enough evidence to completely refute atheists from geology. He thought it was absolutely clear Earth had a beginning. The only people out there that say Earth has a beginning are the Christians and the Jews, and the Muslims too, right? But they're talking about Christians and Jews, and they said, okay, our Bible says Earth has a beginning. Your Aristotle says it does not. We have evidence to show it has a beginning. Therefore, Christians win, atheists lose. End of story. Thought evidence from geology refuted not only atheists, but deists. Some deists were also eternalists. And for Buckland and others, the idea of a progressive phases of life through time, as they saw in the fossil record, absolutely lined up with Genesis. Right? These periods of time where God creates different types of life, they thought absolutely lined up with what they saw in the fossil record. But the eternalists were not convinced, right? Lyell was after Hutton. And Lyell is still thinking, the stratigraphic record shows no progressive trend. You're just cherry-picking, Buckland. You want to see progression because you want it so badly because your faith requires it. But it's not there, right? This is all in your head, this progression of fossil layers. Eternalists continue to argue that fossils were randomly distributed throughout the layers. There is no progressive trend. So atheists continue to argue against this well after Buckland, right? And history continues, data keeps coming in. Christians keep arguing, no, there is a progression of life on Earth, did have a beginning. Atheists keep arguing it didn't. Until you get to a point in the 1900s where all of a sudden our historical memory completely gets erased. And then by the 1960s, you have the arguments of the atheists being used by Christians over and against atheists who are using the arguments of Christians. And the whole world turns around. Ironically, Nicholas Rupke says, historian of geology, says, ironically, some of the anti-progressionist arguments used by Lyell and other geologic eternalists have become part of the armamentarium of modern-day young Earth creationists in their opposition to Darwinian theory. And so it's very strange how history reverses itself. But we can say, well, what about fundamentalists? Did fundamentalists reject geology? We like to pick on fundamentalists and say, oh, yeah, Christian fundamentalists, they've always believed in this 6,000-year-old Earth. So we can look at the people who authored the series of books called The Fundamentals. These are the founding fathers of fundamentalism. And not one of them is a young Earth creationist. Howard Kelly was a well-known physician who was a pioneering physician at Johns Hopkins University, a medical professor, wrote the part of the fundamentals that focused on having a personal relationship with Jesus. And so he's a important fundamentalist founder. Accepted the Earth was millions or billions of years old, had no issues with that whatsoever. We could turn to one of the founding fathers of fundamentalism, Benjamin B. Warfield, who wrote the fundamentalist doctrine of biblical inerrancy. So he's still used by young Earth creationists as the best expression of the inerrancy of the Bible. Right? So Warfield's work is still key for fundamentalists. And many have called him the chief theological architect of fundamentalism, Christian fundamentalism. But he thought the Earth was billions of years old, as described by the geologists. Had no issues. We can turn to William Bell Riley, who was called the grand old man of fundamentalism, editor of the Christian Fundamentalist, founded the World Christian Fundamentalist Association, definitely a leading fundamentalist, and interpreted the day age, Genesis, as long ages, and that these were billions of years old. These are ages that were billions of years in time. No issues among fundamentalism. In fact, when we look at fundamentalists, at the time of the famous Scopes monkey trial, there is not one fundamentalist who believes in the young Earth. There's not one. There's all of them who left a written record, at least. We can only go on what's written in terms of records. There's no trace of evidence that there's any fundamentalists, Christian fundamentalists, who are properly in the fundamentalist movement who believe in a young Earth, or what we call young Earth creationism. And they didn't see any geological significance to Noah's flood, right? Most of these folks thought it was a local flood, and they had no issues with that. We could use William Jennings Bryan, who was, among other things, Democrat Party nominee for president in 1896, 1900, and 1908. He was for the common person. He was a defender of the poor. He was also a prosecuting attorney at the Scopes monkey trial. If you've seen Inherit the Wind, he's portrayed as an ignorant bigot who thinks the Earth is only 4,000 years old. But we have his testimony where he's talking about the Earth as billions of years old. So you wonder, well, how does this movie even get produced? Right? He said it was billions of years old under oath at this trial, and thought the days of Genesis were long ages of time. So you say, okay, well, even the most literalistic Bible believers accepted the antiquity of life on Earth. They accepted geologists. After all, these geologists were all Christians. Fundamentalist creationists at the time had no problem with an ancient age of the earth. So where did this idea of a 6,000-year-old earth come from? Who was saying this at the time? Right? Where does this come from? If no fundamentalists believed it, why do so many people today believe it? And the answer is Ellen G. White of the Seventh-day Adventists had a series of visions where God took her back to the beginning of the creation and showed her the age of the universe as 4004 BC, and that these were 6 24-hour days, how God did it. Her group started to grow. By the 1960s, her view became mainstream among very conservative Christians for interesting historical reasons. But this was the only group at the time. It was a very small group of what most people didn't even consider Christians, because they had rejected Sunday as the day of worship. They had rejected the Trinity. They had rejected pretty much most of what Christians would say was Orthodox Christian doctrine. Fundamentalists called them a cult, right? So Benjamin B. Warfield, people like that, Christian fundamentalists said, Seventh-day Adventists, these are not even Christians, they're a cult, right? But yet, this is where this view comes from, and the Seventh-day Adventist interpretation of Earth history remained on the periphery of fundamentalism until after 1961. Right, so 1961 is when a lot of things changed. It has to do with a very important best-selling book. But we'll talk about that in a different class. But that's how things change, right? So we have this idea of Bill Nye and the ancient earth being something Christians rejected. But then we see this idea actually comes from Christians. So the myth is actually the opposite from the truth in this case. So we can think about this, and I want us to split up into groups of 5 or 6. Please make sure that everyone has a chance to speak in your groups. Go around. It's always good to go around once and hold your comments until everyone gets a chance to speak. If you want to say more, right? Try to make sure everyone gets a chance. Couple questions. Do you think anyone today would cite historical geology or the fact that the history of Earth is linear with a beginning? Do you think anyone today would use this as a argument that proves atheists are wrong? Right? Do you think anyone would use this today as an argument in support of a creator God? Say, this proves the God of the Christian Bible is correct and that atheists are wrong. And think about why or why not. It's interesting because the Christians at the time thought that atheists had finally been refuted and Christians have finally been shown to be correct. And today I don't know if anyone's making that argument. Maybe you do. But think about why or why not. Secondly, why do you think so many fundamentalists today follow Ellen White's visions? Right? She's, I think, 14 when she starts having her visions. And 16, I think, was the one when she had this vision of the ancient earth. She was very charismatic, had a large following. Why do you think fundamentalists today follow her visions rather than the founders of fundamentalism, theologically, which all accepted that the earth was billions of years old? Right? Why do you think that's the case? And so when if other things come up, we talk about them too. But make sure everyone gets a chance to talk. See what you think of these 2 questions, and then we'll talk together after that. Good morning. Glad you can make it today. This is a class called Lies My Culture Told Me About the Christian Religion. And many of you have been with us before, and this is your first time. Welcome. The point of this class is we're talking about myths that have to do with the Christian religion that our culture tells us. And we're doing some debunking in this class. We've talked about the Crusades, the Inquisition, and many other things, and have learned that there's a lot of lies out there that have specific origins. And today we're going to talk about lies about Darwin, evolution, and a lot to do with the concept of race. Where does the concept of race come from? Is there any scientific truth in the idea of race? And how has this concept been used for good or for ill? And this has to do with Darwin, so I thought it'd be a good time to talk about today. First question we'll be asking is, did the church ever persecute Darwin? David Mills, who's our favorite guy to pick on, best-selling atheist book of a while back, before Richard Dawkins' God Delusion. It was number 1. But Mills tells us, in characteristic David Mills style, that in 1859, British naturalist Charles Darwin published the historic volume, The Origin of Species. 1871, published another work, The Descent of Man. Since that time, Darwin has been despised, misrepresented, and unethically vilified by the world's Christian clergy. True or not is the question, right? Are there any exceptions to this? Were there any Christian clergy that liked Darwin or didn't vilify him? We could say, okay, what was the deal with Darwin? Was he so afraid, was he literally afraid for his life to publish his views, as some would tell us? Ernst Mayr is a biologist, not a historian of science, but he likes talking about these stories of Darwin and how Darwin was afraid for his life to publish, and the persecution of the church and the role of Christianity in this. We go back 100 years, we find statements like this: the church has ever been the enemy of progress and true reform. The church it was that murdered Galileo because he dared to challenge the church's dogma on astronomy. We talked about Galileo. Wasn't murdered, so that's questionable. But did the church persecute Darwin? And it continues. And we could say, well, where does this view come from? It's already established in 1900. Can we push it further back? And does anyone want to take a guess at where this view starts? Draper and White. Andrew Dixon White has a whole chapter on how Darwin was persecuted that starts with this sentence: Darwin's Origin of Species had come into the theological world like a plow into an anthill. Everywhere, those rudely awakened from their old comfort and repose had swarmed forth, angry and confused. Reviews, sermons, books, light and heavy, came flying at the new thinker from all sides. Interesting, he really doesn't tell us who's making these criticisms when he goes into them. Like, one reviewer calls Darwin's theory gloomy. Okay. Right? I'm thinking, where are the attacks? This is your own age. Who's physically attacking him? Right? And there's lots of rhetoric. But when you actually read what he says, even that, you're thinking, this isn't really that bad. Right? Are these the best examples? Are there no good examples? Or who are we even talking about? You're not even giving us any names. Right? And so we will talk about how people responded to Darwin. We'll talk about what they didn't say, what they did say. And we'll talk about some other things as well. One thing we often hear of is that Darwin was attacked, and so we can look at some actual historians of science. John Van Wy, who's a Cambridge historian of science, says the largest archive of Darwin original sources online. He's a Darwin scholar who has spent his life getting Darwin's original writings to the public. And he says, we often hear that when The Origin of Species was published, there was a great outcry and a historic clash of science and religion. This is more fantasy than fact. I put up, from the New Scientist, Vatican says it does not owe Darwin an apology. So lots of scientists were demanding that the Vatican apologize to Darwin for their persecution of Darwin. Vatican says, no, we can't apologize, there was no wrong. That annoyed this author of New Scientist. But Van Wy says Darwin had no fears about publishing his theory of evolution, and this notion that he delayed because of fear is a complete myth. He was just simply writing 10 more books in the time. No fear of publication. That's not at all historical, though we often hear it. So we can talk about other myths. Well, what about his theory? Was his theory something that completely undermined Christian views of species? Was this idea of transmutation or evolution of species, right? That one species changes to another. Was this something against Christian dogma? As we hear from folks, like here's Ernst Mayr again, writing in a book called The Growth of Biological Thought. Ernst Mayr is a well-known biologist, but not a historian of science by trade. But he says, with the expansion of the Christian religion in the Middle Ages, and especially with the advent of the Protestant Reformation, The fixity and complete constancy of species now became a firm dogma. Fixity of species, but what he means by that is that one species does not change into another. Species are fixed. One species will stay the same, and you'll never have transmutation of species. A literal interpretation of Genesis required the belief in individual creation of every species of plants and animals on the days prior to Adam's creation. The species, thus, was the unit of creation. So this is an interesting idea, and maybe you've heard this, maybe you haven't. One of the things I studied as an undergraduate and also the philosophical side in graduate school was biology. And I heard this a lot, this idea that Christians always believed the species was the unit of creation, and this just seemed to be out there everywhere. So when I first read that this wasn't the case, I thought, well, really? How could it? But Ernst Mayr says it. And Ernst Mayr came to my class and talked to us, and everyone cheered. And he's such a renowned biologist. How could anything he say be untrue? But Ernst Mayr isn't a theologian. He's not even a Christian. Why is he talking about the Bible? Why is he talking about history? Right? He can give us a good definition of species, but is he right about this other stuff? Well, what's the truth? We can go to a historian of science who talks about species, actually has a whole book on species and the historical concept of species. And here's Mayr again. The Christian doctrine of fixity of species was a key barrier to overcome if the concept of evolution was to flourish. So once again, Christianity is in the way of Darwin. You've got to get rid of Christianity for Darwin's theory to even have a chance. And what do historians of science say? Well, John Wilkins says the idea that species were universally thought to be fixed prior to Darwin was simply wrong. Many creationist thinkers of the classical period, that means the early church fathers, through the 19th century, the time of Darwin, thought that species could change. Well, isn't that interesting? Right? Mayr is wrong. Here's a historian of science saying why he's wrong. But well before that, other historians of science said the same thing. Conway Zirkel, who was a historian that looks into this question of species before Darwin, has written that the ancients believed species were not constant but always changing, that they mutated whenever the occasion arose. He talks about the word specious, right? And species. Is there a similarity? Is there a root, a connection between species and species? Okay. Verification. I didn't put up there because I want to check with Rich first. And whenever anyone says something about linguistics, I'm like, okay, you're a historian of science, not a linguist. Check with Rich. So that is true. Specious, right? Well, you can't really depend on someone who's specious, right? Species, can you depend on them? Well, there's a root there, and this is what the ancients thought. The original concept of species, says Zirkel, bears a very close resemblance to our concept today, post-Darwin. So the ancients used to believe species changed, and then Darwin had to reassert that. Over and against whom? Who was he arguing against? Who believed species were fixed? Well, the answer to that is Linnaeus, Carl Linnaeus, the archetypical human being according to the Linnaean classification system. That's what we should all look like. I don't think he chose himself. It was chosen in his honor, so that's not Linnaeus. But species fixism, though, at the time of Linnaeus was a progressive scientific development. Linnaeus studied species and found they were pretty constant. They didn't change very easily. So he was actually undoing this idea of species being very changeable in his work. So Linnaeus was actually onto something by promoting this idea that species don't always change. And by the time of Darwin, this became established within the scientific community. So, but it was hardly a generation old, a couple generations by the time Darwin wrote. But when Darwin was born, this was a pretty new idea, that species don't change. Biologists had not always believed species were stable, and the idea that species had to remain exactly as they had been created was relatively new. when Darwin was around. So it's interesting, you have something a couple generations old, species don't change. And then Darwin goes back to the more ancient view with a different scientific perspective. Right? So these myths about Christians always being against transmutation of species, or that everyone thought species never change, right? They're completely ignorant of the history of science and the history of species. Right? You're looking at something that became established with Linnaeus, and you're projecting it back into the ancient world in a way that never existed. In a longer version of this class, I have a long quote from Aristotle. I was going to ask you, who do you think said this? Because he talks about the continuous, gradual changing, where you can't tell where one species becomes the next. Right? And it looks like something Darwin would write, but it's actually Aristotle. So, this is what's called the fact of evolution, the fact of the change of species over time. And this is a fact, as an observation, that has been known for a long time in different ways. Right? You could say, well, not 100% as we look at the fossil record, but the fact that species have a continuity, whether you call it the great chain of being, or whether you think that there's some sort of permeability between them, this idea has been around for a while. But this doesn't talk about why this is the case. That's the mechanism of evolution. So the mechanisms of evolution want to talk about how such changes appear. Why do species change when they change? People knew that plants would change, sometimes through something called hybridization, right? If one plant mates with another plant that looks different, you can get something different. And all the way back to Theophrastus, who was Aristotle's successor, people saw this was the case. But what's the mechanism? What causes the change to occur? These are two different things. Sometimes you hear evolution's a fact. If someone's using that phrase responsibly, what they mean is forms of life change over time. And we can say, well, who discovered the fact of evolution? We talked about this individual last week. Nicholas Steno, father of stratigraphy, Catholic saint and bishop. Science and religion were both very important to him. Discovered the progression of fossils changing through time. He argued that fossils were animals, the remains of ancient animals, and when you look in the different layers of fossils, that life forms change through time, and this is evolution. This is the fact of evolution. For him, evolution was directed by God. It proved Genesis was right over and against Aristotle. Aristotle said, Earth is eternal, it has no real history. This is something we talked about last week, if you remember. And Steno's saying, no, Earth has a history. This proves Genesis is right. And as long as you assume that the top layers are younger than the bottom layers, then you have a history of life in the layers of the fossils. And we see that things change over time. He argued that these fossils were animals that once lived, argued for an ancient Earth. And again, he was an extremely devout person, so much that he's a local saint. So we come up with something called the principle of faunal succession. That's something that Steno gives us. And what this looks like is if you look at this diagram here, these are fossil layers. This is the most recent. Top layer, you can say how far do human fossils go down? And you say, okay, well, they disappear somewhere in the tertiary. Right? So what does that mean? What about birds? So they disappear in the Jurassic. Mammals disappear in the Triassic, and so on. And so if you think about what this looks like, if you think about Steno looking at these layers of fossils, assuming the lower fossils are more ancient, why don't we have humans in the first layers, but we have fish in the first layers? Well, the answer is simple, because Genesis tells us so, and so do the fossil layers. Right? You're not expecting humans in the early days of creation. Right? And for Steno, this perfectly makes sense. Geology proves Scripture. Evolution proves that Genesis is right about its progressive, linear history of animal life, with humans coming at the end. Right? On the last day, which Steno talked about as ages. You know, he talked about these days, these yoms in Hebrew, as ages. And we keep going down and we find that eventually there's no fish fossils. Well, of course there's no fish fossils eventually, or even things with shells, because God created all of life. So you'd expect there to be a time when there was no life. And that shows that life needed a creation. Right? So we could say, okay, well today, this is the same situation. We keep going into what we think are the most ancient layers, and we find not even multicellular life, not even single-celled life, no trace of life in metabolic processes when we get to the most ancient layers. So even today, we talk about the origin of life. What caused the origin of life versus the fact that there was an origin of life is a mechanism question. But the fact that there was a time when there was no life on this earth is something that is both uncontroversial in Scripture and uncontroversial in science. And Steno was the first person to recognize this. But then we can talk about what causes evolution to happen. That's a different sort of question. Different theories before Darwin. Darwin had his own theory. And I want to contextualize his theory today. Not so much talk about his theory, but put it in context to give you a sense of what he's doing. So the myth is that Darwin was an objective, perfectly objective, tough-minded scientist who had no religion to cloud his clear view, and that he was single-mindedly obsessed with overthrowing the doctrine of creation and getting rid of the Christian God for the sake of some sort of atheistic secular science, right? To reduce humans to beasts. The historical reality is given by two of the most well-known scientific biographers of Darwin, in this book, Darwin's Sacred Cause. This is their statement. This is me paraphrasing their version of the myth. They said this isn't just simplistic, it's plain wrong. And I want to tell you why this is wrong today. But to start that, we have to start talking about the question of race. Think about race. What is race? What makes a race? Where does this idea come from? Did the ancients use this idea? Right? When Greeks and Romans talk about races, what do they mean? Right? And we find different discussions. Pliny's Natural History in 77 CE talks about different races as non-human others. And here you see some ancient races. You see dog-headed people. Right? That'd be interesting if they existed. Mermaids, we all know. Monopods, people with one big foot. People with two faces. People whose faces were on their torso. Right? And these are all clearly non-human races. But this isn't what we think of race. Right? We're thinking, well, when you think of race, you might think this applies within humans. Columbus had his copy of Pliny's Natural History on his voyage to the undiscovered lands, and he was expecting he might find dog-headed people. Right? We see these in his journey, in his journals. He thought he might find some of these monstrosities, as he called them, that were kind of human but not human, and all he found was people that looked a lot like other people. And so the question is, well, what do you do with these other people? They're not this ancient concept of race. Are they people just like Columbus? Are they people just like the people everyone knows? And this is where the current idea of race comes from. Some people argued that indigenous Americans were not people, were not human beings. Among them, Paracelsus and Giordano Bruno argued that these new races were not descended from Adam and Eve, and they didn't have souls. They're not fully human, therefore we can enslave them. Right? So that's Bruno, right, who's burnt at the stake, and Paracelsus, who coined the term, was one of the people who gave you the term Dark Ages. Right? Enlightenment thinkers, early Enlightenment thinkers, not quite the Enlightenment yet, Renaissance thinkers, we'll call them, are the first ones to give us this idea of race within humans as different. This is a view called polygenism, and Bruno also applied this to Ethiopians, Pygmies in Africa, and people in the Pacific Islands. He said these are different species of primitive humans that cannot be traced in the same descent nor are they sprung from the generative force of a single progenitor. They do not have a common ancestry with us, says Bruno. The Pope says, I disagree. Pope Julius II said the Indians, Ethiopians, and everyone that looks like humans are descended from Adam and Eve. Bruno disagrees with the Pope. Bruno has lots of other issues going on. Bruno was burnt on the stake in Italy. This is one of the reasons why, right? Not to promote anyone being burnt at the stake. But, right. But Bruno was saying something very, very, very wrong from a Roman Catholic perspective with the unity of humanity. So this becomes the issue that starts to tear the secular versus Christian world in two, and this is the issue of race. Enlightenment thinkers, according to historian of science Lazar Barkan, start going with this Bruno idea of race, that human races are like separate species. They shouldn't intermix. You're going to get bad things when humans intermix, not from Adam and Eve. This especially becomes an all-consuming passion during the 19th century. A thinker by the name of Johann Friedrich Blumenbach says there's 5 distinct races, and these races should remain apart, right? Some folks said these races go back forever. They're eternal. People who argue for an eternal earth argue they were eternally 5 distinct races. And this idea of racial groups that you classify humans develops in the 19th century, and it still lingers today. This is a view called polygenism. Assumes very deep racial distinctions, that humans originated as separate races. In the time of Darwin, people are arguing, yes, if there was any origin of humans, they're as separate races, not from Adam and Eve. Gets rid of the idea of a common human ancestry, and races are so fundamental, according to this view, that human races are seen as distinct species. And this becomes the dominant, quote-unquote, scientific view in the 1840s, and a couple decades before Darwin publishes Origin of Species. So think about this context. There is no common ancestry for humans. They have a separate ancestry. So where does Darwin fit into this view? Well, in his day, modern science supported polygenism. And according to polygenism, humans had no common ancestor. What about the other view? Well, the other view was for religious wackos. It's called monogenism. The idea that we all go back to common ancestry, one human family, there's no such thing as race. That's what these crazy Christians are saying. And all races are historically united in a single brotherhood and sisterhood of humanity. They're not real. Race is a social construct. Mid-19th century monogenism was more scientifically controversial than the idea of evolution. Right? So think about this. What's Darwin saying? Well, he's saying there's a common ancestry through evolution. You might think evolution is the more controversial part of that. But actually, monogenism was just as controversial. Held by religiously devout abolitionists, people who want to get rid of slavery, and for the sake of preserving the integrity of Scripture. So, in the mid-19th century, anthropological authorities caricatured this view as religiously quaint and a nice little myth that, yes, if it makes you feel good, you're welcome to have it, but don't talk about it in the scientific lab, right? Scientific establishments saw this as an monogenesis as an antiquated religious dogma. So what does Darwin do? Well, he uses all the scientific ability to argue that monogenism is right. Why, we might wonder. Why did he do this? We'll talk about that in a second. But what's interesting is he was going against the scientific consensus at the time to argue this. Darwin's Sacred Cause, Desmond and Moore say, weighting increasingly against the tide of new scientific thought, he offered evolution through natural selection as an empirical foundation to the religiously motivated unity of race thesis. Wait, did I just say Darwin was religiously motivated on the unity of race thesis? Yes, I did. Actually, I didn't say it. His biographers say that. Rather than seeing the facts force evolution on Darwin, we find a moral passion firing his evolutionary work. What's Darwin up to? This doesn't sound like the myth. Well, Darwin, from the very outset, wanted to prove humans were one brotherhood and sisterhood of humanity, the unity of humankind. This notion grounded his evolutionary enterprise. Say Desmond Moore, human evolution wasn't the last piece in the jigsaw, though he wrote on it last. It was actually the first thing he was concerned with. Even before his voyage on the Beagle, he was interested in this question of proving this. Why was he so interested? Well, because Darwin grew up in a context where sitting around the table they would sing Christian hymns, evangelical Christian hymns, with other abolitionists such as William Wilberforce. If you've seen the movie Amazing Grace, you know William Wilberforce fought against the slave trade as a member of Parliament. Thomas Clarkson, who was a well-known evangelical preacher. But the reason why was because Josiah Wedgwood, who was Darwin's grandfather, bankrolled the abolitionist movement. He was the richest person in Victorian England at the time. Darwin was a member of the richest family of Victorian England. And Wedgwood, where we get Wedgwood pottery from, was a devoted Christian abolitionist who even came up with the official seal. He designed the official seal of the abolitionist movement, which is right there, with a brother from Africa in chains, saying, "Am I not a man and a brother? Am I not your brother? Am I not your sister?" Right? And you put it on your pottery, which is very popular. Right? Wedgwood pottery. Well, that's everyone in style has Wedgwood pottery. Oh, there's the slogan on my pottery. Right? So, what's this about? Right? This is a fight, and Darwin is growing up in the center of this fight with these evangelicals, with these preachers, with this context, with a very clear idea of what's wrong and what's right, and Darwin's interest in science. So he says, well, what's my contribution to this fight? I'm going to prove it through science. I'm going to prove the unity of humanity through science. So this is Darwin's starting point. Kinship, brotherhood, common descent of humanity, Adamic unity. We are all unified in Adam and Eve, and I'm going to prove it through science. Right? This was axiomatic in the anti-slavery tracts that Darwin and his family devoured and distributed. Imagine young Charles Darwin going around door to door handing out anti-slavery tracts with all these Bible verses on them and hanging around with these preachers. The point is, shared ancestry was unique to Darwin's peculiar brand of evolution. This is his context. So you can say, well, this is different than probably everything you've ever heard about Darwin, unless you've read some of the recent literature on him. So we can say, okay, well, what do we make of that? Darwin was driven to his research from this view, shaped his thinking in a single-minded effort to develop a picture of the natural world that could counter the prevailing belief in the immutability of species, which came from Linnaeus. Right, so he's going back to a more ancient view, going back to a more Christian view on many accounts. And we say, how did Christians respond to Darwin? I'm going to give you just a selection. I'm going to cherry pick a couple people for the prominent. Cambridge professor and preacher Charles Kingsley was so well acquainted with Darwin that Darwin wanted him to review a pre-release copy of his Origin of Species to give him his feedback before Darwin let it hit the presses. Kingsley loved it, wrote him comments, and Darwin's response was, "Can I put your comments in the second edition, in the preface?" Right? And so here you have a clergyman and a Cambridge professor who's included in the introduction. And you also have Frederick Temple, who loved Darwin's theory, thought it does a great service to the Christian religion. And he's not just some, country parson. He would shortly become the Archbishop of Canterbury, which is the head of the English Church. So to say that the English Church, or the Church rejected Darwin, well, wait, the head of the English Church, this is the English Pope, loved Darwin's work and thought it did a great service to Christian theology because it showed that the laws of nature that God created could be extended to the realm of biology. Right? So he thought this was a great idea. We could go to Scotland. I love including George MacDonald, because I love George MacDonald. But here's a fun quote from George MacDonald, because he knew that not everyone There were, of course, people that were not 100% in love with Darwin. But MacDonald says, well, what's the problem here? The only parsons and scientists who argue are those who understand neither the God of Genesis nor the science of the universe. The parsons make God too small to make use of science. The scientists make science so big, they think it can function without God's having given it life. Both are wrong, for they do not grasp how big God truly is. The true debate is not over evolution, but over the simple question, how big is God? Is he big enough to use any means he chooses? Right? So MacDonald is transcending the question in a certain way and asking, what is science to you in theology? What is the deeper question? MacDonald loves using evolution in his works, even theologically, but it's not through natural selection. That's what's interesting. He's talking about evolution in a moral, spiritual dimension that transcends natural selection. Not that natural selection can't play a part in that either. Right? He has no issue with natural selection, but he says if you think that's all evolution is, then you're also wrong. Right? Because it's much deeper. The universe is evolving towards God, towards Christ-likeness. And that's why we're here. So there's a deep evolutionary theme in his work before Darwin even publishes. Right? MacDonald's an evolutionist before Darwin publishes. Darwin is saying kind of what's obvious to MacDonald already, but he's giving an interesting mechanism to fill out the picture. What about in America? Well, the reason Darwinism existed in America was because of an evangelical Christian who was also a Harvard professor of biology named Asa Gray. He was Darwin's preeminent disciple in America during the first decades, and he is chiefly responsible for the promotion of Darwinian evolution in America. So if you want to say, well, why is Darwinian evolution so strong in America? You can thank an evangelical at Harvard, who was also an abolitionist, who was against slavery in the 1850s and 60s. Anyone know what happened in the 1860s in this country about slavery? There's a big war, right? We call it the Civil War. And he's in the North arguing, using Darwin against slavery as a Christian. And I throw in Bryan there, William Jennings Bryan, because he was also an evolutionist up to human beings. He said, okay, animals evolve, but there's something spiritual, something special about human beings that I'm going to say there's something more. So it's not a complete continuity between human beings and what you would say are the lower animals. You might say, okay, well then he's not a real evolutionist if he doesn't include human beings. And hold on to that for one moment, and we'll see who are the real evolutionists. One of the real evolutionists was Benjamin B. Warfield, Princeton theologian, founding father of Christian fundamentalism. We talked about him last week too. But he gave us the doctrine of biblical inerrancy, the fundamentalist doctrine, and was a pure Darwinian according to his own description. He said he has no issues with anything Darwin has written in any of his works. And he says, as someone who believes the Bible is completely inerrant, he says he sees no issue in any statement of the Bible or in Genesis 1 and 2 that need be opposed to evolution. Right? He says if humans were formed by a leap by propagation from British parents, so there's some lower human form that gives rise to our higher human form, he has no theological issues with that as the founding theological father of Christian fundamentalism. Right? So okay, well, these are pretty significant Christians who had no issues with Darwin, who actually were very enthusiastic about Darwin as a fellow ally fighting against slavery, as a fellow evangelical ally fighting against slavery. Darwin's theology, well, he's closer to MacDonald in his theology, doesn't like the Church of England so much, for certain reasons we could talk about. But who parted ways with Darwin's science? Now this is the really interesting slide, and I want this to sink in. The first one is someone who rejected Christianity early on, argued for Aristotelian eternalism, but also was argued for an ancient Earth. Enlightenment thinker Charles Lyell accepted evolution up to humans, but didn't think humans were part of the picture. Well, wait. Is Lyell, who is valorized by David Mills and Carl Sagan and others, is Lyell the same as Brian of the Scopes Monkey trial? There's no difference in their views on evolution. What about the co-founder of natural selection, Alfred Russel Wallace, who published natural selection at the same time as Darwin? Did he believe humans were evolved from non-human animals? Well, the answer is no. Certain attributes of the human mind, says Russell, notably its aesthetic, musical, and mathematical powers, defied explanation by natural selection. So he was the co-founder of natural selection, didn't think the human mind applied, and to rub salt in the wound, Thomas Henry Huxley, Darwin's bulldog, the person who used Darwin to argue for agnosticism, the person who said you can't be a Christian and a Darwinian too. You have to choose one or the other, did not fully accept natural selection as an explanation for human consciousness. So here we have the three prominent scientific defenders who are not Christians of Darwin's theory, and they're not as Darwinian as the founding father of fundamentalism. Right? There's a great irony in this. I want you to catch it. Right? B.B. Warfield was more of a Darwinian than Thomas Henry Huxley, Darwin's bulldog. Right? Huxley also did something that, make of it what you will, but he gave us a polygenist interpretation of Darwin's monogenist theory, arguing for the irreversible differences and inequality of races. So not only did he make Darwinism agnostic, he tried his best to make Darwinism agnostic, but he also made Darwin undergird some of the current ideas of race, the polygenic idea of race. And even though we all come from a common ancestry, he's still trying to argue that racial divides were very deep. Right. So Huxley's views, unfortunately, were taken up by a Chinese scholar by the name of Yan Fu, who fell in love with Huxley's views, took them to China, and influenced China to this present day. Official People's Republic of China paleoanthropology undergirds a Chinese patriotism that resonates with a folk taxonomy that understands race as evident, natural, fundamental, pervasive, omni-historical, and biologically significant division of the world's peoples. The Chinese are not related to Africans, especially in official People's Republic of China paleoanthropology. This goes back to Huxley through Yan Fu, right? And this is still important today. If you want to read a whole book on it, The People's Peking Man. Peking Man is an early human fossil that was discovered by a Jesuit priest by the name of Teilhard de Chardin, which is an interesting story in itself. But that still shapes, this idea of race still shapes fundamentally the Chinese view of humans and human race. And it goes back to Huxley, right? So we can say, okay, well, there's a lot of racist stuff that goes back to non-Christians who used Darwin, used previous views to keep this idea of race going, that races are distinct, that there isn't really a humanity that can be unified into one family. But we can say, well, is there any truth to this? What is the issue of race in current biology? And I want to update the story a bit with some current science. We say, well, what does current science support? Monogenism, the monogenism of Darwin, or the polygenism, or sometimes called multi-regionalism, of Huxley and pre-Darwinian polygenists? The answer is Darwin wins in contemporary science in terms of unity of humanity. Common ancestry of humanity is something genetically, we are all Africans, right? We're a genetic subset of Africans. Racial differences, according to this article, are superficial. We're all Africans under our skin. We can look at what's called our mitochondrial DNA. This is DNA that comes only from our moms. It's passed down. We can see, okay, well, how does this diverge from other DNA? Does it go back to a common source? Or are we always separate? Are races separate forever? The answer is all of our DNA comes from one woman who lived about 200,000 years ago. She's been dubbed the mitochondrial Eve. That's where all of our mitochondria come from, without exception. Our maternal lineages all go back to Africa. Arguments about exactly where in Africa, but no question that they go back to one woman in Africa. And if you have a Y chromosome, which a number of you in this room have, we can also trace them back through your fathers. Do they all go back to a common source? How long ago? Where are they? Is it somewhere else? Does the father of all humans come from China or America or something like that? No. Same place, around the same time. Y chromosomes all go back, and fossil evidence supports this, right? So humans started in Africa, and all humans started in Africa. And this is the consensus. Africa is the birthplace of all modern humans from paleontological and genetic evidence. And the population goes back to about 100 to 200,000 years ago. There you can see an idea. If you ever had your DNA lineage done, L1, sometimes people put L1 up here in Ethiopia, sometimes down here. But the point is some group named M, the M group, left, and the M and N groups, then everyone else comes from them. But everyone comes from Africa, right? This is the genetic evidence. And if we look at human diversity, there was quite a surprise when folks started looking at this, because they thought, well, now we're very diverse. Maybe there is some sort of scientific basis for race, because look at this room. There's so much diversity in this room, right? We have to be more diverse than like a group of chimpanzees that lives in one little mountainside, right? Like the whole human race has to be more diverse than that. But the point of the data is that's not true. If you look at the genetic diversity within a group of chimpanzees on a single hillside, living less than a mile apart from one another, it is more diverse than the entire human genome. You take the two most diverse people you want and compare their genetics, and you will find they are less diverse than two chimps living a mile apart from each other. Right? The point is, our early ancestors survived an episode. This is scientists talking about. We were a tiny little population that today would have been considered an endangered species. Right? So you picture this little group of humans. There they are. All of our DNA comes from this little tiny group somewhere in Africa that is on the brink of extinction because there's so little diversity. We're an endangered species. And somehow we spread out throughout the entire world, right, to even threaten the world with how many humans there are. How do we do that? Right? This is science. These are not Christians talking to you with science. Maybe you can find a Christian story that sounds like that. But wait, so this little tiny family of humans, just a handful of humans, spread throughout the world, right? Think about it. So we can say, okay, well, Darwin's idea of the common ancestry of humans going back to one family is, I think, as scientifically solid as we could ever hope it could be with the DNA evidence, right? This idea is not going away with any evidence that we're going to find in the next couple weeks, right? There's lots of debate. Well, where in Africa did humans emerge from? No one questions whether humans came from Africa, right? And whether our whole diversity of humanity isn't even worth talking about in comparison to other animals. We're the least diverse species out there in significant ways. And so we can say, okay, well, what do we do with this? First of all, we can think about a question based on Darwin pursuing a scientific research program that is undergirded by a theological assumption. Do you think he was justified? Do you think Darwin was justified in pursuing a scientific research program based on the Christian assumption that all humans are from one family? Acts 17:26 talks about from one man, God made all the ethne, all the races, all the nations of mankind, right? Common ancestry. And think about why. Or was he illegitimate, using a theological idea to ground a scientific research program? Well, that's how we do bad science, right? You have your theology influence your science. That's not a good thing, right? Or is it a good thing? What about when you get rid of theology and you ground science? So that's the other side of the story. Folks like Huxley and many others were explicitly getting rid of Christian values to come up with an idea of race that they thought was scientific. I would say, well, it was a theory I'd say it's now a falsified scientific theory, right? So the idea that races are so deep and there is no human unity, I'd say, well, that was a theory. It's been falsified. So, hopefully someday we can move beyond the damage it's done. But consider how the modern concept of race is based on a now falsified science that began through a rejection of Christian values and ideas. In light of this, do you think science without religion is a good thing? Or maybe you could say always a good thing. Has this concept of race done any damage? Right? This idea that there's these races that are so distinct and that we're not one human family. Right? Has this done any damage? Think about its origins and, is this always a good thing to get rid of Christian values from science? Right? 2 questions. Questions hoping to lead you, not intended to be loaded questions as such, but to try to drive you into a discussion I hope will be interesting. Split up into groups, talk to each other, make sure everyone gets a chance to talk, go around when you start, and then we'll talk together. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, glad you're all here. Welcome back. Today we're talking about the Big Bang, and lies about the Big Bang, misconceptions about the Big Bang, and trying to get to the root of what's the true nature of the Big Bang. And many folks in America do not accept the Big Bang Theory. So a poll from a few years back showed that most Americans, this is an Associated Press poll, showed that most Americans say that their religion is the reason they have trouble believing in the Big Bang. And most folks citing the Christian religion. And the reason why is because they believe the Big Bang says there's no God. And so we're going to look at that today, and we're going to look at the myths or the lies that are out there, the false myths about the Big Bang, and we'll look at the true nature of the Big Bang. And we can start with a popular show. So this is a USF student sent me this clip 2 days ago from a show. If you've ever watched Big Bang Theory, if you know Sheldon Cooper's one of the main folks in that show, and there's a show on the young Sheldon Cooper. So this is a clip from that gives us a sense of the biblical myths that surround questions of science and religion.
Sometimes people say to me, Pastor Jeff, how do you know there's a God? And I say it's simple math. God either exists or he don't. So let's be cynical. Worst case scenario, there's a 50-50 chance. And I like those odds.
That's wrong.
Kelly, put your hand down. Sorry, please continue.
It's okay, Mary. It's Sheldon, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, Sheldon, why don't you come on up here and tell me how I'm wrong? No.
Okay.
Give him a hand, everybody.
What's happening?
Sheldon's gonna eat him alive.
So, you were saying?
You've confused possibilities with probabilities. According to your analogy, when I go home, I might find $1 million on the bed, or I might not. In what universe is that 50-50?
So, what do you think the odds are that God exists?
I think they're 0. I believe in science.
So, you don't think science and religion can go hand in hand?
Science is facts. Religion is faith. I prefer facts.
Right, so that's the story, right? I don't believe in religion. I believe in science. Facts over faith. Right? Richard Dawkins says science is 100% faith-free. Right? Only the facts. Only the facts. And we can say, okay, well, the facts say the Big Bang happened. The faith says, well, what about God? So it's either or. It's a forced choice. You might say it's not 50-50. But others would say, okay, well, when we talk about the Big Bang, who are the voices saying we can't believe in the Big Bang as Christians? Well, one prominent voice out there from Young Earth Creationism, Ken Ham, says the Big Bang view teaches a concept of creation that is completely opposite of Scripture's accounts. And he has lots of folks reading his stuff, watching what he produces, The Big Bang idea comes out of explaining the world based on the laws of time and nature, basically naturalism. So according to Ken Ham, the Big Bang is an atheistic theory, right? And this is what you see in popular presentations. This is what you see in Young Earth Creationist presentations. This is what you see in our favorite person, David Mills, who talks about the Big Bang also as an atheistic theory. It's not an option to be a Christian and believe in the Big Bang. And interestingly, Mills even argues that the Big Bang is not an emergence of everything from nothing 13.8 billion years ago. It's merely a theory about the expansion of the universe starting at a point 13.8 billion years ago. And the reason why he argues this is from, he says, the conservation of mass energy, the law of nature that says matter is neither created nor destroyed, and the same with energy. So, it can't be changed from one to another, and from this, invokes the law of conservation of mass energy to claim that the universe always exists eternally in one form or another. Right? So the universe is eternal, and we might say, okay, well, that's not a new view, that the universe is eternal. It's a view that goes way back. If we look at the ancient Near East, we find that the material world has always existed without an absolute beginning, from the Mesopotamians to the Akkadians to the Sumerians. The universe is seen as eternal. The sky is eternal and a god. The earth is eternal and a goddess. The stars are all gods and goddesses, and they are eternal as well. And we see this in various places. The waters are seen as eternal principles. And we say, okay, well, there's no beginning, absolute beginning in the ancient Near East. We can turn to Hinduism. We can turn to Buddhism. There we have the phrase beginningless time. Creation, or creation is not creation. There is no creator. And there's no beginning, no end. The universe goes through endless cycles, endless series of creation and destruction. And there's also no design. And we can turn to the ancient Greeks and look at various philosophical schools. Plato is the closest we have in ancient Greece to a creator. But his demiurge is not a creator in the Christian sense. Plato's architect is forming pre-existing matter with pre-existing forms. So you have three pre-existing principles in Plato. Aristotle argues for an eternal universe, no beginning, no end. And others, such as Democritus and Epicurus, argue for a universe of infinite space, infinite time, made out of infinite atoms. And so there's an infinite number of stars and an infinite number of, this infinite cosmos in this view. So we say, okay, well, this is the ancient world, but then we have one exception to the ancient world, and that exception is found in Genesis and the Hebrews. Right? In the ancient world, all other cultures believed that there were certain aspects of reality that were fashioned, like trees and humans. They're not eternal, obviously. They have beginnings. But other things, stars, even mountains, never had a beginning, never have an end. And but this isn't the case in Genesis 1. In Genesis 1, we find the phrase, a beginning. In the beginning. The beginning of what? Right? Many have read this as an absolute beginning, and there's scholarly discussion. Is it an absolute beginning? Is it not? And the heavens and the earth mean everything, and that's what's called in Hebrew a merismus. So God creates all material and non-material creation out of nothing, and most scholars would say that in Genesis 1:2, the phrase used, tohu vavohu, is referring to a nothingness, right? An emptiness, empty and unproductive, or a nothingness. That Richard Hess, Hebrew scholar, says since there was no word within the ancient Hebrew vocabulary to signify absolutely nothing, the notion of emptiness expressed in Genesis 1:2 is about as close to absolutely nothing as an ancient Semitic author could get. Right? So there's no word for absolutely nothing, but this phrase means emptiness, invisibility. Right? The world, everything was invisible. It was empty. There's nothing there. Right? So you have this crazy idea from the Hebrews, and as it gets passed down, as they start using Greek, they start using the Greek for nothing. Right? And so this is an early Jewish writer says, look at the heavens and the earth and see everything that's in them and recognize that God did not make them out of things that existed. Right? God made everything out of that which does not exist. We find in the New Testament, God restores the dead to life, calls into existence those things that had not existed. And by faith we understand the world was created by the Word of God, so that what is seen was created out of things which were not. So this idea is everywhere in the early Christian tradition. You can't find one early Christian thinker who doesn't acknowledge this idea of creation from absolutely nothing. And that's a very important point. It comes with the Nicene Creed, right? God is the creator, right? Of all things, seen and unseen. Right? So Christians confess this, and as Christians start thinking about the natural world, Christians start thinking of scientific arguments to prove the beginning of the world. The first person we find to do this in a very scientific way is a guy by the name of John Philoponus. He's a Greek Christian, a Byzantine Christian, who's living in the 400s and 500s, and has a belief in the finitude of the universe, in the beginning of the universe, because he's a Christian. And from that, he decides he's going to argue scientifically against Aristotle. So if you've ever learned that Galileo was the first one to reject Aristotelian physics, well, Galileo's about 1,000 years too late, a little bit more than 1,000 years too late. Philoponus is the first one to really do this scientifically, and Galileo uses Philoponus in his own work. Right? So he's picking up a longer tradition. Philoponus rejects Aristotelian eternal universe, Epicurean infinite universe, uses physical arguments to do this. One of his most interesting arguments is what's called Abler's paradox in 1826. And it went like this. If you look at the dark night sky, if you think about, if you have an infinite cosmos with infinite stars, Philoponus says, every place you look, the sky should look like that. Right? But it doesn't. It looks like that. Right? So everywhere we look, we should see, our point of view should see, our line of sight should see some sort of bright object if it's infinite. But he makes an argument, it's a very technical argument we don't have time to talk about today, but he makes an argument for the finitude of the universe and the beginning of the universe from looking at things like light and stars and interesting arguments against affinity. These continue into early modern science. John Buridan, who's a medieval thinker, who has, we talked about his arguments for motion, why he believed that Earth could be moving, again, well before Galileo, and what you need to prove the motion of the Earth. Johannes Kepler uses this paradox of the dark night sky to argue for the beginning of a universe. So both these people continue this train of thinking from Philoponus. There's others in here as well, but these are folks that we've talked about. And we can say, well, what happens? We have this paradox of the dark night sky. Why is it only called a paradox in 1826? And why is it even a paradox? If the universe has a beginning, it's not a paradox. The reason it's a paradox is because in the Enlightenment, key scientific knowledge was lost. Right? And especially the knowledge of how to argue for the beginning of a universe based on Philoponus' arguments and others. Kepler's arguments were ignored. It's not that they were lost per se, they were just ignored. And, whether ignored equals loss, you can think about that. But another view came into prominence of an eternal universe that was static, stable, and Laplace was a promoter of the idea of a mathematically describable, mechanistic, eternal, stable universe. And he was an atheist, had no need for the God hypothesis, as he told Napoleon. We don't know whether he actually told Napoleon or not that, but or not. But sounds like something Laplace would say. So it's in his spirit. No beginning to the universe. Universe is an eternal self-regulating machine. Eternal mechanistic universe was necessary for Laplace to avoid the idea of creation. So Laplace is especially keen on this idea because he wants to avoid the idea of a creator. David Hume will use Laplace's science to argue against God. And this idea gets passed on for over 100 years in science, in the physics community, to others. And one person that it gets passed down to is Einstein. So everyone recognizes Einstein. He's an iconic figure in physics. 1915, he comes up with his general theory of relativity. That's a way of describing gravity. We're not going to worry about what it actually says, but it sees
the fabric of reality as a unified space-time that can be warped with large bodies of mass. The speed of light will change. If you're going the speed of light, time slows down, and that's why it's relative. It's relative to your inertial frame of reference. But Einstein, when he proposed his equations for his general theory of relativity, did not believe the universe was expanding. So his equations actually implied expansion of the universe, and he came up with a constant to balance that, and he believed the universe was static, eternal, infinite. These were key assumptions coming from Enlightenment physics that blinded Einstein. That's his own word. He says they blinded him from seeing the implications of his theory that others were able to see. And so we have to give David Mills some credit, because this is the one thing David Mills gets right. He says, interestingly, Einstein later inserted into his equations an arbitrary cosmological constant to negate the necessity of cosmic expansion. Einstein later described his cosmological constant as the biggest blunder of my life. Why? Well, he lost another Nobel Prize. He could have had 2, which would be fun. Right? You get 1, collect 2, right? And he didn't see the implications of his own theory, which as a visionary scientist was really difficult for him to see that. His vision only went so far. So Einstein said, it's the greatest blunder of my life. His original equations in general relativity predicted the universe should be expanding. And he says, it is incredible, this is Mills' language, it is incredible to contemplate that in addition to his other extraordinary contributions to science, Einstein could have provided theoretical evidence for the Big Bang before any experimental or observational evidence suggested its occurrence. He says that's incredible, and his assumptions did not allow Einstein to see the universe that had a beginning or an expanding universe, and he rejected solutions to his own equations that implied that, could have won a second Nobel Prize, one of the biggest regrets of his life. And Mills says, unfortunately, Einstein was influenced by the popular belief of his time that the universe was more or less static. Einstein, like those of us of lesser ability, could hardly display more intellectual independence than his time permitted. So he says it's not even possible for someone to have further vision than Einstein. His time did not permit anyone to see the truth about Einstein's equations. After all, who could have a deeper scientific vision, more intellectual independence than Einstein, right? How could anyone at the time have considered an expanding universe so contrary to scientific consensus? And I find it really interesting that David Mills dwells on this so long in his book, right? No one could have seen further than Einstein. And I think to myself, has David Mills not read anything about the history of the Big Bang Theory? Because even if you know what the Big Bang Theory is labeled, right, it's the Friedman-Lemaitre, Robertson, Walker standard cosmological model. So you think, well, who's the Friedman? Who's the Lemaitre? Who are the guys who came up with this? Right? There's Alexander Friedman. Who was he? He came up with the correct interpretation of Einstein's theories, which Einstein rejected. So it's not the case that Einstein's vision didn't allow him to see. There were other people saying, no, this cosmological constant is arbitrary. There's a deeper thing here that your own work is implying, but you won't see it. So Einstein was called out on his blindness by folks who did argue for the expansion of the universe, and Mills leaves them completely out of his discussion in the atheist universe. And we might say, well, why? Why does he leave Friedman out of his discussion? Why does he leave the first guy who can see things beyond scientific consensus out of his discussion? And my guess is because he was a devout Eastern Orthodox Christian. Right? And he doesn't want to give any credit to Christians in their visionary assumptions that were based on this idea of a creation of the universe. Historians of science say Friedman, because he believed that creation was true, saw this right away in Einstein's field equations for general relativity. He said, this looks just like something that would look like a creation event. And he was open to the idea, even to take a lot of scientific flack in proposing this idea, because people who proposed this idea were called names. We'll see that with Lemaitre in a moment. Friedman's Christian faith favorably disposed him towards assumptions that Einstein could not
accept or would not accept. And that was the idea that the universe had an actual beginning. So this is the beginning of the Big Bang. Alexander Friedman is the first person to see this, and it had to do with his Christian assumptions that led him to this view. The person we usually talk about as the originator of the Big Bang is Georges Lemaitre. He gave a much more detailed version of it, published his paper in the journal Nature. We have the original copy. He cut out all the references to God in the version he submitted, but we have the crossed out typewritten paper before that, where it actually talks about God in a paper that he sent to Nature, and proposed the universe was expanding, and he welcomed the idea of a cosmic beginning. Right, so Lemaitre, you might notice from Lemaitre that he's wearing a very interesting thing around his neck. He's a physicist trained in Cambridge, but he's also a Roman Catholic priest. Right, and so he's deeply theological, deeply scientific. The Sheldon Cooper idea that science and religion can't get along. Well, what about Friedman? What about Lemaitre? Right? These are the folks who actually give the theory behind the name of the show that Sheldon Cooper is in. Right? The Big Bang Theory. The producers have no clue where the Big Bang Theory comes from. Right? With this tired trope of science versus religion. Beginning of the Big Bang Theory. Georges Lemaitre projects the expansion of the universe back in time to arrive at something he calls the primeval atom. He didn't coin the term Big Bang Theory. That was actually coined to make fun of it by a guy we'll see in a moment. John North, historian of science, says his science had a strong theological relevance for him. An initial singularity, this beginning, this very tiny beginning, something not to be avoided, but in positive merit. He saw this as a physical manifestation of God's creation of the world. Right? And so for Lemaitre, this is theological relevance. So near a conference near Brussels, a conference near Brussels, in 1927, he shows Einstein's paper. It goes up, Herr Dr. Einstein, this very interesting paper. Have you seen it? It's published in Nature. Einstein, I've seen your paper. Your physical your calculations are correct, your mathematical calculations. But your physical interpretation, your physical insight is abominable. Right? Abominable. Right? That's a strong word. Not the only strong words Lemaitre received about his theory. Arthur Eddington, another well-known scientist at the time, physicist, calls it repugnant. This is a repugnant theory because it talks about a beginning of the present order. Lemaitre, quaint little Catholic priest, is simply confusing theology and physics. Right? Get your head out of the Bible, Lemaitre, and start doing physics like a real physicist. We all know the universe is eternal and static. Right? So he gets a lot of flack for this. Even as late as 1956, they're calling his theory an unscientific, popish theory. Right? This is a Russian physicist. It's a popish theory. Right? So you say, okay, no one is buying the Big Bang. He proposes it in 27. 56 people are still making fun of it. That's a long time. And we can say, well, why? Right? Historians of science, like Helen Kroc, says this is remarkable that neither Friedman nor Lemaitre's works made any impact at all. For historians of science, this is really interesting. While you have a perfectly sound theory that is a perfectly fine interpretation of Einstein's field equations, that makes no impact. Right? He says, well, the reason is because cosmologists in the 1920s could not see the universe as dynamic. Right? It wouldn't fit into their mental framework. If it was considered, it would be resisted. Right? And that's what we find happening. And some folks resisted it very explicitly. One individual who actually gave the term Big Bang to Lemaitre's theory, right, to make fun of it. He gave it that term on his BBC radio show where he was promoting science, popularizing science. He explicitly opposed this on anti-Christian grounds. Right? Hoyle was an atheist who hated the theistic implications of the Big Bang Theory. He said, if the Big Bang Theory is true, there's a beginning to the universe, that means there's a God, and that's unacceptable. So Lemaitre came up with a rival theory called steady-state theory that had an eternal universe that tried to compensate for the expansion through local expansion from stars producing hydrogen out of nothing, interestingly. That was Hoyle's theory. And he promoted this theory on a BBC radio show that he had. He was one of the very popular scientists. He was the Neil deGrasse Tyson of his day. He made something like 10 times more in royalties from his popular books than his Cambridge salary. Right. So he was very popular. Hoyle's atheism was a key motivator in his pursuit of rival theory. Disliked the notion of initial cause beyond the realm of science, which the Big Bang implied, and associated the steady-state theory with atheism. So he thought he was proposing a perfectly great atheistic theory and steady-state theory. His atheism was a key factor in his lifelong refusal. He died in the early 2000s, right? So he lived well past, in the 90s, when pretty much everyone had gone over the Big Bang. He lived past that, but he never accepted it, because he always thought the Big Bang implied that there was a God. And precisely because he did not believe in God, says historian of science Edward Davis, he did not like the implications of Lemaitre's theory. He ridiculed it and proposed steady-state theory to provide an alternate explanation without the implication that the universe had a beginning. So you can say, well, how did we get to the Big Bang? Well, the first step to the Big Bang comes with Edwin Hubble in 1929. Hubble was using a new type of telescope in Southern California at the Mount Wilson Observatory, and he's wanting to know whether or not stars are stationary. Looking at stars with the telescope, he found that lots of stars were actually galaxies. So when you magnify individual stars, they're actually they're galaxies behind that little speck of light. And he wanted to know, well, are they stationary? And the way he wanted to tell this was by looking at whether they were shifted to one end of the spectrum or not. Right? Light has the blue end of the spectrum, the red end of the spectrum, and galaxies, light that's moving away from you, will shift to the red end of the spectrum. If it's moving towards you, it'll shift to the blue end of the spectrum, to the ultraviolet side. And this is similar to the Doppler effect in sound. If you think about a motorcycle that's driving past you, right? You hear this, and it's like moving away. And the sound waves are lengthened, it's moving towards you, and they're shortening. And light is similar to that. And so he was looking at light. Many folks thought it wouldn't be shifted at all. It's just going to be white, because these aren't moving. Or, if there's any shifting, it's going to be random. Blue, red, and no pattern. And so folks expected nothing interesting, but his results were nothing short of a bombshell that shocked everyone. And he found that every single star he looked at was redshifted. Right? What does that mean? Every star is moving away from us. Every galaxy is moving away from us. What sort of universe is that? Right? Sounds like an expanding universe. And so this was the first real scientific evidence for Lemaitre's theory, and he even calculated the speed. Hubble calculated the speed at which the speed at which the galaxy was moving away from us is directly proportional to the distance from us, and that's been called Hubble's law. But interesting, Lemaitre predicted the exact same ratio, the same relationship in 1927, a couple of years before Hubble, right? Why is it called Lemaitre's law? Well, because folks didn't like Lemaitre, because he's a Catholic priest. Right. Recently, there's been a move to name it the Lemaitre-Hubble law, and some people are referring to it as that now. But there was this deep-seated anti-Lemaitre feeling, right, in physics at this time. But he predicted in 1927, Einstein, being a good guy, approached Lemaitre next time he saw him and said, well, you have some experimental evidence for your theory. Good for you. It seems like your calculations were indeed the right ones, and your physics are first rate. So Einstein gives him something of an apology, right, for saying they were abominable, and says they were first rate. So that's good for Einstein, right? But Einstein still wanted nothing to do with the Big Bang theory. In fact, he came up with an alternate theory of his own, which was a rival theory of an oscillating universe that was a sort of bouncing universe. It would go down to a certain point and then inflate and shrink and expand and sort of yo-yo universe forever, right? And so these were the most popular theories of the universe. For the next couple decades, Hoyle's steady-state theory was very popular. But the Big Bang, no one wanted anything to do with the Big Bang. Right? So the Big Bang theory lingered, and it died. It was dying as Lemaitre was literally on his deathbed. Right? He's the last one holding out in the 1960s, and it's dead. Right? There's Lemaitre. It's going. But then something interesting happened as Lemaitre's, on his deathbed. In 1964, Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson accidentally discovered a static that had a particular characteristics that made them curious. So they asked some folks at Princeton, what is going on with the static that we're detecting with our new radio antenna? We can't seem to get rid of it. It's everywhere. It's everywhere in the universe. We can't get rid of the static. No matter what we do, we're still getting the signal, and we can't figure out what it is. And so folks at Princeton looked back in the archives and said, Lemaitre's theory predicted this radiation from the early universe, right? They call it cosmic microwave background radiation. You still pick it up on an old TV with static. Even if you're in a lead room, you'll get that static because it's everywhere in the universe, right? This is the afterglow. This has been called the afterglow of the Big Bang. And this is from shortly after the initial extension of the universe. This is from the first light in the universe. Right? This is a remnant of the first light in the universe. We studied it more from a satellite in UC Berkeley. George Smoot and others set up a satellite called the COBE satellite. And 1992, that's when the real evidence for the Big Bang really started consolidating. Right? So 64, more people went over to Lemaitre's theory, more predictions, more refined. 1992, COBE satellite was seen as, okay, this is really strong evidence. Strengthens in 2001 through 2002 with the WMAP satellite. Meanwhile, we have atom smashers looking at what happens when you try to reproduce the early conditions of the universe. All of those are consistent with the Big Bang model. And the Big Bang eventually becomes the standard theory of the universe, which is now the standard model of the cosmos. So now, Big Bang, everyone heard of it, right? It's not something controversial. And you might not think of it as a popish theory anymore, a purely religious theory about the origin of the cosmos. And the Hubble telescope, we learn more about the actual evolution of the universe. And so we can look at the Big Bang and we think about what is the Big Bang. This is a nice little video which summarizes it.
Right now, at this very second, we're in the aftermath of the Big Bang. Everything we see and hear and taste and smell and touch is the aftermath. The Big Bang is really our evolving, expanding universe. For us, mostly stuck on our rocky little planet, the view of the universe begins with Earth. This is Earth, silicon and oxygen-based, with a metallic core. The surface is mostly water. It teems with life and rotates once every 24 hours while orbiting a star called the Sun every 365 days. This is the Sun. Mostly hydrogen and helium. Its surface temperature is nearly 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. For energy, our sun converts 700 million tons of hydrogen into 695 million tons of helium every second. The sun is part of a solar system formed around 4.5 billion years ago that includes Earth and 7 other orbiting planets from Mercury to Neptune, and it isn't a stationary system. Our solar system is spinning, flying through space at 134 miles per second, turning in circles as part of a vast collection of stars and star systems. There may be 200 billion stars in this collection called the Milky Way galaxy. An estimated 6 billion of those stars with planetary systems like ours. Our solar system orbits the center of the Milky Way on one of its outer arms. The Milky Way is one of more than 125 billion galaxies that make up the visible universe. This is the universe. It's really, really big. And it's getting bigger. It's expanding. If the universe is expanding, then it used to be smaller. Much smaller. In fact, if we went back in time, we could watch it shrink. Back far enough, and the universe would be smaller than a galaxy. Back, and the universe is smaller than our solar system. Farther back, and everything that exists fits inside a stadium, a coffee cup, an atom. 13.7 billion years ago, the universe was smaller than the smallest part of an atom. Unbelievably small. Then, something happened. In a flash, everything suddenly expanded. This was how it all began. The first moment of existence. What we now call the Big Bang.
So there's a nice overview of the Big Bang. And you hear phrases like first moment of existence, where it all began, right? And it's interesting when you think about what are the implications of this theory, right? What is the theory, what questions does this raise? And, but we have folks who want to avoid any language at the beginnings, even now. Right? There's still folks who are very uncomfortable with this theory because of the language of the beginning. Right? Though the standard theory predicts a beginning, a t equals 0, when time begins, other folks want to push against this. So David Mills argues from the conservation of mass energy that it can't be an absolute beginning. Right? He says if mass energy cannot be created or destroyed, and if the universe is entirely composed of mass energy, then the law of conservation of mass energy may be extrapolated to the startling conclusion. The universe, in one form or another, in one density or another, always existed. There was never a time when the mass energy comprising our universe did not exist. And so David Mills argues that. He doesn't provide any citations, interestingly, for this argument. He says that he even published a scientific paper on this. I could find no evidence of the scientific paper, right? So I tried looking to see, and I couldn't even find any scientific background for David Mills. So, interestingly, I don't know what this paper is that he's referring to, but I couldn't find it. But we can say, okay, well, what about conservation of mass energy? Other folks will talk about this. So we can turn to folks who are scientists. This is John Barrow. He's a mathematical physicist, theoretical physicist, cosmologist at Cambridge, right? So he's a pretty well-known physicist, Cambridge physicist, of remarkable credentials. I always like John Barrow too, because he used to be a member of Berkeley Covenant Church, so he used to be in this congregation. Good friends with John Croker, but writes on this. He says, well, if one proposes to give a scientific account of the universe coming into being, an immediate objection seems to be that one would indeed be trying to get something out of nothing. Non-scientists take it for granted that you can't manufacture something out of nothing. Right? So it's a common enough mistake, right, for non-scientists to make, that you can't get something out of nothing. He says, well, they believe that bringing the universe into being from nothing would violate the laws of nature, which enshrine the conservation of energy, angular momentum, and electric charge. And so the creation of the universe out of nothing cannot be a consequence of those laws. So he's referring to conservation of mass energy. And he says, well, what happens, right? What happens when we look at this? He says, well, it's actually not a bad argument. So Mills' argument, it's not a bad argument, and it's really quite persuasive at first until you start to look closer at the values of things like energy, angular momentum, and electric charge in the universe. So it says, once you look at those values, you find a very interesting thing happens, because the quantities show us a remarkable state of affairs.
because they all balance out to essentially zero. So it seems that the universal values of the three conserved quantities that prevent us from getting something from nothing may well all be equal to zero. And he spends many pages showing why. In his book, The Origin of the Universe, if you're interested in looking at the detailed discussion, that's where he provides this discussion. But he says they all equal zero, so it seems that nature's conservation laws don't present a barrier of getting something out of nothing. Right? There's no physical barrier that science presents to get something out of nothing. And so he says, well, so can we think about a beginning in time, right? Can we talk about before the Big Bang like David Mills does? Well, he says there was no before the beginning of our universe because once upon a time, there was no time. Time had a beginning. At the Big Bang, at the singularity of the Big Bang, space and time both came into existence. Literally everything came into existence. Nothing existed. Not mass, not energy, nothing. Not even the laws of nature before the singularity. Another cosmologist, who at this point was writing as an atheist, interestingly, work from physics made him into a deist. So his career in physics led him to believe in God. But he says an initial cosmological singularity forms a past temporal extremity. Right? Time ends at this point to the universe. We cannot continue physical reasoning or even the concept of space-time through such an extremity. For this reason, most cosmologists think of the initial singularity as the beginning of the universe. The Big Bang represents the creation event, the creation not only of all matter and energy in the universe, but also space and time itself. It's not even that the universe is expanding into space. Space has a beginning too at the Big Bang. Another cosmologist, George Ellis, this is not merely a start to matter, it is a start to space, time, physics itself. It is the most dramatic event in the history of the universe. It is the start of the existence of everything. Right? And so we can see, okay, if this theory is true, which we have a lot of evidence, right? We're actually, physics, the laws of physics break down before the actual beginning. So there's a veil. But if the theory is true, we are talking about an absolute beginning if Big Bang theory is true. But beyond the Big Bang theory, there's also some interesting theorems out there. One of the most interesting is a theorem called the BGB theorem, which is Borde, Blanken, Guth. And this is Arvind Borde's faculty photo. I could not find one photo of him on the internet, interestingly enough. Very mysterious. What does he look like? So you recognize him at conferences. I don't know. But this theory demonstrates that on average, any universe that's expanding on average is going to have a beginning and cannot be extended to the infinite past. So this is another way that gets to the idea of a beginning that's independent even of Big Bang theory itself. So any process undergoing gravitational inflation, which Alan Guth was one of the initiators of the idea of inflation, necessarily had a beginning and a finite amount of time had passed. And they showed that this is true even for a multiverse, if a multiverse exists, the multiverse also had a beginning. So this idea of a beginning, says Blanken, doesn't go away. He says, they say that an argument is what convinces a reasonable person, and a proof is what convinces a person who's unreasonable, even a person who's unreasonable. With BGV proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. None of these three folks are theists. They have no interest in God. Right? None of these folks believe in God. But they say the cosmic beginning is something that's not going away. Right? And so we end up with some interesting situations. Right? There's also lots of evidence showing that the laws of nature are what's called fine-tuned. And we won't go into that today. But Paul Davies, talking about the laws of nature, says the laws which enable the universe to come into being spontaneously, the laws behind the Big Bang, seem themselves to be the product of an exceedingly ingenious design. If physics is the product of design, the universe must have a purpose, and the evidence of modern physics suggests strongly to me that that purpose includes us. So this is Davies, who was an atheist, but this research led him to believe in a God, and a God whose purpose includes us. And so some folks, Davies sees that as a positive thing. NASA astronomer Robert Jastrow doesn't see this as a positive state of affairs. He thinks this is horrible. Right? He's an atheist, who's looking at the beginning, who's looking at the fine-tuning of the universe, and is thinking, what am I a physicist for? What's the point of being a scientist when it just leads you back to these ideas that have these big question marks, right? So he sums it up this way. He says, for the scientist who has lived by faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. He has scaled the mountains of ignorance. He is about to conquer the highest peak. As he pulls himself over the final rock, he is greeted by a band of theologians who have been sitting there for centuries. Right. And so this is the situation he finds in modern physics. You push these questions as far as you can to the very beginning of the universe, and you find you're just in this realm of faith, like people have been centuries before you. Right? So if you say, well, how do faith and science relate then in this context? Right? Faith led to the possibility of the Big Bang Theory with Friedman and Lemaitre. Right? Faith, atheistic faith, was Fred Hoyle's rejection of the Big Bang Theory and many others. And so we can say, well, what's the role of faith in science? I'm not going to quote Sheldon Cooper, but I'll quote a couple other folks. Let's talk about Max Planck and Werner Heisenberg. They're the founders of quantum theory on the role of faith in science. Planck says, anyone who has been seriously engaged in scientific work of any kind, both of them Nobel Prize winners, right, of any kind, realizes that over the entrance of the gates to the temple of science are written the words, ye must have faith. It is a quality which the scientist cannot dispense with. Heisenberg says the first gulp of the glass of natural sciences will turn you into an atheist, but the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you. Right? So you might think, in the first gulp, you've explained everything, but the deeper questions enter into the realm of faith. Right? So, lots of folks, deep faith in science. And we say, okay, we have a couple minutes. I won't split us up into groups today. But we can think about a couple questions. Maybe we can discuss this as a large group. Right? So the first question, do you think Fred Hoyle's lifelong rejection of the Big Bang Theory in the name of atheism was a clear case of science versus atheism? Right? That's the first question. And why or why not? What causes Lemaitre to pursue the Big Bang Theory for several decades when no one's behind him? Do you think he was justified? How about helping us to understand God better? Any thoughts about how the Big Bang helps us to understand God better? Thank you, everyone, for being here. And blessings on your day. Good morning, everyone. Glad to see you all back. And hope you're doing well. This class is called, anyone know the name of this class? It's up there. Lies My Culture Told Me About Christian Faith. And today we're talking about Hitler. Hitler is a fun topic. Right? Sarcastically interesting topic, maybe not fun. But one thing, one myth, one lie, one statement that I hear a lot from students, from undergraduate students, from people in culture, is the idea that Hitler was a Christian, that the Nazis were essentially Christian, and this serves as a major stumbling block to the Christian faith. When you're talking to someone who may otherwise be sympathetic to hearing what you might have to say, and they've seen The View on ABC, they said, yeah, but I just watched The View, I saw Whoopi Goldberg talking about horrible people in the world and how there's lots of horrible Christians. There's a lot of horrifying, right? There have been a lot of horrifying, there have been a lot of monster Christians. Hitler was a Christian. Right? So statements like that just thrown out there without much context, except they're talking about the Christian religion. And, in this conversation, someone wants to have some general sympathy for the Christian religion, and Whoopi Goldberg's response is, no, there's a lot of horrifying Christians. Hitler was a Christian. And no comeback, no response, silence. How do you respond to that? Right? Or, if we get more serious, we can look at richarddawkins.net, which has similar statements without as much comedy as Whoopi Goldberg. But same statement, Hitler was a Christian. Hitler and his Christian Nazi party, so the Nazi party is Christian, were acting in complete accordance
with traditional Christianity. Perhaps you didn't know that, so here it is. Enjoy your day. Right? Carl Sagan, we talked about him. I couldn't find a quote from David Mills talking about Hitler as a Christian, so I'm not going to pick on David Mills today at the Atheist Universe. So David Mills, if you're watching, you get a break for today. And but Carl Sagan likes to say Christians are responsible for the Holocaust. The Church, Protestants, and Catholics, he points out, and the Pope were complicit with Nazi Germany and did not resist the destruction of Nazi Jews. He compares it to the Inquisition, which we talked about, and says, why wasn't there one of these great Christian saints who stood up to do anything, just like the Inquisition? No one raised a cry. All these innocent people, millions being tortured to death. Right? And we talked about the Inquisition, and what is the problem with that statement? Or we find whole books that are making a point, and it's a bit more complex than a throwaway statement. Constantine's Sword, by a popular author by the name of James Carroll. James Carroll is a playwright and a poet and a journalist, right? Not a professional historian. Whenever you're reading a history book, it's not written by a professional historian. Be careful. But he makes a point that the Christian gospel is the basis for unrelenting Christian anti-Semitism, and says things like this. Auschwitz is the climax of the story that begins at Golgotha. Auschwitz, when seen in the links of causality, reveals that the hatred of Jews has been no incidental anomaly, but a central action of Christian history. Because the hatred of Jews had been made holy, it became lethal. And when you think about this statement, we can say, okay, well, this is a pretty damning statement. Is anti-Semitism at the heart of Christianity? Is Auschwitz the logical, historical, cultural outtake of the Christian gospel, as Carroll says? Or books that focus on the Pope, Hitler's Pope, another very popular book, written by a non-historian, right? Talking about a secret history, made it to number 14 New York Times bestseller, and covered on 60 Minutes in a very favorable light. Very popular book. What does it say? Well, Pope Pius XII negotiated a deal that helped the Nazis take over Germany, thus condemning Europe's Jews to death camps. So not only were the Christians pro-Nazi, they actually helped the Nazis take over Germany. Right? And this photograph is said to be Pope Pius XII visiting Nazi headquarters. And we might say, wow, goodness, why haven't we ever heard about this history? Maybe you have, maybe you read the book. But it's a secret history. We'll get back to the secret part in a moment. Highly praised by Gary Wills, Karen Armstrong, and many others. These books are very popular. These books are very prevalent. These books are out there. If you know Gary Wills, I know some folks in this church, like Gary Wills or Karen Armstrong. Perhaps you've read her stuff. So you say, okay, well, what do we do with this? This is setting up the question, is Hitler a Christian? Are Nazis Christian? What's going on? Right. What about books like this? So we can start with, are these claims true? And if you look at these two particular books, and, it's tempting for me, we don't have enough time, but it's tempting for me to go through a number of reviews, technical reviews of professional historians about these questions. And if you want to do that, I can send you these reviews, but we can look at a couple statements from them. One review by University of Virginia professor of history, Robert Louis Wilkin, reviews Carroll's book and says, although Carroll's subtitle claims his book is a work of history, it's nothing of the sort. This isn't history. Right? Professional historian says popular playwright is not writing history. So we should take it with a grain of salt. If you're reading Constantine's Sword or the book about Pius XII, maybe see it as much as fiction as history. Right? If it's not history, what is it? Cornwell's claims, this is talking about Hitler's Pope, to having examined secret and incriminating documents in the Vatican Library are fraudulent. Hey, I found some secret documents that only I'd ever... No, they burned them after I looked at them. Oh, well, I wrote this book about.
But there's no evidence. There's no proof. It's a secret history, a secret known only to me. Right? About how the Pope and Hitler, and I have a photograph to prove it. Look at the photograph. Isn't that something? What does this photograph actually show? Not Hitler's headquarters. Historians point out this is actually the Pope visiting the Weimar Republic at a reception in 1927. Right? Pius XII never met Hitler. There's no evidence he even met Hitler. And this is well before the rise of Nazis to power. No evidence for any secret meetings. So the whole premise of this book, this best-selling, New York Times best-selling book, Spotlight on 60 Minutes, is false. The whole premise is false. Right? That's just the tip of the iceberg. So we can ask some questions. What was Hitler's religion? What was Hitler's relationship to the church? What was the role of the Pope? What was the role of other Christians in Nazi Germany? Were they complicit in the destruction of Europe's Jews? Did they actually do nothing, like Carl Sagan says? And these are some of the questions we'll talk about. We can start with Germany before Hitler. There's a lot of discussion of the church in Nazi Germany. How could an entire nation of Christians allow Nazis to happen? And it's not quite that simple. Germany was not an entire nation of Christians at the time of Hitler. We can go back to the Roaring '20s, the Weimar Republic, which is post-World War I Germany, and has been described as a utopia of liberal urban values, high life. Some people will compare it to San Francisco in the 1920s, but even more liberal than current San Francisco in terms of its values, its culture. Here's from this book, Gay Berlin, talks about a vibrant urban life and relaxed social attitudes, along with the influx of American money, define the golden 20s in Germany. Right? So lots of money coming in from America, and a huge culture that is very sexually liberal. This book, which is talking about gay culture, talks about homosexual bars, nightclubs, cabarets populated by gay men and women, lesbians and transgendered persons flourished in a wild, exciting, and incomparable sexual subculture. You can see that the author here is a fan of this subculture. Right? This is a very positive value, very liberal subculture. These are male gender birth, right? All these folks here. And so these are folks meeting in clubs as transsexuals, transgendered individuals, and so on. And it's an extremely sexually liberal, sexually, socially, politically liberal environment, but not a fan of the Christian church. Right? So there's some images of various things here. I have some of them blacked out because they're not... everything that's covered, there's a reason why things are covered, but this is an image from a woman's magazine, which, is a strange context. I don't want to say too much because children are present, but she's offering something to her dog, right? The guy's not wearing pants. And we can say, okay, well, this is Cosmo of the 1920s, right? These are magazines that I'm hoping no one in this room subscribes to. Right, the equivalent. So we say this is Weimar Republic. What did they think about Christianity? Were they as liberal and as free with Christian values? And what's interesting is they weren't. That what they wanted was liberation of education from ecclesiastical tutelage. What that means is church influence and separation of church and state. If you think back, if you know your German history, the German church was part of the state. And the Weimar Republic was working to remove church from state, getting rid of clerical teaching positions in lots of schools, universities, across the board. There was a movement to get rid of these Christian positions at Christian universities, or not Christian state universities, because that's how it was. And Christian ceremonies forbidden in all schools, so there were laws passed that forbid Christian ceremonies. All government subsidies to the church were ended. So imagine a situation where church and state, the church is getting a lot of financial support from the state. Weimar Republic ends these supports. Churches reduced to the status of private associations under direct state supervision. Well, that's strange. You're not getting any money, but the state is supervising them. Imagine all of a sudden the state starts supervising Berkeley Covenant Church. We're not receiving federal funding. We're going to start looking at their doctrine. We're going to start looking at what we do. And now their assets are either expropriated or taxed. And the result of this was it led to a lot of people renouncing their Christian membership. Christianity became extremely unpopular. 2.5 million Germans renounced their evangelical church membership, which was a significant number. And in the religious vacuum created by the Weimar Republic, the country, the fatherland, became the undefined religion of millions of souls, and heroism became the highest virtue. So Christianity became very unpopular, and what took place was a sort of virtue, heroic-centered paganism. Right? So well before Nazis started to come to the rise, Christianity has taken a severe hit from the Weimar Republic, and in its wake, we have this man starting to rise. Everyone knows him. He needs no introduction. And we can think about our current cultural context. What happens when you have a conservative reaction to liberal values and culture starts to tear in two? Right? We see this in our own midst. What's going on? Right? What could it lead to? What sort of people can rise to power when there's a vacuum created and people are hoping to grab onto something? Right? So, was Hitler a Christian? What was his religion? Well, I probably looked at 20 different biographies of Adolf Hitler by academic historians for this class, and all of them agreed that Hitler was not a Christian, that he was an opponent of Christianity. I'll give you some of these, quotes from these books. No evidence Hitler himself in his personal life ever expressed any individual belief in the basic tenets of the Christian church. Right? This biographer makes his case. And this is the one sentence I decided to put on a PowerPoint slide. If you want to read the rest of the thing, there it is, the reference. There's also a BBC production based on it, which I haven't seen. But the historian has credentials. And Wilson, Hitler's short biography, a more popular history, but still a historian with academic credentials. And they're both Oxford-trained historians, right? Oxford, not a bad school. Much is sometimes made of the Catholic upbringing of Hitler is something to which Hitler himself often made allusion, and he was nearly always violently hostile. Speaking of priests and their hats, the beretta, he says, the mere sight of these abortions in cassocks makes me wild. Right? He gets furious when he sees priests walking around, calls them abortions in cassocks. Catholicism, the roots of Nazism. What's the conclusion of this book? A whole book talking about Nazism, the Catholic Church. There's little doubt that Hitler was a staunch opponent. Is that a typo? Should I say proponent? No, that's not the conclusion. Opponent of Christianity throughout the duration of the Third Reich. And we can see other people who point to quotes of Hitler showing he was hostile to Christianity. Here's one Hitler quote, I shall never come to terms with the Christian lie. Our epoch will certainly see the end of the disease of Christianity. It will last another 100 years, 200 years, perhaps. Right? So lots of quotes. We could have a whole class of quotes, anti-Christian quotes from Hitler. We could say, well, who is he trying to appease? What's his deal? If he's so pro-Christian, why is he making statements like that? Maybe he's just saying that, but secretly supporting the church. Right? Maybe he's saying that to one group as a politician, and maybe he's putting all his money towards the Catholic Church. Right? Is that the case? Hitler, why did Hitler not like Christianity? Well, one reason was he thought it was just way too Jewish. And we talked about the Jewish roots of Christianity in this class. And Hitler saw this too. He says, the indelibly Jewish in origin and character, and a prototype of communism. Christians are Bolsheviks. They share all things in common. Look at your New Testament. Right? They give to the poor who aren't even working. Right? That's communism. Hitler doesn't like communism. Another reason he doesn't like Christianity. Violated the law of natural selection. Right? This is important for Hitler as well. That doesn't mean natural selection is wrong. Just because Hitler likes evolution, it does not mean evolution is wrong. Some people make that mistake and say, oh look, Hitler was an evolutionist. But his idea of natural selection is different than Darwin's idea of natural selection. Actually, I would say Hitler doesn't even understand what natural selection is about. But that's for another day. Hitler said Germany could not tolerate the intervention or influence of the Pope, plus Pope is foreign power. And so lots of reasons Hitler doesn't like Christianity. But my favorite is because he likes Draper and White. The shocker bit. So Hitler completely buys into the myth that we talked about, that religion and science have always been at war. Not all religions, though. Religions are pretty pro-Islam. Things are very scientific. Gets that from Draper and White. So we have these 19th century myths going into an early 20th century context. Hitler's reading these folks and saying, Christianity's always gone the way of science. I love science. Therefore, I hate Christianity. Right? And he'll say things like this: the dogma of Christianity gets worn away before the advances of science. That sounds like he could be quoting Draper and White. Religion will have to make more and more concessions. Gradually, the myths crumble. All that's left is to prove that in nature there is no frontier between the organic and the inorganic. When the understanding of the universe has become widespread, then the majority of men know that stars are not the sources of light, but worlds. Then the Christian doctrine will be convicted of absurdity. So as the advance of science happens, Christianity will diminish. And other quotes of Hitler, you see him talk about Christianity getting in the way of science. And he's reading what's popular at the time. But he's also getting the other side of the myth. Right? So Islam for Hitler is very pro-science, which is also something we find in Draper and White. So he's buying completely into this. And quotes on Islam are often like this: Islam would have been much more compatible to Germany than Christianity. Why did it have to be Christianity with its meekness and flabbiness? Right? Christianity is meek and flabby. Why not Islam, which is strong? Right? Here, if you can read this little quote here: the only religion I respect is Islam. The only prophet I admire is the Prophet Muhammad. He also says, complains about the Battle of Tours being lost in the 700s. If the Muslims would have won, he says, then Germans would have become heirs to a religion that believed in spreading the faith by the sword, in subjugating all nations to that faith. Such a creed was perfectly suited to the German temperament, right? And so, if you're German, don't take this in too much. But this is Hitler's view of how we wish history would have went. More science, stronger, not flabby, not meek, not taking care of the poor. This is his view. And this doesn't mean he's right about Islam either. That's not the point of these Hitler quotes. It's just trying to get at the heart of what is Hitler's religion. So lots goes into Hitler's religion. It's a very complex subject. Lots of books have been written on it. And we're going to touch a little bit of the different strands that come into his religion. And if we were to say one thing about his religion really is Nazism. And we say, well, what is Nazism? Some have described Nazism as a pagan religion itself, with Hitler as the high priest. We see Hitler in the middle of a seance here, which is some sort of energy transfer from key people. He had mediums. He was involved in the occult, the Indiana Jones stuff. He had a search for occult objects like the Holy Grail that could give him power. So we had archaeologists go out around the world. We could find the Ark of the Covenant. He had the head of Nefertiti in his office, and he talked about her as a goddess. He says, "Never shall I be parted from my goddess, because she is an Egyptian goddess." Right? And so there's lots of interesting stuff going on with Hitler. And Germany is at the core of the German people. If you can call it anything, it's a sort of neo-paganism. One of the leaders of this was a guy named Rosenberg, who we'll talk about in a second. Heinrich Himmler was also very into the occult, and Bormann. And these are people that Hitler appointed as key leaders. And part of this was the destruction of Christianity in Germany, and part of this was substituting paganism and certain strands of paganism that were popular with different Nazi leaders. Hitler liked some of them, Rosenberg liked others, and they didn't agree on everything. But we can look at Alfred Rosenberg, who was a pagan. He was a German neo-pagan, and Hitler appointed him as the Minister of Education and Culture. Right? So he was the official, in terms of Nazi education, philosophy of education and culture, he's the official person in charge under Hitler. So you think, well, that's important. Who would you put, can you imagine this guy? Can you imagine Trump appoints some neo-pagan who, was into all kinds of goddess worship and all this stuff, and as the Minister of Culture, and then it's like, okay, we're going to have this in public schools. Right? So you can imagine this context. And think about, okay, well, he's notoriously anti-Christian. ordered that the publication of the Bible cease. Well, it doesn't sound like Hitler's a fan of Christianity. I think the Bible would be important in Christianity, right? Why would Hitler order it cease? Crucifixes, Bibles, and saints removed from the altars of Christian churches. Well, that doesn't sound very pro-Christian. Mein Kampf replaced the Bible as the most sacred book in Christian altars, right? So lots of very practical measures. We could say, okay, well, what did the church do? The church would say, okay, cool. Mein Kampf, not as entertaining perhaps as the Old Testament or something like that. But what did the church do? We'll talk about that in a moment. But we're getting to the core of, well, what were the Nazis about? All Christian crosses to be replaced with swastikas. And that's one route, the paganism. Another route, and this was fascinating to me, was in this idea that comes from a guy named Bachhofen, and especially a guy named Louis Henry Morgan, who wrote a book in the 1800s, Ancient Society. So interestingly, Hitler was very interested in a theory of primeval nature. That was sort of a neo-pagan, goddess-worshipping movement that had to do with the Aryan people. If you know the Aryan people, Hitler's view of the Aryan people was very complex. But there were many theories about what was going on, who were the Aryans, and these come to contemporary scholarship. If you've ever read the work of Mary Daly, who's a theologian, she uses this work. And so, in this book, Ancient Society, the thesis talks about women in the promiscuous and matriarchal stages were the equal to or dominant over men and were in control of sexual relations, descent, and property, with the emergence of, and the highlighted part is the interesting part, the patriarchy of the Semites. Semitic patriarchy caused turmoil, according to this theory of the world. Right? So you have the warlike Semites coming from these nomads coming from the deserts, which destroy civilization. And so the message here is the Semites destroyed the urban, happy neo-pagan peoples. Right? So notice the anti-Semitism here in this theory, reducing, and this is particularly has to do with women and gender theory, so this will come up in a number of different places. So early feminist thinkers will take this on 100%. And use it as a way to think about reality. But the point here is the focus on longing for these peaceful times and the role of Jews in this process. And so the first smashing of patriarchy was the smashing of the Jewish patriarchy. Right? And this was another core aspect of the spiritual roots of the Nazis. This book, Gentlemen and Amazons, Cynthia Eller is a feminist historian who writes a lot about this history of this idea of the matriarchy. And when I was reading this book, I was just fascinated to see that this notions of prehistoric goddess worship and Amazonian women. So this theory looked at the myths of Amazonian women, right? These women, these strong women. And so Hitler wanted strong women and strong men, warrior women and warrior men. So he's merging these two, right? He's trying to merge this thesis. Okay, pagans were much stronger. Pagan men and pagan women. Look at the Amazonian women. They're strong. They're fighters. What destroyed the Amazonian women? Semitic patriarchy. Right? And so the notions of prehistoric goddess worship Amazonian women were embraced as an inspirational vision of what Aryan society once was and could be again. And Hitler and other Nazis wanted to smash the patriarchal religion of the Semites. So complexity, smashing the patriarchy. The Semitic patriarchy is one part of that. Rehashing the neo-pagan paganism, deep German Nordic paganism, right? Thor and the gang, right? So Wonder Woman and Thor are the focus of this culture, right? And we can say, well, what if that word actually start becoming the religious focus, right? Nazi officials denounce Catholic youth organizations as separatist and disloyal. So what is Hitler's youth ministry like, right? What's the focus? Well, teaching these neo-pagan stories, giving them their proper role, getting rid of other Christian youth organizations. So that's the government says, okay, Michelle, you're out of work unless you become a Nazi, right? New youth ministry going on. Catholics must give up their freakish and disloyal system of youth groups, right? Because we have a new game in town, or will use force. And so Hitler announces the way of Rosenberg is the way for German youth. Paganism, right? This is what Hitler's focusing on. So you can say, well, wait. I thought Hitler was Catholic. I thought Hitler liked the Pope. Why is he getting rid of Christian Catholic youth organizations, Bibles? How can this be? What's going on with Hitler? Isn't there the formal Reich Concordat of 1933, which so many people point to as an official agreement between the Church and Nazi Germany? Why did they make an agreement? This is very early on in Hitler's career. So you say, what's going on? It seems to be, if you read a number of academic treatments of this, many people will say that Hitler saw it as a short-term political expedient to neutralize the Catholic Party at home and legitimize the Third Reich abroad. So what do? Well, you neutralize your enemy by making an agreement with them that you're never going to keep. And before even a couple of years passed, right? Before even 1 year passed, within 2 months, after saying, "Oh, we're going to leave you alone," we're going to sign an agreement where if you break it, we can take all your stuff. But if we break it, what are you going to do, Catholics? Where's your army? Huh? Come on. What are you going to do? So Hitler signs the agreement. The Church signs the agreement, and then all Catholic organizations are temporarily disbanded. Temporarily, right? Temporarily for the unforeseeable future. So Hitler breaks it within 2 months, and what happens? Well, the Catholic Church publicly and formally rejects Rosenberg's new heathenism, protesting against the crippling structures already placed upon Catholic press and organizational activity. So the Catholic Church starts to fight back, right? And the Nazi state sees the Church's attack as an assault upon the new order and its philosophy. So the Nazis fight back. And you have this back and forth through the rest of Nazi history of the Catholics versus the Nazis. Nazi government justifies both propaganda and terroristic tactics to suppress Catholic youth and lay organizations, along with pilgrimages, retreats, and other social festivities. So what's interesting is official documents that allow for terroristic tactics, right? Undermining them, cutting their electricity, using violence, intimidation. Yeah.
The Lutheran state church is bigger than the Catholic Church in Germany. What was his relationship like with the
Yes, we will get there. We'll get there. Yeah. Good question. Yeah. So right now we're talking just about the Catholics, so we'll get to the Protestants in a moment. Nazis attempted to remove all religious symbols such as crosses and from public places and replace them with swastikas. So this will be both Catholic and Protestant, right? So all Christian symbols. And we say, okay, Catholics resist Nazis' forced retreat. What's interesting is the largest organized protest against Nazi Germany was the Catholics. The Protestants had their protests too. So Protestants had the honor of attempting to assassinate Hitler, right? And working against him in other ways. But we'll look at the details of that in a second. So the first question is, what about the Catholics? Nazi euthanasia program starts mercy killings designed to rid the German economy of useless eaters, invalids, feeble-minded, people with epilepsy, terminally ill, and elderly who couldn't work. And this was a top-secret program, but Catholic officials, clergy, started noticing people were disappearing, people were taken, they get these notices that such and such had to go over. So they inquired, right? They started to notice things were weird, that patients in various places, patients in the hospitals and such being transferred without notice to relatives. And this was happening at Protestant churches too, so we start getting into the Protestants and Catholics, start talking to each other. Protestant hospitals, Catholic hospitals, homes for those who are mentally ill. People start disappearing. Protestant and Catholic clergy start getting together, start investigating, start writing letters of protest. These are a number of the folks who lost their lives because of this. Right? These are there's a cardinal in there, a German cardinal, very well-known Lutheran pastor, and I think there's 3 Catholics and 2 Protestants out there, and Nazis tell them to keep quiet or else. What do? They say, okay, we're going to start preaching on this. We're going to start going on the radio about this. We're going to raise public fury about this. And the result of this is eventually
this program was suspended, right? And so this protest kept up throughout the duration of Nazi Germany into the beginning of the war, and eventually was suspended because it was thought, well, there's too much protest and we want to get wartime spirit going. And there were other things going on that were more top secret that were actually doing similar things. So, and these people all ended up in prison and dead, and all of the people were protesting too, but other people took their place. And then, 1933, we can say this is early on, when Hitler first starts getting rid of the Bible, religious symbols and stuff. What was the Protestant response? Well, the first Protestant response was the Pastors' Emergency League, which was joined by over 7,000 pastors under the leadership of a Lutheran pastor, Martin Niemöller, and there's Martin Niemöller. He rejected the Nazi. This league signed a document rejecting the Nazi demand for the purging of all Jewish practices and vocabulary from the church's liturgy. So that was one of the Aryan clause of the Nazis, what they said that churches had to do. Hitler commenced with a violent attack on Niemöller as a turbulent priest and charged the bishops with disloyalty to the state. Lots of folks ended up in various Gestapo prisons, under house arrest, and other places that, the worst offenders who wouldn't stop ended up at death camps. And we probably know the story of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who was part of the Pastors' Emergency League, but then also Bonhoeffer was key in what was called the Confessing Church, which was a subgroup of the Pastors' Emergency League, which started to have a secret network of seminaries and training people to actively resist the Nazis. And Bonhoeffer himself was involved in an assassination attempt with Hitler, and he was a pacifist who didn't believe in violence. But he thought about it as Abraham and Isaac. Sometimes God calls you to do what's beyond standard ethics for the will of God. And he discerned this through prayer. And that in itself, Bonhoeffer himself would be an entire class. And so would Karl Barth, who also resisted Hitler and was the author of the Barmen Declaration against Hitler. And so there's a huge Protestant response as well. These were also two of the most prominent theologians in the German-speaking world at the time. And so these were major players. Paul Tillich, another major theologian, was fired from his post in Berlin. Eventually Tillich came to America. Tillich wanted to play it a little bit safe, but he did protest against the Nazis. Not as much as Bonhoeffer, who lost his life. Barth was a Swiss theologian who was working with others to fight against Hitler. But Barth was pretty safe in Switzerland. So what about the Pope? Pope Pius XII, even before he was Pope, started speaking out against Hitler and Hitler's racism. Starting in the 1930s and throughout the entire war, March 1935, he published an open letter calling Hitler and Nazis false prophets with the pride of Lucifer. So he essentially calls Hitler Satan pretty early on. So you think, okay, well, what's the Pope playing at? He's calling him Satan, he's calling Hitler Satan. Publicly, Hitler wasn't thrilled about that. But the New York Times picked up on it and says the Pope condemns dictators, treaty violators, and racism. So we have the popular press. And we say, okay, well, people knew that the Pope was doing this. This is certainly his reputation. Got the New York Times headline, Pope pleads for Jews, listed for removal from France. So 1942, you find the Pope is arguing, as people know by this point, that the Jews have disappeared from Germany, and the Pope is a key person arguing against the destruction of the Jews. New York Times article from December 1941, the voice of Pius XII is a lonely voice in the silence and darkness enveloping Europe this Christmas. In calling for a real new order based on liberty, justice, and love, the Pope put himself squarely against Hitlerism. So there's lots of popular press. It's fun looking through New York Times articles and headlines to see how was the Pope perceived in what he was doing in the American press. And we can look at the German press as well, and look at how Hitler responded to the Pope. And so one way that Hitler responds to the Pope is putting out propaganda against the Pope, calling him a pro-Jewish Pope, calling him a traitor, calling him all these things, right? Enemy of the German people, right? And so the Pope is not seen as a good guy in Hitler's Germany.
And Hitler even tried to kidnap the Pope. Right? So there were a couple attempts at kidnapping the Pope, which failed. But you might say, well, it doesn't seem like they have a cozy relationship. Right? You're trying to kidnap the Pope and calling him evil, and he's calling you evil. Seems like a pretty open argument to me. Right? That's not affecting any political schemes. The whole point is Hitler and the Pope are working together to further Nazi Germany. Why is the Pope having this public face which is undermining Nazi Germany? And not only is there a public face, he's telling Catholics to take care of Jews, hide them. Right? So we have Vatican correspondence. This is a fascinating book on the Vatican archives. We wouldn't say, oh, the Vatican archives, they're all fake. Right? Obviously fake. But if you trust them, we find the Pope giving commands to people to say, hide these Jews, take care of them. And what's interesting is that's what they did, right? So Hitler responds by attacking the Catholic Church, sending thousands of priests and nuns to Dachau and other death camps. So lots of Catholics were sent to the concentration death camps because they were fighting against Hitler. But what's interesting is Raoul Wallenberg Society. Raoul Wallenberg was one of the key people who saved thousands and thousands of Jews from the Holocaust. He was a Swedish guy. Wonderful story there. But he was also Christian. But the Nazis, so their society did research on where were Jews hid during World War II, and they found that when the Nazis attempted to seize and exterminate the Jews of Italy, over 85% survived, and pretty much all these were hidden in Catholic buildings. Right? They found the same thing with Germany. The biggest place Jews were hidden were places owned by Catholics in Germany, in Italy, in France, everywhere that Hitler was trying to get rid of Jews. The Catholics were the main people who were hiding the Jews. So you might say, well, what's going on here? Right? They're kept safe till Allied troops arrived. Right? Did they not know they were Jews? These are Catholics. Right? Lots of myths here. Lots of myths. And my favorite story is the Pope himself opened his own home to shelter thousands of Jews during the war, providing them even with kosher food and turning his private apartments into a place for pregnant women, right? A medical ward for women who are about to give birth. And so much that Israeli diplomat Pinchas Lapply testified that the Pope, Pius XII, was instrumental in saving at least 700,000, but probably as many as 860,000 Jews from certain death and Nazi death. So the Pope himself, from his efforts, right, saved lots of lives and Jewish lives. Right? Hitler did not like him for this, but there's no evidence to say that the Pope was complicit in the destruction of the Jews with Nazi Germany. Right? If you look at what the Pope actually did, and this is again a summary that really doesn't do justice to what's going on. And he was celebrated when the state of Israel was founded. People learned about the horror of the Nazi death camps. It was also found out everything that Pope Pius XII was doing to save Jewish lives during the war. The first president of Israel celebrated Pius XII, seeing him, the Holy See, as lending its powerful help wherever it can to mitigate the fate of my persecuted co-religionists. So lots of folks in the early founding of the state of Israel talking about what Pius XII was doing. And somebody might say, well, then what happens in the meantime? How do we have this image of the Pope today? How can we have had books like Hitler's Pope being taken seriously? Well, it starts in the 1960s with a sort of anti-Catholic revisionism, and there's Soviet involvement. I almost hesitate to even talk about Soviet involvement because that's, we're always talking about Soviet, Russian involvement today. But the Soviets, they're starting to spread Marxism. Big opponents of Marxism are the Catholics. So it's part of a propaganda campaign for the spread of communism. And you have Marxists in the U.S. You have all kinds of folks who hate the Catholics. And you have lots of popular stuff being written, like plays, that The Deputy, which opened in London and then had a very successful Broadway debut was extremely popular as a play. And this was the first promotion of this idea of Pius XII as being complicit with Hitler. Right? So it's from a play, a very popular play, which was rejected by historians. Even at that point, historians said this is worthless. But who listens to historians, after all? Who cares what professional historians say? One historian from Cambridge said that the examination of all the pertinent documents decisively established the falsehood of Hochhuth's allegations. So again, secret documents, bad translations from the German. Scholars say, no, that's not the case. But no one cares. Hollywood makes it into a movie titled Amen, which was a very popular movie in its time, according to the ratings. Not quite a blockbuster, but had a good showing. And then the play was revived again in London in 2006. And so life goes on, popular books get published, they make it to the New York Times, and bestsellers, right? Like Hitler's Pope, Constantine's Sword, Papal Sin by Gary Wills. These are very popular books that are saying the exact same things that professional historians have said is absolute rubbish. But yet we continue, right, to take in the myths, take in the lies. As I was preparing this class, we might have other things we might want to talk about. But these are a couple questions that came to my mind. One is why are we so ready to believe anti-Catholic propaganda? I'm always, I keep reading this stuff. This, for me, this class has been the process of finding the Catholics aren't nearly as bad as I once thought they were. Like someone who used to be pretty rabidly anti-Catholic in my time, when I was in high school, I was not a fan of Catholics. And these were a lot of reasons why. But I mean, why am I so ready to believe these things about Catholics without even giving them the benefit of the doubt and a little bit of further research? And so maybe we can think about that in groups. Secondly, why do you think there has never been a major movie that's been produced about the true Pius XII during World War II? Something like Schindler's List. After all, he was very instrumental. He lent his own home. He's used his resources to defend the Jews. So why a major movie like Schindler's List about Pius XII? Why do you think such a movie hasn't been produced? You might think of other questions you want to talk about too. But let's split up into groups. Try to keep it around 5. And let's spend a few minutes talking about these questions. And then we'll talk together. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Joshua.
Good morning. Welcome to Lies My Culture Told Me About the Christian Faith. As you know, in this class we've been talking about myths, false myths, dealing with all sorts of things, and a lot of the raw questions for this class has been from undergraduate students at USF, from things you hear in culture all the time, from even things I hear in this own church. In this church, every once in a while, someone will say something to me, and you know for a fact that it's a pretty deep myth, and so I think, okay, well, if there's some of us that have more background with these questions, then when we hear things in our midst that we know are false, then we can be yeast in the dough and help each other learn in different ways. So today is a myth or a falsehood that I hear quite a lot, and it's the idea that Christianity is a quote-unquote Western religion, which it's interesting to think about in itself, what that statement says. I think usually the value of that is that it's not a good thing when I hear it. Christianity is a Western religion, and we'll talk about what that might mean when people say it, but also the idea that Christianity is a dying religion, that Christianity is on its way out, and that other faiths are really taking over. So we see this in a number of places. I'll only talk about a couple. The Daily Beast tells us that Christianity is in decline, not because of a war on faith, as people say, but because of other reasons, because of a host of demographic and social trends, due to education, right? And you can think about who's writing this article. Well, when people receive education, they stop being Christian. Due to science, due to the sexual revolution, parenthetical feminism, due to many other things that point to outdated dogmas and nonsensical beliefs, this author says, that are no longer relevant in today's world. Right? So the reason why Christianity is on the way out is because it's no longer relevant. It's because it's nonsensical. It's because it's anti-scientific. Because it's anti-feminist. Because it's anti-education. Right? Because this author goes into same-sex marriage, goes into all kinds of issues that Christianity is outdated about. Thus,
it's no longer relevant. The Atlantic says in this article, God's plan for Mike Pence, right, which is filled with a lot of interesting jabs. But the Atlantic says, well, this is making conservatives nervous. Because Christianity is passé, folks like Mike Pence are really worried about what's going to happen in America. And we see this everywhere. We see this in so many places, the press, talk shows. So we can say, okay, well, where else does this emerge? Where else does this idea emerge? We find this in publications for Christians, right? So the idea that we find in this book, Global Youth Ministry, and this is one guy here, I think Terry Linhart's at Bethel, and David Livermore's at another Christian school. And these are folks who are talking about how do you do youth ministry in a multicultural environment. And they say, well, the first thing is you have to own the fact that Christianity is the religion of oppressive Western colonialism. You have to own it. And it's not cool to be a Western religion. So, that's a major stumbling block. And they say things like this, that in the Asian mindset, Christianity is a Western religion. So if you're interacting with Asian Americans, you have to be knowledgeable that Christianity is not cool in China. It's not cool in other places in Asia, right? And so we find lots of advice. Yet, ironically, when you look at the data, this is a typically Western view of how many non-Westerners view the Christian faith. So what's interesting is this whole perspective is not supported by any actual data or surveys of people. When you ask them, when you ask the typical Chinese person, what do you think of Christianity? That's not the answer you get. So we can look at some studies. Here's a major study that is on the spiritual life of Chinese residents, largest study to date done in China about how they think of spirituality, including Christianity, other religions, and so on, Buddhism. But what's interesting is 75% of Chinese residents do not believe that Christianity is a Western religion. Right? They don't see it as a Western religion. And that's interesting because that's exactly what you might think would be the case. But in this survey, less than a quarter agreed with the statement Christianity is a Western religion, hence it's not suitable for Chinese people. And so most Chinese are of this opinion, right? And Christianity ranks pretty similar to Buddhism in China, which is surprising. And so what we find is actually a different sort of scenario. We find that in other places, in non-Western places, Christianity is not seen as a Western religion, and we also don't find it declining. So we find that in the places that are not Western, in the global South, as Philip Jenkins calls it. Philip Jenkins is a professor at Penn State University, and has done a lot of research in this area. His book, The Next Christendom, is in its third edition, to rave reviews, lots of interesting research he does. And the question here is, well, what's happening with Christianity in the world? And the answer is, it's expanding at a crazily rapid rate. And he says, whatever Europeans or North Americans may believe, Christianity is doing very well. Indeed, in the global South, not just surviving but expanding. And just the opposite is true about Christian decline. A researcher on Chinese religion and spirituality at Purdue University, Fenggang Yang, says, if current rates of growth continue in China, within one generation, China will have more Christians than any other nation on earth. Right? So China could be, within one generation, the Chinese could be the most Christian people group. And so when we look at these demographics, when we look at these trends, we find some surprising things, but what we don't find is decline. We find stability in lots of places, which is, kind of reached the stability in places like France and England. And, some places have some decline, but then there's growth, and you can measure what's creating growth. Interestingly, immigration is one of the main reasons that Christianity is growing in places. But other places, like Italy, have had revivals, but the revivals are not nearly as large as what you see in the global South. So much so that you look at something like Catholicism, you might think, well, Catholicism is a pretty Western religion, isn't it? It's based in Rome. But if you look at baptisms, even with the revival in Italy, we find that there were more Catholic baptisms in the Philippines in one country than France, Spain, Italy, and Poland combined. So you can think of very Catholic nations, traditionally, or even presently, right? Italy is the center of Catholicism, but the Philippines dwarfs Poland and Italy combined, Spain, and we can look at where is the heart of Catholic Christianity, and well, it's a toss-up, and some would say it's in Asia, some would say it's in Mexico, and some would say it's in Nigeria, right? And so what used to be the heart of Catholic Christianity, well, that's no longer the heart in terms of demographics, in terms of where priests are coming from. Interestingly, most of the new priests in Ireland are from places like Nigeria and Uganda and India, right? So what's interesting is you have these Irish parishes with priests who are coming from different places, and what's really fascinating, at least I find fascinating, is their values are quite traditional, these priests from the global south, right? So here's an article about clash of cultures, African priests making waves as they re-evangelize Ireland, and you can read, a Nigerian priest who condemned Irish supporters of same-sex marriage has sparked a debate about whether the Irish should accept African priests with unpopularly orthodox beliefs or push married priests, right? So the idea here is you have these priests from the global south, from India, from Nigeria, from so many other places, coming into the West, right? You have the same thing in America, and they're much more conservative and quote-unquote orthodox, right, than the indigenous Western priests. So you have a clash of cultures, and we'll talk about that at the end, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, because the place that Christianity is growing most is in the global south. If we look at demographics, the average Anglican's not English, but the average Anglican, says Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, is a woman in her 30s living in sub-Saharan Africa on less than $4 a day. Right? So you think about, well, who's the average Catholic? Well, someone in the Philippines, or someone in Africa, or someone in India. The average Anglican, you find the same story. So it's not just Catholics, it's Protestants to Nigeria, not England, is the new heart of Anglican Christianity. Right? So this is really where the core of Anglicanism is. India has more Christians than most Western nations. Right? So we can look at all kinds of different places. We can look at the expanse of Christianity, and we can look at some numbers. So currently there's 530 million Christians in Europe, 510 in Latin America, 390 in Africa, 300 million in Asia. But if we project these current trends to the future, or if we think about Europe as Western, then the U.S. is it's complicated, right? There's a lot of Christians in the U.S. too, but it's not. North America is not the most Christian continent. Europe is still more Christian than North America. So we can look at where most of the Christians in the world are, and America doesn't come into that picture. So we say, okay, well, if we project current trends in the future by 2025, the title for most Christian continent, the continent with the largest number of Christians, will be a competition between Africa and Latin America. Right? And that's 5 years from now, about. Right? It's 7 years from now. That's not a long time from now. And the trends have continued. But if we look into the future, right, we see 75% of the world's Catholics will be non-Western. And by 2050, 80% of Catholics in the U.S. will be of non-Western origins. And that's the question of immigration, right, which is an open question, immigration. Right? We can see how immigration can change as well. So immigration might not be a steady thing, depending on who's in power. But we can look at trends. We can say, okay, well, is there going to be a response to current policies of immigration? Will these trends continue? But the great irony here, if you catch it, is the most conservative force for U.S. politics is immigration. Right? The people most likely to vote for conservative politicians will be conservative immigrants that are Christian, that are coming into the country. So you can find lots of ironies here politically, Well, we can think about the future of Christianity. By 2050, in terms of population distribution, Christianity will be chiefly a religion of Africa and the African diaspora, which will be the heartland of Christianity. So the biggest growth is in Africa, and that's the most Christian continent even today, but it's going to dwarf every other continent if current trends continue. Asia also Latin America, and because of population dynamics, Europe is kind of stabilized in some ways. It's not a really sharp decline, there's local decline, but then there's regional increases too, which are mainly conversions, not birth, right? Birth rate is stabilized, and that's a huge factor in a lot of this. So, Jenkins says as Christianity moves south, it is in some ways returning to its roots. To use the intriguing description offered by Ghanaian scholar Kwame Bedikao, what we are now witnessing is a renewal of a non-Western religion. Right? So now that's an interesting statement. A renewal of a non-Western religion. Wait, we're saying that Christianity is not a Western religion? What does he mean by this? Why is he calling it a non-Western religion? Well, the reason he calls it this is because the idea of Christianity as a Western religion distorts the entire history of the Christian faith pretty much. So we're going to talk about the history a bit, and there's a lot of good books out there. Here's an interesting book that talks about how Africa shaped the Christian mind, and it looks at the African ethos of early Christianity and how the key players were from Africa in terms of theology, in terms of rhetoric, in terms of systems, right, in terms of exegetical methodology, monasticism, conciliar patterns, Christian leadership. All of these have their roots in Africa. So the idea, says Thomas Oden, that there is a widespread belief among Christian believers and non-Christian observers alike that Christianity is a Western religion and was introduced to Africa by Western missionaries during the colonial period. This, however, is not true. Right? Christianity has always been in Africa from the beginning, and has a very complex history, but it never left Africa. Right? So missionaries had a role in types of Christianity that re-entered Africa. Not to say that missionaries didn't have any role in the shape of Africa today, but the idea that Christianity ever left Africa is just false. Right? In fact, the Christianity that's going back to Africa was extremely influenced by early African Christianity. So when we think about, okay, well, what do we mean by this colonial religion that is, you think about, whether it's a force for oppression is a different sort of question, and we'll look into that in a different class. But we can say, okay, well, what's the roots of Christianity? We have the Roman Church, which is Latin. This is the Catholic Church. You might know the Eastern Orthodox Church, which speaks Greek, Russian, and is largely Eastern European. Some in the Near East. You may know of the Armenian Church in Armenia, right? If you've been driving to San Francisco recently, you'll see a 1915 Armenian genocide sign, and that was Turkey, who killed about 2 million Armenian Christians in the genocide. And we're trying to get Turkey to own up to that. And so that's a complex issue because Turkey's an ally, and we don't really put pressure on them. And so the genocides are bad, and we want to point that out, right? So these were Armenian Christians. There's Coptic Christians currently persecuted today. A large portion of the Egyptian community, for thousands of years, that's been steadily persecuted off and on, but a sizable minority. Used to be a majority at the time of Crusades. At the time of the Crusades, we talked about how there were many more Christians in Egypt than Muslims, and that was the case even for hundreds of years after that. It's only more recently that Egyptian Christians are a minority rather than majority. But then we have Ethiopia. We have other places in sub-Saharan Africa as well. But the hub, right, the hub of Christianity in Ethiopia has never changed for 2,000 years. Ethiopian Christianity has always been strong. And this is an Orthodox church. And by the way, these are all churches founded by apostles. Right? I'm only mentioning these churches because they are clearly associated with the disciples of Jesus. So there's other African churches too, but they don't have a direct continuity with someone who studied under Jesus. These are the ones who do. So these are the ones I'm going to talk about.
all of them trace their history back to the 12 apostles. Eventually, all of them accept some version of the Nicene Creed, with some little differences that don't make any major difference in terms of phrasing. Right? There was an independent council in the East, in the Eastern Aramaic Church, in a generation after the Nicene Creed, and they approved it independently, so there wasn't political coercion regarding the acceptance of the Nicene Creed. And there's some theological differences. We talked about those in the previous class. That's online if you want to see it. Differences about what's atonement, what's salvation, what eternal conscious torment, hell, questions like that. Lots of debate, but none of this is in the Nicene Creed, right? The Nicene Creed doesn't tell us exactly how Jesus saved us, just that Jesus saved us, right? So we can look at these churches. We can look at the people who found them. James Alphaeus went to North Africa. Matthew, the disciple Matthew, went to Ethiopia and Persia. Matthias went to Ethiopia. Jude went to Persia. Philip went to Armenia. Simon the Zealot went to Persia. Bartholomew went to Armenia, Persia, India, and Mesopotamia. And Thomas went to Persia, Mesopotamia, and India. There's actually good archaeology substantiating these traditions. There didn't used to be. There wasn't always good archaeology. There was lots of stories. But archaeology has supported Thomas in India now. So many folks think, there's good historical evidence. Thomas actually was in India. And so there's lots of interesting discussions about exactly what the disciples did. But then there's the local traditions which talk about how various churches were founded. Right? But they're similar to Rome. I'm leaving out Paul and Peter. We know they ended up in Rome. And others, Andrew ended up going north to, some sources put him in what would be Russia today. And so we're leaving out the Western and the Orthodox, the Eastern Orthodox folks. So we get a map that looks like this. If we look at what's going on east and south of Jerusalem, with Jerusalem as the center of the Christian world, we find several disciples in India, and these are folks that sent their disciples into China. Right? There's some traditions that maybe Bartholomew might have made it to China, maybe not. Those we can't really substantiate, but we can substantiate that their disciples went to China, and within the first 100 years, after within the first century, and then we can see folks who are in Africa, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, and these are all apostolic churches. We can see there are Armenian folks too up there. There's Philip in Armenia, and Jude and Simon the Zealot in Persia. And so we get a different picture of Christianity than most of us might have learned about if you ever took a Christian history class. I know Christian history classes, I've taken many Christian history classes, not one of them ever talked about this stuff. Right? This is stuff I learned in grad school, but not from professors, from finding books that just by accident, pretty much, and then going deeper and deeper. And then, the wonderful experience of been telling my professors about this stuff, and now they teach it. Right? So now those same professors teach this stuff in the classes. And they're thankful for this information. Right? Books like Philip Jenkins' book, The Lost History of Christianity, and so many others have documented this. Sebastian Brock. We'll talk about some of the folks who write on this. But the point here is the first Eastern Christian congregations emerged in Jewish communities of the Parthian Empire. These used the native tongue of Jesus. They spoke Aramaic. Right? So these are Aramaic-speaking Christians. The dialect is Syriac. So often it's called the Syriac Church of the East. They call themselves Nazareans, Galileans, and the Way. The Way is in the New Testament the first way the Christians describe themselves. In Acts 9:2, they call themselves the Way. And they call Jesus Yeshua. That's his Aramaic Hebrew name. They spoke Aramaic rather than Greek. They didn't speak any Latin. Their priests were called rabbis. Well, Jesus is called rabbi. Well, this is a Jewish teacher. It's very Jewish. Their churches were called kanishas, which is Aramaic for synagogue. And also, if you've ever had a kanish, it's a type of Jewish food. Everything kind of thrown together. It's a community of food, a kanisha, right? Synagogue means the same thing. Kept close and positive relationships with Jews in Asia. So these Christians were very pro-Jewish. And even if you look today, their look is a little bit more Jewish looking, you might say, than Latin Christians. Rabbis were always married, so that was That was something that they practiced. Orthodox priests were also married. Latin priests, not so much after a certain point, though Peter was married, interestingly enough. Communion retains a lot of the Jewish Passover Seder. It's called Holy Corbana, which is is an offering or a vow you fulfill to God. And so we get a sense of who were these Christians. They're very Jewish looking. And we look at some individuals. Addai, sometimes in the West called Thaddeus, if you've heard of Thaddeus. Addai was a Jew who was born in Edessa, which is an eastern place of Rome, eastern of the Roman Empire. Came to a festival in Jerusalem, met the disciples, and was discipled by Thomas. Right, so that's his tradition, and we find the accounts of this in the Eastern Church. Talks about Addai because he's like if you know Ignatius or Irenaeus or Polycarp in the West, he's like an Irenaeus in the East. He was a disciple of Thomas. He had disciples named Agai and Mari, and these guys wrote the first communion. Was actually written in the East, not in the West, and this is the oldest one we actually have. Some Eastern churches still use it today. And he brought the gospel, his disciple Agai, so Addai's disciple Agai brought the gospel to Gog and Magog, which is China today. And we find early Christian tombs in China dated to about 880 CE or 80 AD. Right, so we know someone started a community there. There were Christians definitely there, enough that they would own it when they died and have tombstones with crosses on it, references to Jesus. And so we can look at the history of Christianity in China. There's an early record in the Han Dynasty, dated to about AD 64, that talks about the Chinese Emperor Ming Ti having a dream, sending messengers along the road, leading to the West to find out who is the greatest prophet who has arisen in the West. And what these people meet, they meet two Christian missionaries on the way to the emperor's court. Were they Agai and Mari? We don't know. They could have been other missionaries. No names are given. But what happens is these folks come back to the Han capital, and they teach Christianity in the Han capital under the protection of the emperor. So you have a very early Christian presence in China. Within the first century, you already have Christianity in China. Right? Long before it's in England, Christianity is in the heart of China by invitation. Right? And we find Christians in China then, by definitely 70 to 80, that's when we have hard proof. Right? So we have these accounts, which you say, well, okay, we have these accounts, that's pretty good, but then we have hard evidence in terms of tombstones. Then we have other places. We have the first Christian ruler. This is not Western, but a ruler, a king in Mesopotamia, in the country of Edessa, which is a landlocked country in Mesopotamia. That's the first known Christian king, Abgar VIII. By 400, we have evidence for Christianity in Sri Lanka, Central Asia, archaeological evidence, letters that are sent there. By 500, the gospel is translated into Chinese. Right, so we already have translation projects underway, and there are significant numbers of Christians throughout China, Mongolia, the Uyghur lands, and Tibet. And so we can look at something like Christianity in Tibet. We find the evidence, definite evidence by the 200s of Christianity in Tibet, right? And long before Buddhism doesn't show up to the 7th century. Right, so think about hundreds of years before Buddhism shows up in Tibet. Christians are already there. We find inscriptions talking about, we have Aramaic crosses on this huge boulder. You can see the house behind the boulder there. It's that house kind of next to the boulder. This is the 2-story tower, so it's a large boulder. And we find 3 Aramaic crosses in Sogdian carved into the large boulder with the inscription that reads, talks about Jesus and how in the year 210, Nasran came from Samarkand as an emissary of Christ to the Khan of Tibet. And if you look here at this map, there's Samarkand, right? And there's Tibet. And where is Jerusalem, right? Way over here. So you're thinking, wait, so places in current day Tajikistan are sending out missionaries to Tibet. So you have churches in Central Asia sending out missionaries to other places in Central Asia. right? So these are active missionary churches within less than 200 years. You have all this missionary activity going on, and Christianity spreading throughout Tibet, having a huge impact in Tibet and other places, operating in multiple languages, not just Aramaic. And they did speak Greek, but they also spoke Persian, Turkish, Sogdian, Chinese, Sanskrit. Never spoke Latin. Didn't understand Latin even. Engaged in dialogues with other religions. There's Jews in these areas, so they're talking to the Jews. The Jews are their kinsmen. Right? The Jews are their kin, so they have very positive relations with Jews. But also talking to Taoists, Zoroastrians, Buddhists, Hindus, and Confucians. And eventually when Islam arose, many years later, right? We're talking about several hundred years after Christians are already there. Islamic folks start to show up, and then they dialogue with them too. But they made a significant impact on these other religions as they showed up. So in Tibet, several hundred years later, when you have a Christian community, you have many bishops actually in Tibet. We know there were several bishops, so there was a sizable Christian community in Tibet. Buddhist missionaries show up, and what do Buddhists do? They start looking like Christians, interestingly enough. So here we have, this is a Christian priest. This is a Christian Tibetan priest with in saffron, and there's other ones where they're wearing hats like this. And what's interesting is we know what liturgy they did. We know what the elements of the symbolism of these liturgies were, and pretty much Tibetan Buddhism took the symbolism, took the clothing, took a lot of the elements of Aramaic Christianity in Tibet and brought it right into Buddhist ritual. So things like a sacred meal of bread and wine, Tibetans still use today. That comes from the Christian liturgy. Several rituals they use, style of images, insignias, vestments, their brocade robes are very similar to what was used then. Their hats, their use of hanging incense burners, altar designs, prayer beads, use of holy water, butter lamps, we find first documented among these early Christians, right? And things, and the symbolism that goes along with them too, right? So what's interesting is you look at these early Tibetan Christians, and you find that they look a lot like Buddhists. But they were doing the same things hundreds of years before the Buddhists showed up. Right? So there's a significant influence of Christianity on Buddhism in Tibet. And Christians keep moving east. Christians make it to Japan, clearly by the 400s. And by the 700s, we have the first known Japanese ruler. We have Empress Komiyo, who's pictured there below, who embraced the Christian way. And Komiyo actually started a hospital for lepers where she herself would wait on them, right? She would help them, and she's celebrated in Japanese medicine, but typically when she's celebrated, no one mentions she's a Christian, which is interesting, right? Because that's, we don't want to talk about that, right? Though it's pretty clear from the evidence that she is, ancient evidence pointing to it, and then, you rewrite history and things get written out in the books. But by 600 AD, we find Christianity in Ceylon, Burma, Korea, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Java, and Sumatra. By 800, it's firmly established in all these places. There's numerous metropolitans, which are Eastern bishops, in all these places. So there's letters sent to Java, right? There's references to metropolitans in Indonesia and other places. And so there's a sizable Christian presence. And we find lots of fun archaeology, right? So this is my favorite example is from the Tang Dynasty in AD 638. Emperor Taisung issued an edict granting approval to the propagation of Christianity throughout the empire, right? So this is an emperor who wants Christianity to be propagated, and he writes it in this huge stone stele, this huge stone inscription, which I'll show you in the next picture. There's the picture of Taisung, this is a section of it. The Way, remember the Christians in Acts called themselves the Way, and so they're still using this way to call themselves. It was also referred to as the Luminous religion, which is another way, they talk about Christianity, because this is the terms they use. The Way has no constant name, nor the sage a constant form. According to the environment, this religion is set forth quietly, affording salvation to all living. The Persian monk Alopen, bringing a scriptural religion, has come to present it in our capital. If one studies the meaning of his religion, it is mysterious, wonderful, spontaneous, producing perception, establishing essentials for the salvation of all creatures and the benefit of man. It ought to spread throughout the empire. The officer of works is to build in the Eining ward one monastery to house 21 monks, and also allots money from the imperial treasury to build churches in the capital. Right, so there's the inscription, often called the Nestorian stele. But so you have very solid archaeological evidence of state support, right? Chinese state support, building Christian churches, right? You can think, well, what is the story of this emperor? We don't have his story. We have his inscriptions. What's his story? Was he a Chinese version of Constantine? Right? We just don't know. We don't have a story. This was unearthed, and it surprised lots of folks. Right? Think, okay, well, goodness, this is a lot of effort creating a huge stone monument, proclaiming Christianity in the heart of China. Right? So there's a lot we don't know, but what we do know is enough to know of the influence of Christianity in this area. We have other accounts, right? Other archaeological evidence, other textual evidence. It's always interesting when archaeologists are finding, and local accounts too of things, and we don't know if these traditions, until we have archaeology, we don't know whether traditions are true. But one tradition that is true, and has lots of interesting evidence, is in 782, an Indian Buddhist missionary, Prajna, comes to the capital of China seeking out someone who can translate Buddhist texts that he's bringing from India in Sanskrit. And everyone knows that Christians are the ones who have multiple languages. They still have Aramaic. They know, there's Christians in India, so these Christians are all multilingual. So people say, okay, Prajna, you should talk to this Christian bishop by the name of Adam. He can help you out. If anyone's going to help you out, Adam of Chang'an will help you out. So they start a 3-year translation project, a joint project between this Buddhist missionary and Christians, to help him translate Sanskrit sutras into the language that can be read by the Japanese. Right? So think about this. And so this happens. The translations are taken to Japan, where they become the founding text of the most influential schools of thought in Buddhism in Japan. The Tendai schools, including Zen and Pure Land Buddhism, which are two of the most popular forms of Buddhism in the West, come from the translation of a Christian bishop. Right? That Buddhism is a Western religion. If Christianity is a Western religion, well, it would seem to imply that. But we're seeing it's not a Western religion. Christianity has been in China long before Buddhism has been in China. Right? And this is why Philip Jenkins, when he writes about this, the title of the book is The Lost History of Christianity, because most people have no clue this history exists. So we can see the Aramaic Asian Church, for the first 1,000 years of Christianity and beyond, covered more land and had more Christians than the Western churches combined. Right? And so this is the most significant Christian church for the first 1,000 years and even beyond. After the 1300s, some interesting things happened, which caused a lot of Christian persecution. We can get into the details maybe in the discussion. But this is for most of Christian history. Jenkins says we can't understand Christian history without Asia, or Asian history without Christianity, because there's such deep roots, not just in symbolism, not just in other religions that are there, but political structures, right? Social structures. Christianity made serious inroads in many places. And if we think about what's the nature of this faith, is this a foreign faith? If we were to see these Christians, would we think, well, these aren't Christians at all? It's so different than us? Well, Jenkins says they always stayed very close to their Jewish roots, even as they integrated with other cultures. He says they were a genuine Asian Christianity, and they stayed pretty Jewish throughout. even to the present age, right? These Christians still exist in lots of places. They're persecuted minorities and continue to be persecuted, but they've never disappeared 100%. And Jenkins says, if we are ever tempted to speculate on what the early church might have looked like, if it had developed independently, avoiding the mixed blessing of its alliance with Roman state power, we have but to look east. The Syriac churches represent the ultimate lost Christianity, right? So we think, what we can imagine, what would the church look like if it was never with Constantine or Roman power? Well, we actually don't have to imagine it. We can look at this history and we can see it with our very own eyes. Sebastian Brock, who's a Oxford scholar on this church, and I would say he's the preeminent scholar in Aramaic Christianity. If you want to know about Aramaic Christianity in the East, Sebastian Brock is your guy. He's published probably dozens of books on this, including individuals and their theology. He's translated more than anyone too of their texts. So he's the Oxford scholar and main scholar in this area. He says, here is a genuine Asian Christianity which is free from the specifically European cultural, historical, and intellectual trappings that have become attached to the mainstreams of Christianity, which we're familiar today. And so we have a very non-Western Christianity. Not that there isn't Western Christianity. This doesn't deny that Western Christianity exists, right? It does exist. But you can say, is Christianity a Western religion? Well, maybe our version is, but as a whole, is Christianity a Western religion? And most of Christianity has not been. Right? There's always been Christianity, non-Western Christianity, throughout its whole history. And these versions are coming back, right? It's, some people think, we know that these Aramaic churches existed at the time of the Cultural Revolution under Mao Zedong, and there's always an open question: did they continue? Did they make it through the revolution, or were they annihilated? Right? But you wonder, with Christianity on the rise in China, and even a few years ago, we had, does anyone remember Lu Pu? Okay, so she was a Chinese grad student who, was interested in English as a second language, and met Melissa, and we started talking to her, and her grandparents had this very mysterious Christian belief when she was reintroduced to it here, and that led her back to the Christian faith. But it had been in her family in a mysterious secret form before she was reintroduced to it here. So it makes me wonder how much of these traditions are passed down in ways that we don't quite know, in secret ways. Values, stories about God that not even the Cultural Revolution can stamp out. Right. So I think I think there's a lot more that maybe we'll know on the other side of the new creation, but not through probably archaeology. But what we do know is interesting. So a couple questions to think about. First of all, do you think the shift of the center of the Christian faith to the global South is a good development or not? And you think about the values. Well, it's certainly, you can think about cultural values, you can think about ethnic values, but you can also think about folks who are very conservative, right? Folks who are, have different views of gender dynamics, different views of Scripture, right? More, you could say, literalist in their interpretation of Scripture, and that causes clashes with a lot of Western folks who are more liberal in their understanding of Scripture and in social norms. So you have this re-influx, and there's a lot of contention over very conservative, always called very conservative, Nigerian missionaries, Anglican missionaries coming to re-evangelize Episcopalian Americans. And part of that message is a more conservative social norm. So think about, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? This will probably have to do with politics, don't get any political arguments. Just think about this, because there's this temptation to say, oh, this is a wonderful thing. I often find very liberal people say, this is so wonderful, and then they turn around and they think, who are these people? And then they start insulting them for, oh, they're not as educated, sophisticated as us, and things like that. And so I'm like, okay, so now you're demeaning the people you're just celebrating, and you're saying that you're a better sort of Christian, and this is the essence of this clash. So think about that for a bit. Secondly, if you were a Christian with language ability in China, and you have these Buddhist monks show up and want your help translating the scriptures, do you think you'd do it? You think you'd do what Bishop Adam and other Christians did, translate these Buddhist scriptures? I should tell you that in these Buddhist scriptures, there's interesting ideas that don't show up in traditional Buddhism, like faith and grace, right? And stuff that looks a lot like Christian gospel language. So a lot of folks think that Adam actually, in his translation, imported lots of Christian ideas. So Pure Land Buddhism looks a lot like, even if you go to Pure Land Buddhist churches, as they're called, you have hymnals, and they sing songs like "Buddha loves me, this I know, for the sutras tell me so. I kid you not. I kid you not." Right? To the same tune. And so you think, well, wait, this just looks like a Buddhist. What is going on? It's so similar to Christianity. And this is part of its history. So some would say, this is even Buddhism. What is this religion? Right? It's not traditional Buddhism. And that most likely has a lot to do with these translations. Would you do the same thing? Right? Maybe this is the way he was expressing the ideas. We don't have the original sutras, so we don't know. So we're just, you can judge him as you will, but we don't have them. And but think about what you would do in this situation, because I think it says a lot about the nature of this church. How should the existence of these other apostolic traditions change the way we in the West do theology? So we have all these other traditions out there, the global South, the ancient traditions, and we have their theology too, right? Which isn't always the same as kind of Western Catholic and Protestant. Like when you look at these theologies, you realize how Protestants are really just a version of Catholicism. And even though we think we're very different, we actually have a lot more in common than sometimes when we have theological discussions in completely different categories in ways that, for me, have challenged my thinking theologically. And but think about what should we do with that? What do you think we should do with that? Should we be part of the larger picture? Should we treat them as equal authority? Right? Should we treat if you like Irenaeus, should we also take Addai on board as one of our early church fathers? Should we be looking at Ephraim the Syrian and saying, yeah, that's as important as Augustine, so we should take him on board and treat them all more or less equally? Or is there something to continuing in our Western tradition as a Western tradition and say, no, our authority comes from Western traditions? So think about 3 questions. Let's spend some time in groups. Let's do 5 or 6 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well this morning. Welcome. If this is your first time looking around, maybe a couple people's first times. This class is called Lies My Culture Told Me About the Christian Faith. And the goal of this class is to talk about myths, false myths that are around in culture, and things that people tell us about the faith that are untrue. And today we're talking about the issue of slavery and Christianity as it relates to slavery. And this is something I will often hear from my own students about how Christianity supported slavery or condoned slavery, and somehow that's the essence of the Christian faith. And so this is a more nuanced topic. This is a more complex topic. They're all complex topics, but I think this one gets a little particularly tricky because there's a lot going on in the history of slavery, and it's a huge history. So we're going to talk a bit about the history of slavery, talk about the early church, how the early church responded to slavery, and how the history of Christians, to a certain point, responded to questions of slavery. So we can start with the ubiquity of slavery. And this is something, as I was researching for this class, I was actually quite surprised to see how widespread slavery was and is. Jeffrey Burton Russell, who's a historian at UC Santa Barbara, so he's in the Cal system, California, living in Santa Barbara, and working at UC Santa Barbara there, says, looking at the history of slavery, he says slavery is almost universal in the history of human societies. Almost universal, right? None of us here own slaves, correct? So it's not universal, but it's almost universal. Greeks and Romans, Arabs and Africans, Aztecs and Mayans, Chinese and East Indians, blacks and whites, Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, Confucians, Native Americans, polytheists, monotheists, and atheists all had slaves at one time or another. So what he's trying to point out is this is something that is very, very deep. And then I have often wondered, what is it about human culture that tends towards slavery? And before doing this research, I never really realized how much slavery there has been in how many societies throughout history. Slavery continues to this day, and we see it in the oldest records of civilization. The oldest pieces of writing have references to slaves, and there's even evidence of slavery before that. From the oldest records of civilization down to the 21st century, slavery has existed. It continues to exist today when people are still enslaved, literally not figuratively, in sweatshops, the so-called sex industry, and even as domestics. And we see slavery today. We talk about human trafficking and labor slavery, sex slavery, and it continues today. So it's not something that's of the past. Right? So it's been with us for a long time, which makes me wonder, well, what is our hope? What is our hope in the face of slavery? And then I look to history, and I find a little bit of inspiration in this research too. So this is a heavy topic, just to warn you. I don't really want to lighten this topic very much, because I don't want to make trite of it. Right? This is a serious, upsetting, disturbing topic. I was seriously disturbed doing this research. I actually was going to have this class last week, and I was too disturbed to teach this class last week. So I put it off for a week, and I thought I still need to teach this class. So we're going to talk about today, and we'll talk about where it begins. The beginning of slavery is with agricultural surplus, urbanization. You have a steady supply of food, so you get more and more people. You start conquering societies, and you start enslaving other societies. And they figure out very quickly that certain people can be enslaved more than other people, more easily, and then they find ways to make certain types of slaves more easier to deal with. And we'll talk about that. But the point here, and this is from the Routledge History of Slavery, which has a number of really good, it's a very thick book with lots of really good sections breaking down slavery in different ways throughout civilization. Yeah, it begins with control of natural and human resources required to maintain the system, led to the emergence of highly stratified, centralized, hierarchical policies around 2500 BC in Mesopotamia, Egypt and the Indus Valley, separately in China, about 1750 BC. So we have historical records of slaves by then, but before that, there's evidence of slavery from disproportionate burials, from lots of things that would seem to indicate from bone evidence and from pre-written evidence, lots of evidence for slavery. But the point here is the leaders of these societies placed major restrictions on the geographical mobility of subject populations in order to ensure vital labor. So one of the things is labor, and this is the origin, many folks think this is the origin of the caste system in India and other sort of caste systems, and there's different ways to enslave populations. You can enslave a whole family, or you can enslave individuals. Usually when people were taken over, right, at first the men were just killed, and women and children were assimilated, right? Later they figured out that if you remove a certain part of men, then they're a lot easier to deal with, right, and they won't reproduce. And so that was figured out before civilization, right, something to do to men to get them to not be so aggressive in terms of resisting slavery, because there seems to be a lot of slave rebellions led by men early on. And so, but that was a 90% mortality rate, right, when they would do that. And that meant you were practically killing most people, but then you had some very useful people for different purposes. And this emerges very early on, these sort of practices. It emerges everywhere. So one thing that was interesting to research was the history of slavery everywhere, talking about Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, also Africa. So there was a lot of pre-colonial slavery in Africa. Slavery existed in Africa before the maritime arrival of Europeans, long before the emergence of American slave systems. Slavery has been known in Africa for a long time. The evidence suggests that the slavery in Africa was indigenous. This is also the case elsewhere in the world. So everyone seemed to discover slavery independently. And there doesn't seem to be any dependence. Once you get to a certain level of complexity, slaves would just emerge. And the trade in enslaved people, moreover, was multifaceted. Slavery affected social and political structures from early times to the present. And here's some examples that have continued to this day in some of these societies. Indigenous African slavery that goes back among the Igbo and among the Yoruba. Those are the first two pictures there. People groups that still exist today. Slaves were sacrificed at religious ceremonies and annual festivals. To my knowledge, that's not done anymore. And that has its own history, which, if we talk about the influence of Western missionaries on certain folks, this is something Western missionaries got very upset about, certain sacrifices, human sacrifices. But that's a much more complex history, so we're not going to talk about that today, at least. The most well-known public executions of slaves occurred in the Dahomey, where hundreds of captives were killed at annual festivals. Again, this is all from the Routledge History of Slavery, which got good reviews, seems to be a pretty scholarly group of folks from Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, and so on. So I'm trusting their scholarship, lots of citations. I haven't looked up their original resources. So if you want to do more research, that's where I stopped, and that's where you can start. But you see the Dahomey there below, and interesting folks, but we have lots of slavery. Masters not only controlled the production capacities of slaves, but also regulated their sexual and reproductive capabilities. When slaves constituted a significant portion of the population, then sexual access and reproduction was strongly controlled. And so again, in Africa, we have the emergence as well of eunuchs, of castrated men, and women who, when you're enslaved as a woman, well, then you're often put into forced marriages, right? And then your children are also slaves. And if it's a girl, the process continues. If it's a boy, typically, depending on the society, often they would die during the castration operation in a lot of these societies. And also sexual objects, that gets pretty complicated when we're talking about men and castrated men. I'm not going to go into the details of that, but that was also a very interesting discovery in doing this research, that there's a period when castrated men can still be sexually active, and that comes into the history of civilization in a very interesting way, especially in the House of Kingdoms. And so we get into some details that I'm not going to go into too much detail here. The House of Kingdoms are often, this was a major series of states that got together and was an African empire and achieved quite a bit of influence and wealth and notoriety. It existed from the 800s to the 1700s, right? So an indigenous African kingdom that existed for about 1,000 years in different phases. And among the Hausa, children of slaves could be bought and sold just as their parents could be. So we have slavery emerges among the Hausa, right? So we have this indigenous African kingdom, slavery emerges, and one of the most celebrated, and this Queen Amina, I'm finding is everywhere. There's even a certain company that's interested in princesses and very interested also in copyright violations, as I discovered. Actually has Queen Amina as a character in 2 of its productions, right? And so you think, well, here's a really cool warrior princess who's very very outspoken, very active, and you can think this company really latches on to such individuals. But there's a darker side, Queen Amina, and that was she was a prolific maker of eunuchs. She really pushed forward the slave trade. Every town sent her, right? And we're talking about maybe, at least as far as I can tell, well over 1,000 towns in this empire that would have this tribute, right? So every town sent her a yearly tribute of 40 eunuchs. I don't know if they were sent to be made. I don't know how many survived. But she was a prolific maker of eunuchs and established a thriving trade market for eunuchs with the Ottoman Turks, the Muslim Ottoman Turks, who were also very into this market. And you have finding some countries in Buddhist empires like Bhutan, something in this slave trade in eunuchs made something like $20,000 a year for export that survived the operation, right? And these are expanding empires. What do you do with the people that you conquer? Well, you enslave them in different ways, right? Men were enslaved in some ways, women were enslaved in other ways. And so that's Amina. We find the same thing in China again. We can talk about different people, and Semiramis was a queen in Assyria, famous for making a vast number of eunuchs. It's interesting to see when and how and under whom this trade thrives. She boasted of having 1 million eunuchs, right? I think those estimates are probably exaggerated. But you can think about, these are the folks, right? Look at the years and think about Assyria and think about the Bible, right? When the Hebrews, the lost tribes of Israel, right? What happened to the men of the lost tribes of Israel? Well, you can get a sense from Semiramis, right, of why they didn't leave any descendants, right? So you can think about what's going on, and we find the same thing in China, right? Empress Wu Zetian boasted of having over 3,000 eunuchs attending her. And there's also, this is a very interesting history, another strange thing I discovered, when you have very powerful women, right? Again, the idea when you castrate a man, there's this period of sexual activity before the testosterone wears off. And so there's this whole, right, harems on both sides, but harems without having to worry about getting pregnant, right? So this is something that societies discover independently. Native Americans, I didn't find anything on eunuchs for Native Americans, but there is a law on slavery. Here's a book I was looking at talking about slavery among North American, Northwest coastal, indigenous Americans, and slavery. Some quotes from this book. Slavery was very prevalent among the Northwest Indians. Slaves made up 1/3 of the population in some villages. Slave status was hereditary. The children of slaves were slaves. And this is very complex. Not all societies, indigenous American societies, had slaves. But more than I thought did. And especially the larger the culture gets, the more stratified and the more powerful, the more wealthy, the more urban, then you always seem to find slavery. And so slavery is everywhere. And that was the point of that first part of this presentation. So then we could ask, well, what about the Christian response to slavery? All right, we have Christian empires on the rise, and lots of Christian kingdoms, and Rome became Christian. Rome's a slave society. What happened with slaves in Christianity? And when I look into this question, I find a lot of folks saying that Christians were just like everyone else. Or actually Miguel de la Torre, who's an ethicist from Cuba, says he doesn't even say they're like everyone else. See, I think he tends to make the point that Christians were worse. And he focuses on Eurocentric, Euro-American history, right? He says the white Christ of Euro-American history has been the Christ who justified the historical reality of colonialism, slavery, racism, and oppression. So you find lots of statements like this all over the place out there. And Miguel de la Torre is a very popular writer. His books are used in places like Fuller Seminary, North Park Seminary, right? Not surprisingly be in the GTU, right? But then the key evangelical seminaries, students are reading his stuff. And so these lies are out there. We'll see why they're lies in a moment. But he says the Catholic Church's use of the Bible to justify the Crusades, genocide, and slavery is a historical fact. Right? He talks about different types of genocides. The genocide of women, right? The genocide of the Crusades. And we talked about a lot of these topics. And he goes on. He talks about chastity belts. And we talked about chastity belts and how they never actually existed in this class, right? So he's buying into a lot of cultural ideas that are based on, what are they based on? And we talked about that too. This is a church, he's talking about the Catholic Church and the Euro-American Church, is a church whose ethics has historically accommodated and justified every form of human exploitation. And we could turn to someone else. Haitian sociologist Lynette Hebron says, no pope before 1890 condemned slavery. Well, that's a pretty definite statement. We'll see if it's true. One could search in vain through the interventions of the Holy See. That's the Pope. Those of Pius V, Urban VIII, and Benedict XIV. Right? Okay, we can check if he's right about that for any condemnation of the actual principle of slavery, and he says we find none. Right? We find nothing. The popes are just silent as slavery is on the rise with the discovery of the New World. Another writer who's an ex-priest that rejected the Catholic Church wrote a book on slavery in the Catholic Church. And since the 6th century and right up till the 20th century, it has been the common Catholic teaching that slavery is morally legitimate. So we could test these statements. The Catholic Church, he says, did not actually repudiate slavery until 1965. Way behind the curve, right? And so you find a lot of discussion with just like Galileo, typical, the Inquisition promoted slavery, things like that. Lots of interesting statements about the church and slavery, mostly against the Catholics, interestingly enough. No one seems to want to pick on the Protestants when it comes to slavery. But we say, okay, well, what do we do with this? What's the truth of this? Does Christianity condone slavery? Did it always? Was there a point in Christian history that started condoning slavery? And so now I'm going to talk about what is the true historical record of the Christian church with regard to slavery. And I'm going to talk a lot about the Catholics because they bear the burden of these comments more than the Protestants. And then we'll talk about the Protestants a little bit too. And we'll see what the truth is behind this. So in the time of Jesus, slavery existed worldwide. Slavery was everywhere, as we talked about earlier, and made up well over half of the Roman population by the time of Christ. The economy of the Roman Empire was based on slaves. So slaves did everything. They were slaves who were very well taught. When places were captured, you had literate slaves. Slaves who would teach the sons and daughters of noble men and women. You had slaves who did domestic work, agriculture, and urban trade. So you had a proliferation of slaves. And a lot of these slaves, the majority of these slaves were from captured, right? The Rome is an expanding empire. What do you do with these Germans? What do you do with these other folks that you get, right? In Africa, North Africa. What do you do with the Berbers? What do you do with these different population groups that you're capturing? Well, a lot of them ended up being slaves, right? Some famous Romans were slaves or almost sold into slaves. We have folks like St. Patrick who were sold into slavery. So the thing with Roman slavery is you could be sold into slavery, but you can get out. And slavery wasn't racial either, right? None of these societies thus far have a very strict racial slavery either. But in Rome, we find lots of variety of slavery, right? The gladiators were slaves. And so for entertainment. So death by entertainment, the worst form of slavery in the Roman Empire, arguably, is the Roman mines. So hundreds of thousands of men were in mines from Britain to Egypt. And here's a contemporary account by a Roman historian about life as a slave in the mines from his own observations. He says, in the mines, the slaves are all in chains all the time, never let out of the mines. They never see the light of day. All kept at work continuously, day and night. There is no indulgence, no respite. They are kept at their labor by the lash until overcome by hardships, they die in torments. Their misery is so great that death is welcomed as a thing more desirable than life. Right? And the loss of life among Roman slaves in the mines was crazy. Right? But Rome's an expanding empire. And you think about when he's writing this, there's plenty more where they came from. Right? There's all these men. Well, they're more valuable in the mines than killing them, and they're easily controlled because where are they going to go? They're all in chains. We'll just work them till they die. They can kill themselves. We just cut them from the chain, throw them in a mine shaft, and next. Right? So this is pretty brutal slavery. This is the worst. There's all kinds of slaves. If you're a well-educated slave, you did better, right? So the mines wasn't for everyone. We can think about different types of men and the slavery of men, the slavery of women. Women were primarily enslaved as domestics, and so most women slaves were the core of the household economy, according to resources, keeping Roman households functioning, right? Working as nurses, not working, enslaved as nurses, enslaved to sewing, baking, cooking, weaving, right? Keeping society alive. Sometimes we find accounts of slave women freed on the condition they marry their ex-owner, and then their children are free. So you can think about, is that something, right? Is that something that someone would want to do or not? It's like the prospect of free children. And there's always the potential for both men and women to be freed, right? In Rome, you could just set your slaves free. You could give them a certificate of manumission, and maybe a slave risked his or her life to save you. And then we find accounts of people being set free. So there's hope. There's hope in this context. We find many men and women enslaved as prostitutes as well. Actors were slaves, right? And so Roman society is a slave society. And this is Jesus, the context Jesus and the apostles are teaching it, right? So why I'm focusing so much on Roman slavery is get yourself into the mindset of the New Testament church when we think about this. Right? Slaves are everywhere, and we find other aspects of slaves. Roman poets, Martial and Statius, used erotic language to describe male slaves and eunuchs as women's pets. So eunuchs also exist in Rome. These are frescoes from Pompeii that I'm not really going to talk about, but they both show slaves as the pets of women, right? And both of these slaves are eunuchs, and they're explicit. That's why there's a big black box over them, right? Because I don't want you to see what the slaves are doing. But Pliny the Younger had 500 slaves in his household. He's a very well-known Roman, and many senators had more than 1,000, including dozens of attractive eunuchs, to pleasurably attend to and amuse the single women of the household and women guests. So you get a sense of Roman society. That's very different from our society in different ways, right? In terms of, think if you want to, if you were ever in a house where someone put a picture like this on their dining room wall or something like that, right? And you're thinking, well, this probably isn't, probably not in a Christian household. But you find this in large villas in Pompeii. So Roman slavery, how did the Christians respond to this? I gave you a taste of Roman slavery. How did Christians respond? Well, Jeffrey Burton Russell, writing on the history of slavery, says Christian theologians and other Christian writers clearly did not take Paul's writings as promoting slavery. And he's responding to people who say, well, look at the writings of Paul. Paul is justifying slavery. And if that is the case, that's not how the early Christians interpreted Paul, right? They clearly didn't see Paul as promoting slavery. Instead, early Christians gradually and successfully pressed for greater rights for slaves. Christians recognized slaves and marriages as binding. If a free person marries a slave or two slaves get married, that's legitimate for the Christian church, right? That's not legitimate for the Roman Empire, right? No barriers between slave and free marriages. We find all these slaves and free people getting married in the Christian church. That's controversial in Roman society. That is undermining society. That's creating havoc in society. Think about why early Christians were persecuted. They're not living by the rules, right? We also find slaves taking part in all Christian worship with free people without distinction. No status difference between slave and master. Sitting together in the congregation. All persons seated together. Slaves served as clergy and even as bishop. And we even have popes, right, who were slaves at one point. And even Onesimus, who's mentioned in Philemon, we know that he wasn't a slave for very long after Paul's writing, because we find out that he eventually became the bishop of Ephesus. Right? So he was freed, and we find out by a disciple of Peter the apostle, Ignatius of Antioch, right, says that Onesimus, he talks about Onesimus in his letter to the Ephesians. And so he's addressing him. So he's a bishop at Ephesus. Right? This is the same Onesimus that Paul is saying, return to your master. But that's not the end of the story, right? Ignatius of Antioch describes how the church funds were used to buy freedom for slaves, so that's something tithes went to, right? Offerings. We're going to try to free your brothers and sisters. Imagine in this room, we're sitting in a room with people who are enslaved. We want to do all we can to set them free. So we buy their freedom. Clement of Rome talks about some Christians seeking to follow Christ's example
even surrendered their own freedom to ransom others from slavery. So you do an exchange. Imagine that. You think, I feel called to take your place as a slave for this person. And the master agrees and says, okay. Right? What a crazy calling. Right? Think about that. Why? Because they wanted to follow Christ's example. They want to be first in the kingdom of God. If you want to be first, you must be the slave of all. Well, how do you do that? Become an actual slave if you're not. Right? So some Christians are reading this. That's what they decide to do. David Bentley Hart says, one should not ignore the very real differences between pagan and Christian attitudes towards slaves. He's responding to atheist accusations in this book about slavery. He says, the Christian church admits slaves to full membership, allow them full access to mysteries, required masters and slaves to worship and pray together as equal members of the house of one household of faith. We find that after 300, and especially after Christianity was a legal religion, that the moral pressure to fully emancipate slaves mounted. Some early church fathers, there's plenty of them writing about slavery. Gregory of Nyssa condemned the whole institution without a question. Talks about as a grievous sin to own slaves, and just lashes against it. And he's Saint Gregory of Nyssa. Augustine, we all know. John Chrysostom, who was the bishop of Constantinople, the capital. Right, so the main Christian in Washington, D.C., who has the ear of the emperor, right, in this early phase, preaching that slavery is a sin because it's not gone yet. Right? Constantine didn't immediately outlaw slavery. He did pass laws almost instantly when he became a Christian, so slaves can't be branded, right? Because that's cruel. And so he starts passing anti-cruelty laws from the beginning, which we can see, but it's not gone yet. So Christians are preaching against it. David Bentley Hart says the demand that Christian masters regard their slaves as kindred rather than chattels and treat them with justice, gentleness, charity is a frequent refrain in the writings of some of the greatest of the early church fathers: Clement of Alexandria, Gregory of Nyssa, John Chrysostom, to name a few. And we find by 700, slavery has pretty much disappeared. And we find that some slave societies in Europe, such as the pagan Vikings, so the slave societies we find in Europe after 700 are pagan slave societies, Scandinavian slave societies. And Charlemagne is opposing slavery in his empire in the 700s. He's very much an opponent of slavery, and also many clergy, right? Serfs start to emerge. It's important, again, to emphasize serfs are not slaves. Serfs are, in this book, it says serfs resemble hired labor more than it did slavery. And this title of this book, Slavery and Serfdom in the Middle Ages, Selected Essays. Mark Bloch, right? Very exciting cover, image, very academic book. Right? So he cites his resources. So if you want to read about serfdom and slavery, that's a good book on it. But slavery comes to an end in Christian Europe. We find Christian priests urging slave owners as an infinitely commendable act to help ensure their own salvation. And soon, no one doubted that slavery in itself was against the divine law. By 1000, St. Wulfstan and Anselm, this is Anselm who comes up with a theory of atonement, had successfully campaigned to remove the last vestiges of slavery in Europe. And after 1000, it's gone. Right? Slavery is gone in Europe. And we have major cities. We have a very developed society. And this is exceptional. But it's not without an effort to get rid of it, right? There are countless example after example, of people preaching against slavery. So it's very clear that the church's position on slavery was not, yes, that's fine. Right? We don't find that in any leading Christian who's arguing that. So, one author says, the very first time slavery was eliminated anywhere in the world was not during the Renaissance or the Enlightenment, it was during the Dark Ages, right? In quotes, and we talked about why it wasn't so dark. And it was accomplished by clever church leaders who first extended the sacraments to all slaves. Soon the clergy began to argue that no true Christian or Jew should be enslaved, and then that spread to everyone. And so this was a gradual process, but the Christianization of the Roman Empire
led to the terminal decline of the institution of slavery. Rodney Stark says at the fall of Rome, there was slavery everywhere in Europe. By the time of the Renaissance, it was long gone. But what about its return? Right? So it's gone during the Dark Ages, but then when the Enlightenment, the Renaissance starts to dawn, slavery starts to return. So we might ask, well, how did that happen? Why did it happen? How did we get such a crazy, horrendous, disturbing slave trade across the Atlantic to the New World? How did that happen? Well, to answer that question, we have to go to the Islamic slave trade. Right? And I don't want to say too much about this because, again, this is controversial stuff and it's being recorded. So, and I don't want to, be tagged as a hate group, on YouTube, which can very easily happen. So I'm going to try to be subtle here. When we look at Islamic society, we find lots of slaves. And then that's not at all a controversial fact. Right. If you want lots of details, here's 2 books. This one, Islam's Black Slaves, and this one, Christian Slaves, Muslim Masters. Right. And what we find is we actually have both white and black slaves in the Islamic Empire. So this book estimates in one period during the late Ottomans, there was something like 2 million white slaves enslaved in the Islamic Empire. We find lots of them being eunuchs, right? And so this is expansion. You have an empire expanding, and what do you do with the men as you expand? And Islamic empires do the same thing. Women served different purposes as slaves, right? None of them pleasant, right? So slavery is all throughout from 622 to 1981. That's not a typo. We'll talk about that in a moment. Estimates say maybe over 15 million African slaves were taken north and east by Muslims from the 600s, the late 1800s, right? That's a lot of lives, right? And these are the ones who survive, right? Again, if we talk about 2 million people, we can talk about we can talk about all the men, all the eunuchs, right? Hundreds of thousands of eunuchs. 90% mortality rate from that operation. Right, so you think this is a lot of people, and Muslim areas retained slavery into the modern times. Saudi Arabia, 1962, was when slavery was made illegal, right? And 1981 in other places like Mauritania. And we find, in the 1500s, slavery continued in those parts of Spain and Italy under Moorish or Muslim rule. So if you remember, when we talked about the Crusades, if you remember the map, and Muslim rule was over much of Europe, lots of Italy, lots of Spain, and these were slave societies. And Christians did not conquer all of Spain, did not conquer all of Italy in the 1500s. So 1492, right, is a significant date. You think about 1500, and you still have lots of slavery in Spain, lots of slavery in Italy, and in Italy, contact between Christians and Muslims sustained slavery. And what's interesting is we find Venetians selling slaves. So the beginning of the slave trade in Europe with Christians is in Venice, right? When we actually find Venetians selling Europeans to Muslims too. They were very equal access. They didn't discriminate, right? Well, if they have some white European slaves and you have an Islamic buyer from wherever, equal game, right? So they didn't discriminate. Profit margin was what they were interested in. When Venetian merchants attempted to introduce African slaves to Northern Europe, though, and this is interesting, there was a huge reaction, right? So once you get beyond the Alps, people were not happy about that. So it never really stuck. A consensus quickly developed that slavery was both illegal and sinful, and we find an immediate reaction in Northern Europe to to merchants trying to introduce slaves, and Italy also had its reaction, right? And so we can look at a whole line of popes, and I want to look at some of these popes just so this point is not lost, because all these popes are following Thomas Aquinas' theology that slavery is a sin, and this guided papal policy. So you could really say the beginning of the modern abolitionist movement is with the popes in Rome, right? They are the ones who really started in a very dramatic and no-nonsense and unambiguous fashion. So we can look at 1435. This is when Venetians are first starting to deal in the slave trade in Italy. Right? So we have Pope Eugenius the Fourth excommunicated any Europeans enslaving inhabitants of the Canary Islands, early territory of the Spanish and the Portuguese. Right? So some of these slaves start to show up from the Canary Islands from expansion, and the popes say, if you do that, you are not a Christian. You can't have communion. This policy was followed by Pius II and Sixtus IV, and then they expanded this to all slavery, right? By 1537, when you start having the expansion of the African slave trade, right? So first, islanders were enslaved, and that's reacted to. Then the Venetians are interested in, well, okay, so we can't enslave the indigenous inhabitants. What if we get into the African slave trade? The popes say, no, no American Indians and no Africans. You can't enslave anyone, right? If you don't free them, you're not taking communion, you're not a Catholic. So Paul III condemns this. There's Paul III in his bull. It's a papal bull that goes out to all the churches that condemn slavery. He says, by our apostolic authority, we decree and declare by these present letters that the same Indians and all other peoples, even though they should be outside the faith, doesn't matter if they're Christian or not, right, should not be deprived of their liberty or their possessions, and are not to be reduced to slavery, and that whatever happens to the contrary is to be considered null and void, penalty of excommunication to anyone who enslaves anyone. And this is supposed to be read at every church, right? So think about this. Paul III, right, he's writing this, let's see his years here, in 1537, right? 1537, the beginning of the slave trade. And what happens? Who cares? Who cares what the Pope says? Anyone know what else is going on in the 1500s, early 1500s? The Protestant Reformation. Can the Pope stop it? No. The Pope can't do anything. The Pope is having serious power issues at this point in the Church's life. So it's very easy to ignore the Pope. But we can look at lots of them. We can find high-ranking Jesuits who are developing ideas like the inalienable rights of people to have life, liberty, and every human being as inherent. We find Gregory XIV repeating the condemnation of slavery of the Indians, and Urban VIII, this is Galileo's Pope, who condemns slavery of Africans, Indians, and anyone. Right? All these popes are saying you can't enslave anyone. And I'm just cherry-picking popes here. Right? There are so many popes condemning slavery. Right? There's a list of like 20 popes, each of them consistently condemning slavery. And no one cares. I mean, this is the Pope. There's bishops, too. There's cardinals, too. But I want to focus on popes, because this is the top of the Catholic Church. Right? To say the Church said nothing about slavery, like Miguel de la Torre does. Well, the Church just ignored slavery consistently until the 1960s. I don't know what papal records he's looking at, honestly. Because it's not very hard to find this stuff. The Inquisition, this is my favorite, that the Inquisition condemned slavery, right? So here's the Inquisition, the hero of the day, right? Very harsh, right? Anyone who's enslaving anyone else has to face the Inquisition, right? So we can think about this history, and we find that all these condemnations from the Church are squarely against the economic interests of countries like Portugal and Spain. Right? They have a lot to gain economically from slavery, so they ignore Catholic clergy who are attempting to put these condemnations into practice. In churches where these bulls were read, some of these priests were martyred. Right? So it's so sensitive. So you have Jesuits, you have other priests who read these things, and people attack them. Mob violence. Right? Churches burned down. Right? I said, well, that's a score for Christians. If you're anti-slavery and your church burns down, you're doing something right. Right? So I want to give them credit for this.
And by far, though, the biggest heroes of the day were the Jesuits in the New World. And the Jesuits in the New World are fascinating. If you've ever seen the movie The Mission, that's just the tip of the iceberg. But Rodney Stark writes, to prevent enslavement and exploitation of Native Americans, the Jesuits guided the creation of a remarkable and strangely forgotten sophisticated Indian civilization that eventually was utterly destroyed by Spanish and Portuguese armies, right? They fought back, and they actually won. They actually won the Guaranese Wars, but it took an alliance between Spain and Portugal to defeat the Native Americans under the guidance of the Jesuits. And so the Jesuits were fighting back over this issue of enslavement, and the mission does justice to that episode of history in a dramatic way. So what was the reason for the rise of slavery in the Christian West from the 1500s to the 1800s? One could say, like Rodney Stark and others do, that it had to do with the decline of the influence of the church in many different spheres of life, the rise of economic factors that made it very convenient to ignore faith, right? You needed a moral revolution, but that moral revolution wasn't going to come until the late 1700s, early 1800s, with folks like William Wilberforce and others. But it's not that the condemnations weren't there in the Catholic Church, right? When European colonists began to reestablish slavery in the New World, the popes vigorously opposed it. Unfortunately, the popes lacked the power to impose their will. The Spanish had recently sacked Rome and much of Italy. Right, and Stark says, the revival of slavery in the West displays, what the revival of slavery in the West displays is the weakness of papal authority at this time, not the indifference of the church to the sin of slavery. So here we're just talking about the Catholics. Protestants had their own story, and it's a complicated story, right? Especially when we get to the U.S. and we get to other places. So we're not going to talk a lot about that story. But we can look at the church, we can look at the Catholic Church. There's nothing ambiguous here, says Stark. The problem wasn't that the church failed to condemn slavery, it was that few heard it, and most did not listen. In this era, popes had little or no influence. So it wasn't the Pope's fault. And we say, well, what was the Protestant response to slavery? What was the response of slavery in the development of the United States of America, which is supposed to be a Christian nation, right? And what's the role of economy? What's the role of religion? Things get extremely complex, and we can say, well, where does the revolution come from? The abolitionist movement in the late 1700s, 1800s begins with Christian writers who are very upset about slavery. Right? So it's abolition the second time is also from Christian forces, and Stark says all classical societies were slave societies. In fact, all known societies above the very primitive level had been slave societies. Even many of the Northwest Indian tribes had slaves before Columbus's voyage. Amid this universal slavery, only one civilization ever rejected human bondage, Christendom, and it did it twice. And I think that's a fair summary of the Christian record, though the second rejection is more complicated and involves lots of different folks in lots of different ways, Catholics and Protestants, and in this country, civil wars, right? Which that was one of the issues at the heart of that, and it continues today. The pain from this still continues today. So we think about this issue. We can think about slavery, and we can talk about a couple questions. Why do you think it's been so common in human history? Why do you think it's been so widespread and so common in human history? Right? Earlier we talked about the ubiquity of slavery. Why do you think, and then we can think about Scripture, right? Think about Jesus in slavery. So what do you think Jesus means when he says of the kingdom of God, whoever wants to be first must be the slave of all, right? Think about what do you think he means when he says that? What do you think are the implications of a sentence like that for the institution of slavery? How does what Jesus says about how no one can serve two masters, God and money, right? So there's another slavery metaphor. You can't serve two masters. You're going to hate one and love the other, right? Apply to the Venetian, Spanish, and Portuguese rejection of the Pope's decrees. Think about the economic role. Right? What's the role of money in the institution of slavery as opposed to the Christian message? Right? So let's split up into some groups and talk to each other about these three questions, see what we come up with.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Yes. Lots of familiar faces. Good to have you. Thank you for coming. Today we're going to talk about a topic that I left ambiguous for the announcement because I didn't really feel like putting up what we're actually going to talk about today because it's controversial stuff. And you'll see why in a bit. But it has to do with missionaries and the value of the Christian faith and changing cultures. The question of whether Christianity has done more harm than good. Has the spread of the Christian faith caused more destruction, more harm, more, you could say, taking away the value of cultures than the good it brings? I'm going to look at some case studies that have an interesting twist, all of them, and you'll see why when we get to the end. And we can ask this question, well, what's the value of the Christian faith? And this is something we've actually been doing this whole class. We can talk about the Dark Ages, and folks like Edward Gibbon, historian, talking about the decline of the Roman Empire, has said that Christianity is the destroyer of classical civilization. All Christianity gave us was the Dark Ages. And we looked at the Dark Ages, and we saw that the Dark Ages weren't so dark, and we saw Draper and White's thesis that Christianity has been the destroyer of classical knowledge in terms of science and been anti-science and tortured Galileo and murdered Copernicus. And if you read Dan Brown, you get lots of interesting variety. Scientists branded with on their back or on the chest, I think, with a cross and things like that. We saw this never happened. And this is another Victorian thesis. These are Victorians. These are folks who are Enlightenment folks. Late 1700s, 1800s. Really making an argument against the Christian faith. And we saw that wasn't true. And we looked at violence. We looked at the Crusades. We looked at the Inquisition. And Voltaire talks about more people murdered than any war in these sorts of conflicts. And we saw that these were a lot more complex too. So we've been looking at a lot of arguments against the value of Christianity in terms of violence, in terms of science, in terms of civilization, learning. And we've seen that these weren't true. And but you still get comedians like George Carlin who says more people have been killed in the name of God than for any other reason. Right? Religion is like drugs. It destroys the thinking mind. And lots of little quips from comedians. And so we saw Whoopi Goldberg talk about Hitler being a Christian. And we can say, well, is there any truth to this? And we can look into claims like this. Well, if it's true that Christianity causes warfare and millions of people to die, then maybe we should question its value. And I have lots of students, undergraduate students, who do question the value of Christianity because they will say things very similar to this, that Christianity has caused more casualties than any war, or the combination of all wars ever, some people will even say. And I don't know where they get these particular manifestations of these stories, but comedians is a good source. I like different sources than comedians, so checking out the 3-volume Encyclopedia of Wars, nice peer-reviewed academic source. You can see their analysis of religious wars, and they look at systematically all the wars that they can catalog throughout history, and they catalog 1,763 wars throughout recorded history, and of these wars, including the Crusades and the Inquisition, which they have reasonable estimates for, right? They say about 1% of the casualties have been related to religious causes, right? Yeah.
Does that include conflicts like in Northern Ireland where you have Protestants and Catholics, but it's not primarily about religion? Yeah.
So they include Northern Ireland in that as a religious, and they call that a religious war, and they call the Inquisition a religious war, right? So it's a very liberal estimate, right? So I would question this estimate, but it's still 1%. Right, even including figures that I would question from more recent scholarship of Crusades, I'd say their figures are too high, but it's still It's still 1%.
So even when combatants, anytime when combatants line up along religious
yes, if there's,
lines, even if it's a political...
Yes, even if there's a political dimension, if there's any religious dimension, they include it, right? And part of the reason why is because even if you just look at two nations, and you look at the people killed from USSR and Mao Zedong's China, you find the figures like 100 million that are intentionally murdered, right? Mao himself oversaw. This book here, The Cultural Revolution by Frank Dideker. Frank Dideker is a Hong Kong-based historian who actually was allowed to look at archives from Mao's Cultural Revolution and would find single documents where Mao approved, in one day, the murdering of like 13,000 people, right? And so over 4 years, you have 45 million executed, essentially, in various ways, right? Oversung by Mao. So Mao, you say, well, he's quite anti-religious. Stalin is quite anti-religious, right? Whether you want to call them atheists or not, 100 million, that's a lot of people. And so we can say, well, these are myths, these are things that we're told are something that gives a negative value to the Christian religion, right? And so we can say, okay, well, maybe it's not the worst case scenario, but we can say, what about missionaries? Today I want to talk about some things missionaries have done, and this is a complex issue because, we have some missionaries, former missionaries in this room, and we could talk about, experiences. What are your experiences if you've been on short-term missions, long-term missions? What value do missions bring? How do missions destroy cultures? Is it always a bad thing for certain aspects of culture to be destroyed? And that's the question I want to end with. And I'm going to look at some examples of what missionaries have protested. But we find lots of quotes like this. I have to pick on David Mills because that's just sort of become the routine in this class for David Mills. He says lots of things that, he includes a lot of these myths in his writing, in his book. His book's very popular, and he's published it. So if you publish, you're fair game, right? So Mills will say things like, missionaries leave every place worse than they found it. And he quotes Edgar Allan Poe in his book, too. The pioneers and missionaries of religion have been the real cause of more trouble and more than all other classes of mankind. And so, again, we think, okay, well, who's Poe? We talked about Edgar Allan Poe as one of these people who promoted this idea of the Inquisition and just made up stuff. Poe's own messed up imagination made up torture instruments that never existed. Or if you read his Pit and the Pendulum, right, you see, oh, this is so brutal, so graphic. And this is imagination. Edgar Allan Poe is like Dan Brown, right? So why do we believe him as a historical source? But yet he's popular, and so missionaries, right, are the real cause of more trouble more than all other classes of mankind. Oscar Wilde, another popular writer, when I think of all the harm the Bible has done, I despair of ever writing anything equal to it. And I could give slides and slides of quotes like this. I'm sure you've heard this sort of thing in your own context. I hear this all the time from my undergraduate students. Not so much from graduate students, but, every once in a while too. They usually have this in their background, but the whole point, usually when I'm teaching graduate students, this is exactly what we're talking about. So there's a chance to work with them in that. And so we can say, okay, well, let's look at some case studies. And I want to look at some case studies today about how missionaries have destroyed indigenous cultural practices or tried to destroy them. And I'm not going to talk about things like, giving guitars to Pacific Islanders, which may or may not destroy cultures. Or, lots of things we might think about. Well, this was a valuable tradition. Or pants missionaries. You read things like, okay, everyone has to wear pants. No more robes for you. Right, and so people say, okay, because all these Westerns wear pants. And we could talk about these, but last week we talked about ending global slavery. So we could say, okay, I want to recap that one because it's important, so I'll talk about that for a minute. But then I want to talk about some other things that missionaries played a key role in stopping. And one is foot binding in China. And the second one is widow burning, sati in India. And the third one has to do with female genital mutilation, which was first questioned by Western missionaries in a very systematic way. So these are heavy topics. These are disturbing topics. And we can think about these as indigenous cultural practices, right, that missionaries protested, resisted, and then at the end we can say, okay, and how do you interpret these? That's where it gets really interesting, looking at contemporary interpretations of these indigenous practices, and they're a lot more complex than I would have thought a few years ago before I started looking into these things. You know, the first time I taught on these was teaching ethics at USF, so I love to use really crazy case studies when I teach my ethics class that really get people thinking. So, and these are case studies I've used talking about cultural relativism, and you'll see why. And so I'm going to bring this into a Christian context, right? We can ask the ethical questions, but the question is, were missionaries wrong in fighting against these indigenous cultural practices? Think about your answer now. I'm not going to ask you to give your answer, but I'm guessing a lot of people will say no, they weren't wrong at all, right? So why would you want slavery? Why would you want foot binding? Why would you want genital mutilation? Right? Why would you want widows to be burned alive on their husband's funeral pyre? Right? So it might be a very obvious no, and so you can say, okay, well, so missionaries then, if you're thinking no, they weren't wrong. You're thinking missionaries did some right. Last week we did a whole class on slavery, so I'm only going to do a couple slides to recap that. We saw slavery was ubiquitous. I talked about various forms of slavery all over the world. Every continent has had its own indigenous slavery, and that tends to be almost a human universal. When you reach a certain level of calories, right, you get people starting to be enslaved. And we talked about this, that this has been a central part of cultures all throughout the world, long before Western colonialism, and we saw how Christians were monumental in getting rid of the practice of slavery. Right? We saw Roman slavery come to an end. We talked in a previous class on Darwin about the Atlantic slave trade and how that came to an end. But Rodney Stark puts it this way: all classical societies are slave societies. In fact, all known societies above the very primitive level have been slave societies. Even many of the Northwest Indian tribes had slaves long before Columbus's voyage. Amid this universal slavery, only one civilization ever rejected human bondage: Christendom, and it did it twice. And we can say, well, were Christians wrong with this? Were they wrong in fighting against slavery, since it's an indigenous cultural practice? Right? And I'm guessing no one in this room is going to say that they were wrong in fighting against slavery. And we can think about why. We can think about our values, but then we find, well, maybe our values as Christians differ from other values that are out there, whether they're indigenous in certain cultures or not. Right? Values are the question here. So today I want to start with the case study of foot binding. Foot binding its origins are mysterious, right? So we'll talk about why it started, where it started, what scholars think about this, how scholars interpret this, and I look at this, I see a gruesome practice of what I would call torture, right? And I won't give you my opinion about Christian missionaries, but maybe I already have. So we can think about this practice, and we can ask, were Christian values, were Christians wrong, right? When should Christian values intervene in cultural practices? So this emerges around 970 AD. I'm using Western time here, during the Song dynasty, and the historical origins are vague. There's different theories, but most of them go back to one person. Who knows if it's one person, who knows if it's several people, but the stories go back to one person, and the pure court dancer who bound her feet with silk in order to emphasize her dancing and show off her footwork. And some accounts say, please the emperor, and please the royal family, and so on and so forth. But it starts with a dancer who becomes popular, all the rage, right? So everyone starts doing this, putting silk bands on their feet, wearing them in public, binding their feet with strips of cloth, thinking them distinguished and elegant. And this is upper-class women who are doing this. And we think, okay, fashion. So it begins with fashion, and that seems understandable to me. Fashions are strange. Why do people do what they do with fashion? Like, why am I wearing what I'm wearing? Right, rather than sweatpants, where I'd be much more comfortable. Right? Wear sweatsuit everywhere. A robe, wear a bathrobe everywhere. But here we are. Fashion constrains us, makes us do weird things, and we say, okay. So it begins as a tool to facilitate dancing, becomes a fashion among upper-class women, spreads as women begin to bind their own feet on a regular basis, and then starts the competition of who can bind their feet tighter, make their feet smaller, and start to change the shape and the size of feet. And so we see anthropologists who study this will say things like this. The original wrapping of a woman's feet in China was not done with the intention of permanently deforming them, right? So the accounts we read, we say, okay, people want to be more fashionable, and it's more fashionable to have smaller feet. You can say, okay, so what happens? Well, what happens is, as it becomes associated with upper-class women and elite women and wealthy women, it starts to spread, and people with their feet bound didn't have to work. Right? So there's an aspect here that it's freedom, it's status, it's dignity. Right? Oh, you're a working woman. You must be poor. Oh, you have bound feet. You must be of high status. Right? Sign of dignity and status, freedom from manual labor. And eventually, at some threshold, women started to bind the feet of their daughters. Right? And so it's not clear exactly when this is, but we know within a couple hundred years, you already have people complaining about it as being cruel, right? So we have some Chinese intellectuals saying this is unnecessary cruelty and protesting against it within a couple hundred years. So we already know within 200 years of this, it's already becoming quite extreme. This is a modern day X-ray of what the end result of foot binding looks like after 1,000 years of practice, right? There's still living people who had bound feet and actually... Well, it's a complex history. There's actually a resurgence in a strange way, and we'll talk about why. And again, I don't know how to predict culture. But more extreme variations developed as the age of binding was gradually pushed back to 6 years, and then earlier 5 years, 4 years, and then eventually it started at 3 years, right? So deforming the feet of upper-class little girls. Why? That's the question. Why? It started with fashion, and then we can interpret it. There's a woman whose feet were bound, right? You can see above. Women consider the binding of feet to be a component of feminine attire or adornment, not a form of body mutilation. Again, more anthropologists. If we look at the accounts of these women, what are they thinking? Right? Yet you also have sayings like, a mother can't love her daughter and her feet too. So you think, okay, well, so there's a tension there, right? What's going on with this tension? We find lots of interesting discussions of this. We find competitions, women competing with each other to see who has the smallest feet. And we find accounts of people believing it promotes health, believing it promotes fertility. And so we have justifications of this. And this is something that was passed down from grandmothers to mothers to daughters, right? So we find this foot binding, and this was a women's only space. Men were not allowed anywhere near anything to do with foot binding, and not allowed to see women's unbound feet. And so there's a certain erotic element to this as well. That's important, and lots of people write about this idea that it's an intimate women's space, no men allowed. And that, and you never see someone's bound feet. Even if you're married, sometimes you're not allowed to see bound feet. You can see, and there's images of people, very explicit, ancient drawings of people having intercourse, but the feet are not shown, right? And so it's like something even more than intimate. So you can say, okay, well, what happened, right? What we find is lots of intellectuals, and these are men writing, right? These are men writing, intellectuals, in early China, right? And we say, we don't know what a lot of the women are thinking. We have some accounts of women, and women who will talk about foot binding and the beauty and dignity, and we have men too talking about foot binding. But we find the first protest almost as soon as it begins, with folks writing things like this, leading intellectuals denouncing it as immoral. Children not yet 4 or 5 years old, innocent and without crime, are caused to suffer limitless pain. One intellectual during the Song Dynasty writes, in the Qing Dynasty, emperors start passing laws against foot binding. They don't like it. They make it illegal, right? And what happens is laws are passed, like, for example, Emperor Kangxi decreed that if a girl was discovered with bound feet, both parents would be severely punished. Not just the mother, but the dad too, right? So you would get in serious trouble if you bind the feet of your daughter. And we can think about what are the justifications for this. Why, is it anti-cruelty? Is it that these women are not able to work, right? What's going on with these questions? Why is it outlawed? Cruelty seems to at least be some of the motivation, but no one stopped. The custom was too ingrained. So I find it very interesting. You have laws passed, the custom's too ingrained, it's ignored. Another emperor later issued an edict threatening severe punishment to any parents who bound a daughter's feet. And again, it's too strong in social life. So you can think about fashion. So someone was to outlaw putting a sharp object through parts of your little girl's body for the sake of fashion. Right? Earrings, because it's mutilation. Do you think people would stop? Right? Like if you think about extreme piercings, and I start thinking, okay, I can see how this would get out of hand. This is just too much. You have people with so many rings in their lips. I see students with these rings on their lips, and they click. I'm thinking, how can you even eat? How does water not come out of your mouth and you can drink? Right? And it begins to become a disability in the name of fashion. And I see this happening in our own society, so I wonder, okay, is that what's going on here? Lots of different interpretations of this. Fascinating topic in one way, but disturbing in another, because you're essentially creating a disability for the majority of upper-class women, right? And so, by the 19th century, most upper-class women had bound feet, right? What happens? Well, we can interview living women with bound feet, and you can find lots of articles online in the Atlantic and other places. They still think of them as beautiful, as dignified, as a source of great pride. And then I find it's very interesting. And this is part of why some people are talking about a resurgence, not in the extreme form, but as a point of Chinese history and pride. There's a reclaiming that history, interestingly, today. And I don't know where that's going to go. But what's really interesting to me is contemporary Chinese feminist interpretations who argue over and against Western feminist interpretations. So you have Chinese feminists calling Western feminists colonial imperialists, right? Because they have a problem with foot binding. And you'll see some of these interpretations in a moment. So there's actually a live argument about what foot binding was and is, with some people completely supporting it. Some contemporary Chinese feminists giving a full-scale apologetic for the whole history of foot binding. We'll look at that in a second. Cinderella Sisters is a book by Dorothy Ko, who's a Chinese scholar and Chinese ethnicity professor of history at Columbia University, feminist scholar, and she has a whole book talking about how conventional views of foot binding as patriarchal oppression often neglect its complex history and the incentives of the women involved. So she wants to find the voices of women in the history of foot binding, and argues that instead of seeing foot binding, should be foot binding, not foot bidding, I have to change that, was an expression of women's agency, right? Instead of Instead, foot binding was an expression of women's agency, empowerment, and resistance to the patriarchy that attempted to eradicate this women's space. Right? So we have male emperors trying to stop foot binding, male intellectuals, she points out, trying to stop foot binding, and the women are resisting. So this is a feminist interpretation, contemporary feminist interpretation, a whole book on this question. We find others, articles like this one here, again, another Chinese feminist writing, Chinese women were first introduced and continually represented as victims of the patriarchal society in various studies of Chinese women's history since the early 20th century. Then she talks about how these are Western feminist views of China and not legitimate views from a Chinese perspective, and makes a similar argument. Instead, the history of Chinese women resisting men's attempts to stop foot binding should be viewed as an example of their rejection of patriarchy. So it's exactly the opposite of Western feminist interpretations. So we can read these books, we can think about this. I will let you do with these interpretations what you will. I'm not going to choose one side or the other. But what I'm going to do is talk about how it came to an end. Right? I want to show that this issue was actually more complex than I thought it would be. Where I thought, oh, this is a clear case where missionaries were, you're getting rid of cruelty. Right? So you can say, okay, how does this come to an end? The movement that eventually turned the Chinese around began with Christian missionaries in the 1860s. And this is Apaya in a book called The Honor Code, talking about moral revolution. And the author is not at all Christian. He's actually quite critical of Christianity, but he's looking at all these different moral revolutions and looking at the role of missionaries in a lot of these revolutions. Reverend James McGowan, London Missionary Society, campaigned against foot binding. He's the first that really makes an impact. In 1895, he started the Natural Foot Society and asked young men to pledge to not marry young women with bound feet, and also asked Chinese women to pledge to abandon the foot binding of their daughters. So he's looking at both men and women and trying to counteract what is common in the narrative that no one will marry you if you don't have bound feet. Right? So you talk to the men. Do you promise to marry only women with unbound feet as upper class men of substance? Right? So you have these very eligible bachelors with lots of money who are very interested in the West because the West is in power. And they say, okay, yes, if I can go to your elite Presbyterian school and have the status. And they're Christians too, so I don't want to undermine their faith. Right? These are Christians he's asking. So he gets 9 women and, I think something like 20 men in the first pledge group. But meanwhile, other missionaries like young John Allen, Young is his first name, right, which is interesting. But young John Allen, who's a Methodist missionary, starts a newspaper in classical Chinese that's translated Review of the Times, and he promotes the anti-foot binding movement. And Christian missionaries start to open up elite Western schools, where in these schools they only accept girls with unbound feet. So they start putting pressure in an interesting way on Chinese culture, and a new style starts to cascade among the upper class, and soon these societies have something like 10,000 members of elite Chinese citizens, and people start to unbind their own feet, no longer bind the feet of their daughters, and the fashion starts to fade, right? And it doesn't completely go out until the Cultural Revolution, when the new communist government is focusing on women need to work as much as men, and you can't work with bound feet, so you need to stop, right? So there are still people who were doing this up until the Cultural Revolution. And then it was, you don't mess with Mao, right? And so people got that idea, so it stopped. And that's the history of foot binding. So we can think about this, we'll return to it when we talk about it at the end. But, again, if we turn to scholars, we can say, how do we interpret this? Were these missionaries doing a good thing? And you can find some voices who say, well, these missionaries are actually destroying a women's movement. Right? So in this book, because of the rooted patriarchal culture, the anti-foot binding movement is a men's movement rather than a woman's movement. It was the male-leading intellectuals that proposed the elimination of women's bound feet and other changes in women's dress. And so there's some folks who will see this missionary movement against foot binding as patriarchal oppression. Right? So you can think about, okay, what's going on here? What narrative do we accept? Do we accept these scholars? Do we see anti-foot binding as anti-woman? Well, that's very different than the interpretation I first heard in the West. But is that just my Western imperialism? Is that Christian imperialism? What do we do with this? Right? Another scholar says, while foot binding was a female activity transmitted among Chinese women, it was interrupted and eventually terminated by male Western missionaries and colonialists. The enforcement of natural feet upon foot-bound Chinese women did not arise through their own choice. It was rather a result of intervention by reformist men and Western missionaries. So there's this justification of foot binding as a women's movement, and I still have problems with that. Maybe I'll show my cards. Right? I'm thinking, well, I don't care if it's a man torturing a little girl or a woman torturing a little girl. You're still torturing a little girl. Right? So that's my feeling on this. Regardless of the scholarship, but you can see whether you agree with me or not. The Indian practice of sati is another case, right? So this is, in India, we find this tradition going back quite a while where a widow will throw herself on her husband's funeral pyre to burn to death alongside of him. This comes from a myth where the goddess Durga, who's also Kali. Kali is Durga when Durga's really upset, right? So you don't want to mess with Durga because if you've seen Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, you know why. So Kali self-immolates because she's unable to bear husband Shiva's humiliation. Both Durga and Kali are representations of the same divine feminine Shakti, which is the divine mother, the feminine principle in Hinduism. And so there's a deep religious background to this, and we can say, okay, what do we do with that? Satihood is viewed as, quote, the supreme act of selfless devotion and a manifestation of divine sacredness. And this is a contemporary, Hindu writer writing this, talking about what do these things mean, right? The Sati literally becoming the goddess Shakti at her time of death and burning. In this perspective, her self-immolation is a sacrifice that, according to Hindu belief system, entails no violence to the consenting victim. And that's from this book, right? Which is also, as far as I can tell, written by a Hindu feminist scholar. So it's interesting because it seems, I read this and it seems very non-judgmental to me, which you can say, okay, well, what do we do with that? Sati was always a voluntary act that had been practiced in India since the 4th century BC. When it was first recorded in Greek accounts, if it was not truly voluntary, then the woman would not become a goddess. The woman who committed sati was worshipped as a goddess and temples were built in her memory. So we find, okay, there's something about status, there's something about prestige, these are only upper class women. Why are they doing this? What's going on with this? And who has problems with it? And I find a very similar narrative of people, intellectuals, saying sati is cruel, laws against it, trying to regulate it. During the Mughal era, you have folks like Akbar the Great who tries to abolish the ritual, but can't stop it. So they pass regulations with these very intense interview processes for women who want to commit sati, and they try to talk you out of these accounts of people trying to talk them out of it. And trying to change their minds, but, right, there's something about this tradition, it's a ritual, it's a religious ritual, that is resisted, so it continues. And this is from Hindu accounts, but we have Westerners start showing up in the 1600s. Here we have one person who's a doctor and a missionary, and he says, this abominable practice is the effect of early and deeply rooted prejudices. Every girl is taught by her mother that it is virtuous and laudable in a wife to mingle her ashes with those of her husband, and that no woman of honor will refuse compliance with the established custom. So we have a Western perspective of this custom, thinking it's evil, thinking it's cruel, and Westerners, as they start to come to India, want to stop it. So missionaries say, okay, this is a practice that's messed up, and we have, William Wilberforce, if you know William Wilberforce, He has a campaign against sati, in the same way he's campaigning against the Atlantic slave trade, giving impassioned speeches in front of Parliament to open India to missions so that the Brits can stop sati, right? Because he thinks this is a horrifying practice. We have Jules Verne's. This is a picture from Jules Verne's, Around the World in 8 Days, where sati comes into that. So we have this anti-sati movement in the British Empire. Wilberforce gives a powerful speech talking about the evils of Hindustan, family fireside evils, paying particular attention to the ill treatment of women, as evidenced by sati. It's interesting, the whole PR campaign behind this movement. And, there was a trend of reading the names of recent sati victims during your fireside in your family time to show how different the British family was than the Indian family in terms of their values. And so you get into the mindset of this movement. And then missions are opened up, and off go the missionaries. The East India Company thought it might be bad for business, so they're actually resisting missionaries. That's a whole other story about economics. And missions might be bad for the economy. So we don't want to stop sati because it might affect our money, right? So interesting. And Wilberforce is against the East India Company, which I think is appropriately the villain in Pirates of the Caribbean. But anyway, Reverend James Pegg zealously campaigns to outlaw sati. You find this campaign in India. William Carey, sometimes we quote him, expect great things from God, attempt great things from God, right, is one of the key people in stopping sati in India, in Calcutta. Eventually, these campaigns are successful in 1829. We find it starting to become legal by provincial governments, and the abolition of sati, says one scholar, owes much to the efforts of Christian missionaries. You can think about Carey, you can think about others, Wilberforce, but there's no question that the Christian missionaries played the key role here. So, Christian missionaries go into cultures. This is an indigenous practice going way back, very early on, into Hindu religious texts, right? The reason I'm talking about these is these are deeply ingrained practices in these cultures, right? 1,000 years of foot binding, and then missionaries come in from the West, Christians, and they stop it, right? More than 1,000 years of sati, Christian missionaries come in, and they stop it, right? And we can say, okay, well, what do we make of that? Again, somewhat to my surprise, I find a lot of folks, contemporary feminist authors, arguing for the goodness of sati. And so these missionaries are seen as taking something, as taking away a certain aspect of women's power. And so then it gets more complex. The sati tradition provided power for women in Indian society. This tradition offers a huge space for women to have power within society. To condemn the sati tradition as cultural barbarism that sacrifices women in the name of religious and spiritual Hindu beliefs is not appropriate. And so you have this apologetic for sati. In the same way you have an apologetic for foot binding, and it's coming from Hindu feminists over and against Western feminists who are still in league with the patriarchy, right? So we can say, okay, how do we interpret this? What do we think about this? We'll return to it at the end. The last thing I want to talk about is a contemporary issue that still gets a lot of effort and a lot of discussion and a focus by the United Nations and others. And this is the question of genital mutilation. Usually FGM is the abbreviation, so I'm going to talk about this is FGM. Some call it female circumcision, right? That's an older term. Some people have gone to genital cutting, but I'm just going to say FGM. And so that will be what I'll refer to this as. I'm not going to talk about details at all. For those who know what it is, you know what it is. If you don't, that's perfectly fine, right? And so we can think about how this originated. Again, it's mysterious. It goes way back. We find, we have it in Egyptian mummies, right? Men and women, right? And so we can say, okay, well, this goes back into Egypt. Greeks going to Egypt saw that this was happening, and the Greeks didn't like it. Greeks are the first Westerners. Herodotus, when he visits Egypt, he doesn't like this practice, and the Greeks didn't like Jews when they did that either. Right? The Greeks always had issues with mutilating the flesh in any way, shape, or form, which is interesting. So you can say, okay, so here's a Western judgment of an African practice.
And then eventually you have the Christian missionaries come in, and they want to stop it, right? Because that's what Christian missionaries kind of do. When they show up, they see something that's off, they see something they think is cruel, they want to stop it. So same thing here, right? Two scholars here writing, Sarah Hayford and Jenny Trinitipoli. Christian missionaries have been waging campaigns against female circumcision for more than a century. Attempts to eradicate female genital mutilation in Africa go back a long time, at least to the 1500s, when European missionaries first came to the continent. So missionaries, as soon as they show up, they want to stop this because they think it's cruel. And we can go into the details of this, but with this case, interestingly, attempts have been mainly unsuccessful. So it's not like foot binding, it's not like sati, right? Missionaries have been unable to stop this. So we can think about some case studies. One was the Church of Scotland, which had a long and successful history of missionary work among the Kikuyu in Kenya. And the Kikuyu were mostly Presbyterians because of this mission. But then in 1929, a missionary doctor, John William Arthur, wanted to stop FGM. And so he sees they're doing this. He thinks this is cruel. Other missionaries before that, tried to stop it in a sort of suggestive way, but didn't really. But he thought, okay, we're going to eradicate this because he's in charge. And so he starts a campaign where you can't come to church. Families who do this can't come to church. Right? So what happens? Well, families stop coming to church. Women resist. Keep doing it. Again, this is a women's only space. Men are not involved in the cutting and anything like that, right? And so women resisted. The husbands follow their women, right? And they start their own churches. They start their own schools, and they leave the church. They leave the church pretty much wholesale over this issue, right? So we have the Presbyterians. Here's one woman responding to this sort of pressure. How can you tell me it's wrong? My mother did it to me. Her mother did it to her. How can you tell me I shouldn't have my daughter undergo the cut? Oh, girls die of bleeding, of infection? Show me one. This ritual is a rite of passage, a sacred tradition of our tribe. So you can find accounts of, and he has, interesting, this doctor has lots of papers and accounts, and he's trying to figure out how to stop this. How do you change this culture, right? So eventually he gives up, and nothing happens. We find the same thing, though, in the Methodist churches. They do the same thing in the 1920s, trying to stop FGM, excommunicating girls and parents who allow the practice on their daughters. Membership of the Methodist Church in Mary dropped from 70 to only 6 within weeks of instituting the excommunication rule. Everyone leaves the church. And the Anglican Church, same thing. Huge Anglican church, right? So all these churches in the 20s decide we're going to push against this as a whole. So we're going to agree to do this. So so they're not going to all of a sudden become Anglican, right? Because the Methodists are doing, we'll just become Anglican. No, we're going to join forces to stop this in this area of Kenya, and it's not effective. So we can think about why, right? This happens over and over again in different ways with missionary efforts trying to stop this. In 1956, there was actually, in British-controlled Kenya, missionaries got up enough momentum to have laws passed against this, and it led to a rebellion. It led to a rebellion, which was called the Circumcision Rebellion, in which thousands of girls defied the missionary-led British ban against female circumcision, purchasing razor blades and circumcising each other as a form of protest, right? And that's discussed by Lynn Thomas in this book here. Here the young women circumcised themselves as a way of defying what they perceived as Western Christian patriarchal oppression. So they saw this as Western imperialism, as Western patriarchy, and this is their feminine right. And so there's deep culture here. These young African women saw these patriarchal interventions against female circumcision as usurping the social processes through which girls became women and older women exerted authority within the community. So this author is assuming that all Christianity is patriarchal oppression, and so I'm using her language
But we can think about, okay, how do we interpret this? What's the role of fathers here? This is interesting research. Fathers, Lightfoot and Klein writing in this book on the bottom, fathers object to having their daughters circumcised or fibulated, but the men's objections are overruled by women in the family who insist on having the operations performed. This is contemporary studies. So we say, well, what's going on? Why can't the West get rid of this practice? Baumeister and Twang says men do not prefer women who've had the genital surgery, and the evidence regarding indicates that women control and maintain the practice. So this is a women's space, and it's zealously defended by women. Right? Janice Body, Esther Hicks, men argued for less severe surgical practices, but were thwarted by the women's determined support for these practices. And most mothers insist on the operation over the father's objection. So we have lots of research looking at this. So, okay, this is a women's space. Men are objecting. Similar to other things, we can say, okay, were the missionaries wrong? Were the missionaries right? And how do contemporary feminists see this? Right? Again, years ago, when I first became aware of this, I saw this as the archetypical form of cruelty of cultures in an oppressive context. But then I run across folks like Germaine Greer, who's a very well-known feminist scholar, who says that these are Western ethnocentric criticisms, right? So she defends this. FGM is something that women do to women, she says. Western feminists should recognize these surgical practices as rooted in female culture and female social groups, and therefore should tolerate them as such. So as one of the top 10 feminists writing today in the West, Greer is saying, this is women's space, defend it as women's space, right? Something, okay, missionaries are trying to stop it, feminists like Germaine Greer are trying to protect it, and we find whole pamphlets, whole discussions talking about making an argument for this, right? Talking to the women, interviewing women in this book here, a source of pleasure in a woman's life during initiation. Women step out of reach of male authority and celebrate the legitimacy of female authority, the authority of their mothers and grandmothers. Men are neither allowed to enter the place of women's gatherings nor to ask questions about the women's activities. Creates a women's space, a realm over which they have power and cannot be taken away or challenged by men. For this reason, even educated urban women may decide to have their daughters excised. Female genital cutting symbolizes the strength and power of women, while men show little interest in the continuation of practice. Women defend it fiercely and react hostile to any voice criticizing it. So we have a very complex cultural phenomenon. Missionaries are trying to stop it, and these all have similar forms, right? They're much more complex than I would have imagined before looking into them when I started doing ethical case studies on them 6 years ago. So I started looking at foot binding and the other, sati and genital mutilation as well. So we say, okay, these are complex, and there's a couple Bay Area folks who also have extreme piercings, you could say. And what do we do with this, right? I have voices, maybe surprising voices who are defending each of these. I have no voices defending slavery, right? So that's a clear-cut one, perhaps. Perhaps if you think, okay, was Christianity wrong in campaigning against slavery? That's the first question. So maybe that's cut and dry, black and white, right? Think about that question first. Were Christian campaigns against foot binding, sati, and FGM wrong? I tried to give you, as fairly as I could, two sides of the story. I would put my cards on the table, and I still think all these things are cruel. And maybe that's my Western perspective, right? But someone without consent, removing any part of their body or deforming their feet, I don't think I could be convinced that that's okay, regardless of who's doing it to whom, right? So, but think about it. You might disagree with me. I think I would support the missionaries in that, right? So I'm going to not be objective on that one. But think about why or why not, right? We can still talk about it, and I with this group here, I don't feel like my own opinion is going to overpower you in any of these issues if you strongly disagree with me. So I'm not worried about that. At what point should Christians not advocate tolerance for certain cultural customs? Think about other things, right? Should Berkeley Covenant go to Telegraph and argue against extreme piercings? or something like that. Right? At what point should we not advocate tolerance? Do you think the destruction of certain aspects of indigenous cultures by Christian missionaries is always negative? When do you think it is negative? When do you think it's not negative? Right? These are some complex questions. We don't have a ton. We have some time to talk about them, but let's try to talk about them for 10 minutes and then have a larger group discussion. Try to get in groups of 5, whatever tends to work for the discussion. Right? These are all heavy topics, but is Christianity worth it? Has it done more harm than good? I think these are good case studies because they're complex, but they're also not complex in other ways. Right? So we can think about these. Right. So let's spend some time talking.